Thanks, everybody. We're ready to go? Thank you. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Adopting Artificial Intelligence. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to the elders past and present. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. I'm Senator Sheldon, the chair of the committee, and I'm joined by Senators McGrath, Darman and Ghosh. There are public proceedings being audio and video streamed live via the Parliamentary's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee that they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I now welcome representatives from Amazon via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today? And maybe we'll start with the US.
Oh, I'm actually in Canada.
In Canada. Well,
Nicole.
Start with Canada.
Thank you. My name is Nicole Foster. I'm here on behalf of Amazon Web Services, and my role is the Director of Global AI and Machine Learning Public Policy.
Why don't you come over here?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Matt Levy. I'm here on behalf of Amazon Australia, and my role is Head of Public Policy for Amazon Australia.
Good, thanks, Mr. Levy, and thanks, Ms. Foster. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll ask the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, Deputy Chair, Senators. I'd also like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respect to their elders past and present. And I extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be with us today. We thank the committee for this opportunity to appear on behalf of Amazon and discuss these important issues. As I said, my name is Matt Levy. I'm the Head of Public Policy for Amazon here in Australia, joining you from Sydney. I'm joined by Nicole Foster, who's our Director of Global AI and ML Policy for Amazon Web Services, based in Canada. And I'll turn to Nicole to add some further remarks in our opening statement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Foster?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to join you virtually from Toronto in Canada, which is the traditional territory of many First Nations. For the last 25 years, Amazon has invested heavily in the development of artificial intelligence and machine learning, infusing these capabilities across our businesses everywhere in the world. More than 100,000 organizations of all sizes are using AWS AI and machine learning services. This includes Australian startups, national newspapers, professional sports organizations, federally regulated financial institutions, retailers, public sector institutions, and more. Specifically, AWS offers a set of capabilities across 3 layers of the technology stack. At the bottom layer is the infrastructure layer, which includes the compute, networking, frameworks, and services required to train and run large language models and other foundation models. While a number of customers will build their own models, many will not want to spend the resources and time to do this. For them, the middle layer of the stack offers these models as a service. Our solution here, called Amazon Bedrock, was launched in our Asia-Pacific Sydney region earlier this year. It allows customers to choose from industry-leading models from Anthropic, Stability AI, Meta, Cohere, AI21, and Amazon. It allows them to customize them with their own data and leverage all the same leading security access controls through a managed service. At the top layer of the stack are the applications that leverage foundation models so that you can take advantage of generative AI at work. We are excited about how AI will continue to grow and transform how we live and work. At the same time, we are also keenly aware of the potential risks and challenges. As we outlined in our submission to this inquiry, realizing AI's potential across Australia will require a concerted effort to develop skills, research, entrepreneurship, management capability, and innovation that is complemented and supported by the government's approach to regulation. We continuously invest in the responsible development and deployment of AI. We dedicate effort to help customers innovate and implement necessary safeguards. Our efforts towards safe, secure, and responsible AI is grounded in deep collaboration with the global community, including the work to establish international technical standards. We support government's effort to put in place effective, risk-based regulatory frameworks and guardrails, while also allowing for continued innovation and practical application of the technology. Prioritizing education to demystify AI, build and use it responsibly, and foster an empowered culture of shared responsibility is critical for Australia's success. Upskilling workers is crucial if Australia wants to be well-positioned to unlock the full benefits of AI. Creating an AI-ready workforce is everyone's responsibility and will need strong collaboration between government, industry, and educators to provide training programs that make the most of this transformative technology. We are committed to sharing our knowledge and expertise with policymakers today as they promote the responsible use of AI. Thank you very much, and we are, of course, happy to take the committee's questions.
Good, thank you very much. And I just want to go to your report, and thanks for joining us this morning. Early in your submission, you make the point that Australia will only be able to unlock AI's full potential by fostering greater confidence among consumers and businesses. That means earning public trust in AI systems. Now, I've got to say I thoroughly agree that sentiment. We've been talking about that with a number of witnesses over the last number of days that we've been having hearings. But I also note with some great deal of concern that the Stanford University's Foundation Model Transparency Index, which we may be familiar with, in its first report in October last year, found Amazon was by a large margin the least transparent foundation model developer. It assigned Amazon a transparency score of just 12%, whilst the mean score was 37%. So you're quite an outlier in any untransparent about how transparent you are. And in the second report released in May of this year, the mean score had increased to 58%, and Amazon was still at the bottom of the ladder at 41%, again well below the mean. Can you just take me through why Amazon is so resistant to transparency around such as Titan, even in comparison with other AI developers? And what do you think, what impact does that have on public trust?
So a couple of thoughts to share with you about that report. The first report that came out was actually during a time when our model was not fully available yet or generally available yet. It was only available in a very limited preview to a select number of customers. We were still in the sort of almost a beta testing phase to basically make some of those reviews and changes to the model at that time. So that was sort of the timeline of the first report. We really weren't in a position, I think, to be properly reviewed at that stage. Since then, we've published a fairly detailed AI service card that details a lot of information about that service. Service cards are a really important transparency tool. They detail key operational features that gives customers an understanding of the functionality of those models. It also gives an analysis of the intended use cases and its limitations, which is extremely important. It also details key responsible AI design considerations. So it provides examples of performance results and on evaluation data sets that are representative of a common use case. And then it provides best practices for deployment and performance optimization. Now, there was a lot of internal debate about whether we were providing the right level of information to customers that would be really meaningful to them in order to sort of make a good assessment of how to use the technology. These service cards are actually intended for customers. They're not intended, for academic review. Now, that said, different organizations are doing this very differently. And I think one of the things that we probably need to progress as an industry is to come up with a standard of what the right level of information and benchmarking
Ms. Foster,
is.
can I just
provide that.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Can I just take you to the fact is that Stanford University has compared you, Amazon, with a whole series of players, and you've come well below the mark on everybody else when it comes to transparency. Don't you think there's a serious concern about the fact that a company such as Amazon can espouse the need for transparency, get such a low score, and self-regulate itself? Don't you think there's a need for regulation on this transparency question?
Potentially, at the very least, an industry standard around what the right level of transparency is. And it's not a matter of wanting.
There is a Stanford industry standard, and you're failing to meet it. So having a conversation.
Not an industry standard. There's an academic review.
Oh, sorry, an independent view rather than an Amazon view. All right, yeah.
So I think it's.
So you're against an independent view, are you?
I didn't say that. I said that I think what is warranted is greater industry consensus about what the best approach would be.
So when you say industry, it's a consensus, you're saying industry consensus, even though there's an academic review puts you at the bottom. And I'm asking you the question, do you believe that there should be a government regulatory transparency requirement on Amazon and your competitors?
I expect that there will be a level of reporting required by governments. We fully expect that to happen.
And do you agree that this should happen?
Yeah, I agree that it should happen. I think that there are aspects of that are, that we're working with a number of entities to explore the best ways of doing that. And in the best ways of doing that also, I think, are mindful of national security concerns around some of these models as well. So this is an active kind of discussion that we're having with governments as well as with amongst the industry. And it's something that we're exploring to make sure that we're providing the best information.
Can I just say, I mean, there are always can be national security concerns about any matters, but who walks across the street on a crossing and zebra crossing in Australia. But there is, I'm going to the question about privacy and community concerns and about transparency. It goes to this very important question about data sources that are used by Titan. According to Stanford, you did not disclose Amazon did not disclose how those sources were selected or curated. They did not disclose whether copyright, licensed or personal data is used. It did not disclose whether you take any steps to mitigate the presence of private information. So if developers were required to be transparent about these basic questions, would that improve public trust and confidence in AI? Because I would have thought it would.
So we do provide that information in many different ways. So just to slightly, we do
not
use
the Stanford scorecard, not to their standard, but
so
your standard, is it?
A lot of this information is available on our website. So I can't speak in detail to what Stanford reviewed. But we do.
So there's your internal review that you have say that's up to scratch, and the Stanford review, which is independent, which says the opposite. Doesn't that raise some serious concerns for you?
I think it's appropriate to ask questions about it, definitely. But I do know what information we have on our public website. So I can tell you that we do provide a lot of that information.
Well, Stanford has a very different view. I'll now go to Senator Darman.
Thank you. I just want to talk a bit about surveillance. Earlier this year, Amazon was fined €32 million in France for excessive and illegal surveillance of your warehouse workers. To quote from the report of the French Data Protection Authority, CNIL, the CNIL ruled that it was illegal to set up a system measuring work interruptions with such accuracy, potentially requiring employees to justify every break or interruption. They also ruled, and I quote again, the CNIL ruled that the system for measuring the speed at which items were scanned was excessive. Here in Australia, do you use the same surveillance systems that have been ruled to be illegal and excessive in France?
Senator, Thanks for the question, and I'm happy to respond. The first thing I'd say is that I understand that internationally Amazon strongly disagrees with CNIL's conclusions and, in fact, believes they're factually incorrect and has filed an appeal before the Council of State. I think our position is that the types of warehouse management systems that we use are industry standard. It's how we efficiently move products through our fulfilment network to reach customers. It's how we also ensure safety and a good working environment for our teams. So I would just note that it's not a conclusion Amazon agrees with. To your broader point about Australia, Senator, I can only speak to the practices within the Australian Operations Network. We don't use any form of artificial intelligence when it comes to employee productivity monitoring. That's not something that's done.
So no form of AI to surveil workers is being used in Australia?
No, Senator.
Okay. And is that an internal policy position that is likely to change?
Senator, I wouldn't call it an internal policy position. I would say that this is the way in which our fulfilment network operates. So we've been adopting advanced technologies, including AI and ML, for 25 years globally across our operations network. And we use systems to optimise the fulfilment network. What that means in practice is that we use, for example, generative AI to help forecast demand. We have inputs like weather patterns, like customer sales, and what that allows us to do is to ensure that we're stocking the right products in the right places. In fact, by adopting generative AI, I think we've seen a 10% improvement in the accuracy of those long-range forecasts. Those processes are entirely separate to the way in which goals are set for the associates in our fulfilment network.
Sorry, what's an associate?
So the associates are the teams, the people that we have working in our facilities, so in our fulfilment centres and throughout our logistics network.
They're commonly called
so there's no
workers.
relationship.
Workers.
Correct, Senator.
Yeah, right.
People in our teams that are working. But Senator, to go directly to your point, there's no relationship between the AI systems that we're using to optimise that fulfilment network and the way in which we assess performance.
Okay, thank you. Also this year, I understand that workers at an Amazon warehouse, not in Australia, but in St Louis, Missouri, filed an unfair labour practice charge with the National Labour Relations Board, which accused Amazon of using intrusive algorithms as part of a sweeping surveillance program to monitor and deter union organising activities. Similarly to, I guess, my other question about your approach to AI on surveilling your associates or workers on how they do their jobs, does Amazon engage in the same sort of approach here in Australia around union busting strategies?
Senator, I should first say I'm not familiar with the details of the overseas matter that you raised, but to specifically answer your question, we don't in any way surveil or monitor union activities in our Australian facilities. We facilitate dozens of lawful union rights of entry in our sites around Australia all the time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good to know. In Australia, there are some people calling for reforms on reasonable limits on worker surveillance, and it's good to hear that you're not using AI here in Australia. Is this something that Amazon would support, given you're not currently doing that?
Oh, look, Senator, it's not a policy issue I've given thought to, so I couldn't give you an answer here and now.
So you're not ruling it out?
Senator, I'm not the right person to give you that response, yeah.
Could you take that on notice for us?
Certainly.
Thank you. There's also been some recommendations put forward by academics, unions and others about the possibility for our existing occupational health and safety laws to be reviewed and applied to AI-related risks and harms. Is that something that Amazon has thought about and could support?
Look, again, Senator, I'm not aware of having a specific policy position on that. I mean, we do have, an extremely strong commitment to the safety of our teams, and it's something that we're looking to improve all the time. And I think our view is that, in fact, the adoption of AI and ML technologies in our fulfilment network, particularly advanced robotics, has actually led to really tangible improvements in the safety and the quality of the work that our workers are doing there. So in that sense, we're fully committed to ongoing safety improvements. But as to whether we have a policy view and what you've raised, I can't respond.
And what about in terms of, it's good to hear your commitment to safety around these things. I think the impacts on workers and the use of this technology, or the use of work intensification and monitoring, whether it's through the use of AI or other means, can certainly give rise to harm. Does Amazon approach your work, your engagement with staff, workers around this with consultative mechanisms and looking at your kind of regulatory rights and obligations in consultation with your staff? And what's your approach there?
Sure, Senator. So on your question about consultation, look, Amazon does focus on a direct engagement model with the people working right across our fulfilment network. There's multiple ways in which we're constantly seeking feedback and speaking to our teams, primarily having managers actually talking to their teams, all the time. But there's also other mechanisms, for example, something we call the Voice of the Associate Board that sits in our fulfilment centres and allows people to raise any issue they wish. So on that point, there's certainly mechanisms. On your wider point, I think the way in which we've been adopting these sort of technologies, globally for 25 years or more, certainly here in Australia, since the retail business launched in 2017, is that we're very much doing this with our workforce. And I did mention advanced robotics briefly, but I know some members of the committee have been to our current Australian robotics facility, BW2 at Kemps Creek. But just to give you sort of one brief example, I suppose, of the collaborative nature of this technology, the way that works is you've got people who are packing or picking orders sitting at an ergonomic workstation. The robotics, if you like, brings mobile shelves of units to those people, which they're able to pick or stow depending on what their task is. The way in which that works has been refined over years with a focus on the safety and the way in which people are working with that technology. And that means less repetitive motions, less lifting of heavy objects, less walking long distances. So I think just to come back to your question, Senator, this is very much about what can we do to support our people to make their jobs safer. And then, of course, there's a focus, as there always is at Amazon, on delivering for the customer.
Thank you. You talked about the direct approach. What does that mean exactly?
Senator, that means that we find it really valuable to have ongoing and open lines of communication with our people, with the people working across our fulfilment network.
And how many people are they?
Senator, I don't have a total figure for the fulfilment workforce. I can tell you that across Amazon and AWS in Australia, there's over 7,000 people working now directly. But I don't have a number specifically on that workforce that's in the fulfilment centres.
Okay. But around 7,000, so direct contact between those 7,000 individuals and their managers is your kind of prime means of getting their consultation and input and engagement around various workplace-related matters, along with Voice of the Associate. Is that right?
Yeah, so to be clear, Senator, Voice of the Associate is something that exists in our fulfilment centres, so our warehouses, if you like. The number of 7,000 that I've given you spans all of the people who are directly employed by Amazon across AWS, so the business that Nicole works for, along with Amazon Australia, the business I work for. And that includes, people in all sorts of roles, from software development engineers and, public policy roles such as myself, through to people who are, involved in sales and vendor management. It's a vast array of different people who are doing that work.
Okay. And so they're all direct employees?
Correct.
Yes. And so do you have indirect employees, I guess, that do work for you? For example, I think in the US you have delivery drivers that are not directly employed by Amazon who are also being surveilled through their vans using AI technology. Do you have that kind of arrangement in Australia?
So is your question is specifically, do we have contract workers who are not directly
Do you
employed?
have contract workers, and are they surveilled using AI?
So, Senator, let me take the first part of that question first. So in our fulfilment network, which includes people who are doing deliveries, we have a mix of directly employed folks and individual contractors. So within the fulfilment centres, it's a mix of people who are directly employed and then some agency hire. And that's particularly important for us as we are able to be flexible for seasonal variations. You know, as a retail business that's still fairly well in its early stages and adjusting to changes in customer demand. One of the things we use that agency workforce is to be able to add capacity when we need it, for example, around our Prime Day sales or Christmas. When it comes to the people who are delivering packages, we use a variety of different services, you know, including Australia Post. I think members of the committee may be familiar with our Amazon Flex service, which is our last mile delivery service that allows people to supplementary earning opportunities. They can choose a block of 4 hours or more several days in advance. And to answer your question, Senator, those people are individual contractors. They are not directly employed. So the second part of your question, I think, was about monitoring of people doing deliveries.
Yeah, or other, you know, contractors that you might have. You know, it's basically about, you know, what sort of, you know, you've got your direct employers and you've talked about what your approach is there, but what about your indirect suppliers who you call contractors, but, you know, are kind of individually working for you?
Sure, Senator. So with respect to people working in the fulfilment centres, the processes I've described in terms of, you know, that we assess performance are entirely consistent, whether that person is employed directly by Amazon or from an agency, right? So when I said that there's absolutely no use of artificial intelligence or ML in those processes, that's irrespective of who that person's employer is. When it comes to flex drivers, we don't track their activity in any way. There is a third type of delivery, which I think you alluded to in the United States, which is our delivery service partner program. That's quite new to Australia. It's only recently launched, and that's a model where we actually allow individuals to start their own delivery business. They then directly hire folks who do those deliveries. And again, Amazon plays no role in monitoring the work of those people.
Do you think it should?
Senator, what we have done is installed a safety system in the vehicles, which is actually designed to keep people safe delivering. So this has been, I think, rolled out in the United States for a number of years. And as a result, I think we saw a 35% reduction in collision rates. That led us to insist that the same sort of technology be applied to the DSP drivers who are working in Australia. It's a technology, I should say, that is working backwards from the idea of keeping the people driving safe and keeping the communities in which they're driving safe. It has privacy built in inherently. There's a whole range of protections to ensure it's not intrusive, that it's respectful, that it's in no way recording personal information, and in fact that it's only activating when there's a safety incident. There is no live feed or audio from that technology, and it's thoroughly focused, as I understand it, on keeping the drivers safe.
Thank you for that. I just got a question about, I understand that Microsoft has a copyright commitment for its Copilot customers, which says if a user of Copilot is sued for a copyright infringement, that Microsoft will defend the user and will pay any judgments or settlements that result from the lawsuit. Does Amazon have a similar commitment?
We do, yes.
You do. So could you talk about that a bit more?
So it's an indemnification, and I don't have the detail in front of me, so I may have to follow up with the detail to the committee if it's of interest. But it's particular to some of the services where that might be applicable.
And what sort of services would they be?
I don't want to speculate in front of the committee. It would be potentially one or two services that there could be copyright implications. We take a number of steps to protect copyright. So there's the technique, I think, is called memory suppression, which is intended to prevent the models from in the output outputting any copyrighted content from the model, which is why the company is also prepared to indemnify in those instances. So we use a lot of techniques to filter that from happening, but that's why there's a comfort around that policy.
Okay, so maybe just my last question. So that do I take in general terms then that you, in bringing this commitment into place, that you accept the proposition that developers of generative AI should be held legally liable for your outputs?
Oh, that is a very difficult question. I think that I'm not probably the right person to answer the question. I think that there's a lot of complexity in how the models could be leveraged that could result in sort of an unintended consequence. So there's a number of stages at which there's changes made to the model in terms of what happens. So there's the model in and of itself. And then if the customer is building an application, they will train the model on their own data. And so at that point, we have less control over the outputs of that system. In general, however, what the result of that stage of development is actually to put more guardrails on the system, not less. And there are a number of ways that those models could be deployed where the developer wouldn't necessarily have control over how the model is deployed. So I think it would be difficult to accept liability where we don't necessarily have control over a number of steps in that development process before it's deployed.
Okay. Can I ask one more?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess that goes to why. I guess it goes to what kind of data goes into your systems in the first place, doesn't it? And so your model needs to be trained on data that is copyrighted. So do you follow that approach?
So maybe I'll back up for a second. So when we think about the regulation of AI and the steps under which you would want sort of regulatory control, and I'm going to take a regulatory approach instead of a liability approach just because it's the one that I'm the most familiar with. But so at various stages of the process, during the development process, we use a variety of sources of data. We use licensed data sets, we use open source data sets, and we use publicly available data. And we do a lot of work at that front end to curate the data and remove inappropriate content. And inappropriate content can mean a vast number of things. Then during the training stage, the data may not have copyright. Like an example, it could be weather data. It could be geospatial data. It could be medical journal data. So there's a vast number of types of data that may be used to train the foundation model. Then once the foundation model is reviewed and tested, the actual deployment of that model normally would involve additional data from the customer. So that would be proprietary data that is owned by the organization. And then they will then configure the model and the data to suit their use case. So at that point, the developer has controls over certain aspects, and we have, from a responsible AI sort of perspective, we have 8 different dimensions that we're looking for in terms of the areas of the responsible development stage. And then during the next stage of deployment, you would want to review those dimensions in a separate instance, because the data is really only one small piece of whether or not a model is going to behave the way that you intend it to. And so you have to look at the output and then the real life sort of use case of how it actually operates in practice.
I think that clarifies it. It sounds quite limited, actually, in terms of the, I guess, the defence that you would apply, given what you just described the approach was in terms of each stage of development of whatever it is that could be subject of a lawsuit.
So, I mean, on that piece, I apologize. I don't have enough depth of expertise on the indemnity aspect of those decisions. But from a regulatory standpoint, one of the recommendations that we make, Senator, when we speak to policymakers is that to have a really effective regulatory regime, you want to ensure that you assign responsibility to the actor that has the most control at that various stage of the deployment. And so, there are aspects that we certainly have responsibility for we're both a developer and a deployer, so we're in no way exempt from any piece of this chain. But you want to make sure that you're assigning regulatory accountability where there is direct control of those aspects of the supply chain.
Thanks. I'll leave it there.
Thanks. Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today, albeit over Zoom. Does Amazon capture audio recorded from Alexa devices in Australian homes?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I'm happy to respond. So, Senator, the way in which Alexa works is it doesn't record any voice data until it hears the wake word, which is a word which the user of the device has specified. At that time, the device listens to the user's request and uses AI technology to put it in the right context. To go specifically to your question, Amazon does use some limited number of voice recordings at a global level to improve the service. That's something which all customers have the opportunity or the ability to opt out of. On your specific question of whether that applies to Australian customers, I don't have that data, Senator. But we do use voice recordings to improve the service, that's correct, and that's clearly stated in the terms of use.
If I might, as a backstop, ask you to take that question on notice in relation to Australian homes, but is there a difference in the Alexa physical model or software that's supplied to Australian homes and American homes and in different homes around the world?
Certainly in some respects, Senator, Alexa is localised in terms of the content, in terms of providing responses that are relevant to the country where people are using it, in terms of the language model, understanding the vernacular. So, yes, there's certainly elements which are localised. To your question, there would undoubtedly be other elements in the hardware and software which are more consistent across different countries.
What are the data sources you use to create that localisation?
Thanks for the question, Senator. So when someone asks Alexa a question, the first thing it does is uses an AI model to convert that speech to text, and then it seeks to provide the most relevant response. And it does that drawing on licensed content. In some cases, it does it drawing on content which Amazon itself has created, and it also draws on publicly available content. And so to your question, Senator, the licensed content we use in Australia comes from a variety of trusted and reputable sources across news, sport, health, and other areas. For example, we have licensing arrangements with the ABC, with news.com.au, with other news providers as well, to ensure that when someone asks that, we're surfacing the most relevant information from a trusted source that we can.
And in terms of what the key terms or the contracts look like, are you expressly contracting with them to use that licensed data for AI, or are you just purchasing the data and then using it across or for all purposes?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the details of those contracts.
Okay.
You must be familiar. Come on, Mr. Libby. You must be familiar with the concepts of what's in the terms of the contract. I mean, that's pretty stock standard questions you get asked about, what's the effect of, these sorts of arrangements on the community, and, it's a pretty common conversation happening out there and about not just with Amazon, but people in the AI space and technology more generally. You must be able to give us some insight about what your understanding is.
Sorry, Senator, is your question to the nature of the contracts we have with those news providers, the ABC and News Limited? And
it is. It's actually more general than that, which is, and I'm happy for you to generalise, or I'm happy for you to take it on notice, or both, which is when you refer to licensed data, are you expressly purchasing the licence or purchasing the use of that data for use in your AI models, or is it more generic than that?
So, Senator, to answer your question, which you asked with response to Alexa, my understanding is that we're licensing that data in order to provide responses when Australians ask a relevant question to an Alexa device in Australia. I don't know if that contract provides additional uses, but I certainly don't want to speculate and give you any incorrect information, but that's the purpose of licensing the data. It's not a license, as I understand it, that applies to any other Amazon service in any way.
Can I go back? Yeah, put that one on notice. Can I go back to one of the answers you gave earlier, very helpful, which is that some of those, some of the audio data is captured and then used to train the AI models and improve the service. I understood that correctly?
That's correct, Senator, yes.
And you, I think, gave some indication of the volume of the data collected as against the amount that's used then to source, the amount that's then used to train the AI models. And I think you described it as a little or something that suggested that it was a small proportion. Are you able to tell us what proportion that is?
Senator, I don't know a data point to describe, but my understanding is it's very limited. I understand there's no necessity to be collecting large amounts of data to do this, but I can't give you a figure.
When an Alexa system is being utilised by an Amazon customer, is that then also, is the information that's provided as a result of their requests to Alexa or the conversations that are captured then used to optimise service in other Amazon divisions?
Senator, I can't sort of speak specifically to a voice recording on Alexa, but I can certainly tell you that we use data across our businesses, to optimise them. So, for example, a customer can use their Amazon login to sign into Alexa, to Prime Video, to our store, and that's clearly set out in our privacy notice as something that we do in order to optimise that customer experience.
And does that, so can I take that answer as being, for instance, in Prime Video, or you make a number of selections, or you can purchase movies or other relevant services? I'm sure that's probably true on the Amazon Prime service more broadly. For something like Kindle, where you have the option to highlight passages and you have the option to make notes on a book or on a piece of work, is that data then captured by Amazon as well?
I don't know the answer, Senator.
Well, can I ask you this in terms of something to come back to us on? What, in addition to the information that's captured on Alexa, how does the data that is captured from the use of a service like Prime Video or Kindle then get used, if it does, to train the AI models that we're talking about? Is that something you can just take on notice and let me know?
Certainly, Senator. Look, the one thing I would, so happy to do that. The one thing I would say at a high level is that the driver for any of this sort of innovation is to improve the customer experience. So at the heart of Amazon is a recommendation engine of our online store, which is about trying to show people what they want to buy and to do that in the most accurate and efficient way possible. So to the extent that we're looking at data and being a data-driven business, it is first and foremost about trying to enhance that customer experience. But I recognise the question you asked me to take on notice, Senator, and I'll do so.
And in responding to that question, and I sort of go back to what your colleagues started this hearing with, which was a desire to educate and demystify, or for the purposes of demystifying AI. And the more detail you can provide, including by way of examples in relation to those questions, will assist us to do that. I think one of the concerns that I have, and I'm sure is shared by a number of members of this committee, is simply a lack of knowledge about what's being used and where and how it's being stored. Not so much how it's being stored, but what is being stored, how it is being stored in terms of its characteristics, and then what it's being used for. So some examples out of the Alexa service, the Amazon Prime service and the Kindle service would be really useful in order to basically educate us as to what's being done. And the more detail you can get into, the better, because at the moment it still looks like a black box to me. And the statements of principle that you've given, and I'm not criticising you for it, sit at a level of generality that don't really help my understanding beyond a very superficial level.
Senator, absolutely understood. I mean, the one point I might leave you with on that is that our privacy statement does set out very clearly the ways in which Amazon seeks to legitimately use customer data. It's got to focus on transparency and control. And just on that point of control, Senator, as I mentioned earlier, any Alexa user is able to control the way in which their data is used. Any Alexa user or user of our other services is able to go in and delete that data at any time, whether that's on our store or Alexa or Prime Video or another service. So there is certainly an ability that we work very hard on for users to be in control of their own data. But notwithstanding that, Senator, I understand the question you've asked me to take on notice.
When a user deletes their data from Alexa or from another Amazon service, is it possible then to disembed that data from an AI model that's been used to create it, or is that then completely separate? What I mean to say is you have permission initially, that data is then used to feed into one of your AI training programs or large data sets, and then the user says, I'm going to delete my data because I don't want the company having it anymore. Does that automatically disembed it out of those models, or is that data then baked into a different part of the system?
I'm not familiar with how that process works, Senator.
So it's a technique called disgorgement. I can speak a little bit about it in generality. In the case of, for example, your shopping preferences type of model, that's a reinforcement learning model. So that data doesn't actually, it's not reused in the model. The way the model works is it's trained to associate patterns that are kind of consistent patterns. And so sometimes data will be used at a point in time, but it's not individualized in any way. So disgorgement is a kind of evolving science, and we're working on ways to think about how we can do disgorgement in a more kind of practical way, because there's trade-offs when you think about disgorgement. So part of what we're looking for in data sets is as much diversity in the data set as possible, so that you have more accurate outcomes in the model. And if you end up with kind of specific trends around withdrawals of data, it's going to result in less efficient models, or less effective models, not efficient. But disgorgement it can also then manipulate the outcome of the model. So it's an evolving area of the science, and one that we're kind of constantly kind of investigating.
Thank you. To go back to the privacy policy or statement, there was a headline in the Australian Financial Review earlier this year which indicated the volume of time that it might take an average consumer to read all privacy policies they encounter in the course of their lives, and it's something like 46 hours a month was the headline number that was used. I think that empirically gives a truth to something that we all experience in our digital lives, which is we read privacy policies, terms and user statements, or get very long statements sent at us at a number of different levels, and it would be prohibitive in terms of time to read them all. How do the default systems work in relation to the Amazon privacy policy? I think, Mr. Levy, you said opt-out earlier. For the Alexa model, is it essentially that everything's ticked until someone goes through and unticks it in terms of the data that's collected by Alexa?
Senator, if you're referring to data from Alexa being used, for example, for improving the system, as you said, or potentially being shared, then that is on an opt-out basis. Customers are able to go in and opt out of that.
A slightly different tack. Through the Prime Video, Kindle, Audible systems and publishing businesses, you have an enormous volume or a massive library of filmed, written and recorded works from Australian creatives. has that content been used to train AI models?
I'm not familiar with the answer to that question, Senator.
If you could take that on notice, could I also ask, could your AI be used to generate content that imitates or mimics that work?
The technology has that. So generative AI technology has that capability, but there are filters that are applied to prevent that in particular instances in order to protect copyright.
Are you able to elaborate on what those filters are and kind of give us a little bit more description of those?
So, and there's a number of classifiers that are used. So there's a number of safeguards that are used to address some of those concerns. So there are both input, and this is specific to generative AI models. There are both input and output filters to reduce the likelihood, for example, of the spread of harmful content. There's automated abuse detection to detect and block potentially harmful content. And then there's classifier guardrails in Bedrock specifically that filter harmful content, detect misuse patterns, automate abuse detection, and address compliance concerns. That includes copyright compliance concerns.
So that's an abuse or harm-related filter. I guess my question was really around the use of creative copyrighted materials. I mean, it seems to me at least, and you would be more familiar with Amazon's business than I am, starting from that premise, that it's fairly simple to answer whether Amazon uses its libraries on Prime, Audible, Kindle, Creative Services in order to train its AI models.
I would need to verify, but I believe the answer is no.
Okay, if you could verify that, that would be good. Last month, before this committee, the Association of Voice Actors made a submission and gave evidence. And one of the issues that they raised was that their members are presented with contracts in pro forma terms from studios or other intermediaries on behalf of Audible, and the requirements of those contracts or the terms of those contracts, to quote their submission, required the handing over of, and this is where the quote begins, all present and future copyrights and similar and related rights in all languages, formats and media, and then also later apparently stated, unconditionally waives in perpetuity the benefits of any provision of law known as moral rights, and consents to all current and future forms of exploitation of the rights granted to the producer under this agreement. Now, the concern of the voice actors that was expressed before this committee was that it granted, in effect, Amazon the right to steal their voices or to utilise their voices under those terms for future narration or for creating facsimiles or approximations of those voices without recognition or payment. Do either of you want to address that concern and the potential issues from those terms?
Look, Senator, thank you for the question. My understanding is that across Amazon, including at Audible, Audible doesn't permit the depiction of a person's voice or likeness without their consent. I think Audible has a very strong commitment to the professional narration community. There are emerging issues around the use of text-to-voice technology, and I think Audible is attempting to navigate those in a thoughtful way, including talking to the narrator community about those issues.
Accepting some of the aspects of what we discussed earlier around how people deal with or sign up to terms and service agreements, and that perhaps many of these permissions are default yes until opted out of. What are the ways you think that we might regulate in order to ensure that where people are using, for instance, these types of materials or potentially agreeing or consenting to these types of arrangements, they are more ably informed about the potential consequences in a way that's practical in terms of a day-to-day experience or for someone who, as we all do, live busy lives.
Look, thanks for the question, Senator. And I think I understand what you're saying. So I think from Audible's perspective, this particular issue, is a fairly nascent and fast-moving one. I think they're just sort of at the beginning of conversations around this, including with professional narrators. Senator, I can't offer you a view on future regulation on this, other than to say that it's something Audible is clearly invested in terms of continuing to hire professional narration for their works.
One of the other matters they raised was that the Voice Actors Association and the MEAA had developed what they referred to as an AI rider, which sought to prohibit companies like Audible using AI to create synthesised voice or likenesses of the actor. And they say that was their submission to us, that Audible has consistently refused to accept those terms. Based on your earlier answer, Ms Foster, that the content wasn't being used to train your AI or create facsimiles or synthesis of these materials or these actors, why is that what's the reason for that refusal?
Senator, I'm happy to engage on the question of Audible specifically. My understanding, as I say, is that they continue to work through these issues, but that at this stage, Audible isn't planning to make changes to their current contracts.
But that's not quite an answer to my question, though. I understand that's a position that says you're not going to accept something like this, but my question was why?
Senator, that's the extent of the information I have about this topic.
Okay, well, it certainly would assist if you're able to provide some of that rationale on notice. If you choose not to, that's, of course, a matter for the company. Thank you, Chair.
Well, I just want to follow that. So you're just saying to all those actors, to creatives out there, there's no reason why we're doing it, because we're not going to tell you, we're just doing it. So you're not going to tell us the why. You have the audacity to sit there and not tell us the why. Like, Mr. Levy, you've got responsibility. You've come to the hearing. We want to know, the public wants to know why you've made that decision, and we want to cross-examine that legitimacy or otherwise. Quite frankly, at the moment, there's no legitimacy as far as I can see.
Look, thanks, Chair, for the question. So, again, my understanding is that this is something that Audible is approaching thoughtfully. They're speaking with the professional narration community. They're also exploring the way in which publishers and creators want to use text-to-speech technology to reach customers more broadly. So to your specific question, Senator, as to why this technology would be explored, it would be because there may be a preference of some publishers and creators to actually reach audiences using text-to-speech technology.
It still defies belief that you're unable to tell us whether Amazon has used the work of the Australian creatives across Audible, Kindle and Prime Video to train your AI models. Your answers provide no comfort to people worried about they're getting ripped off as a result of their life's work. And if I was a writer or a voice actor listening to this, I'd be terrified. What do you say to that, Mr. Levy?
Senator, look, I understand the question. I think Ms Foster indicated that on that specific query about whether that content is being used to train AI models, that is something we would be happy to come back to the committee on.
Well,
Can I add a little bit of sorry, Chair.
No, I'm going to this is a particularly critical issue about a very fundamental piece of information about using the various models you've got to turn around, and you've asked for consent, you've demanded consent to all current, I'm using the terminology in the language that's used in the contracts, consent to all current and future forms of exploitation of the rights to granted to the producer under this agreement. So you've actually said that you're going to have the full rights to everybody's creative presence to use in any fashion you like. And if you don't take it, then leave it, we'll find somebody else. That's not a negotiation, and you've just said it now. You have no intention, as you understand from Amazon, to make any change to that. I find it reprehensible, and it does require governments to act.
Chair, may I?
Yes, Ms. Foster.
For a few thoughts. Thank you. As we think about copyright and the role of copyright, there is a replicating somebody's content obviously would be a copyright infringement. But reading a book or hearing a song and learning from that is not against what copyright is intended to protect. And so there is, I think that the technology has sort of thrown some new questions at us to consider in terms of what the meaning of copyright is and how it was intended. Now, as policymakers who are thoughtful about the role of Australia in light of this AI technology, I wanted to share a couple of thoughts for you about some of the considerations that you might want to have as you think about changes to the copyright regime. So I'm Canadian, not American, and as you probably will know, the vast majority of technology that is AI technology is either American-based or it is Chinese-based. And so those of us that live in parts of the world that are not the US and China, but are interacting with this technology, I'm very conscious of the fact that some of our content and whether it's our cultural references or minority language is going to be left out. And so as we think about how we want to kind of participate in this technology and the impact that it's going to have on our citizens is ensuring that it is actually representative of our own society. And so there may be trade-offs that you want to consider about the availability of content that is specific to your region versus not just having a highly protective regime. So Japan actually has been very articulate about these considerations and wanting to ensure that Japanese cultural references and content and sensibilities are part of this emerging technology. And so just part of the thinking of how you think about what priorities you want to make as you think about what might need to change in this policy context, there's some things that you might want to think about that might be potential benefits.
Well, can I and thank you for that evidence, and it's largely contained within your submission, and I appreciate that. It does go to this more broader point, and that is about creatives and the similarity of listening and learning a song, but then propagating that song and how it's sung to monetize it on behalf of Amazon is a different thing, isn't it?
I would agree with you, and something like that would most likely be in contravention of our responsible use policy. So we do have both terms of service and a responsible use of AI policy that we would consider that an infringement of those policies.
So it's certainly within the in your point about cultural significance of and how AI interacts, and your identification, obviously, of the Chinese and the US dominance in that space, and how we actually deal with cultural sensitivities, whether we be in Australia, Canada, or South Africa. But isn't it also part of the Australian culture should be reflected in AI outputs? Shouldn't it, if we would say if you're stealing without paying for recognition, and that's financial recognition as well as personal recognition, that's still stealing. That's part of the Australian culture.
So I think we may see emerging regimes around licensing that maybe better answer some of these questions. But there are different copyright regimes around the world, and I know Australia, this isn't relevant to Australia, but there's a fair use doctrine. Some jurisdictions have actually specific exemptions for text and data mining. So that thinking about copyright regime, I think you need to think about both the input end of copyright and the output end of copyright. So you may want to think about more flexibility on the learning and the training of how that data is used or how that content is used, and then focus more effort on suppressing what is outputted from the model. So there's sort of two ends of how you can think about copyright and AI, but the availability of content is going to be, I think, key in kind of ensuring that non-dominant cultures are represented in this technology. And this technology is becoming very influential in a lot of aspects of our world.
Absolutely. Senator Gosh.
Thank you. One of the answers you gave a moment ago, Ms Foster, said that there is a difference or a distinction drawn between replicating creative content and learning from that content to produce something new. And I think intuitively that made sense to me at a human level. Do you draw a distinction between when the thing that's learning from the content of a human is another human, perhaps across the course of their creative life, as distinct from a machine that's learning from that content and generating a vast amount of content itself? Is there a conceptual distinction in the way that you make that point?
I don't think there, I mean, for me, there isn't. The concept of, copying, and like, for example, if you photocopy a textbook rather than purchase the textbook, is an infringement of copyright. Versus I'm reading the textbook, I'm taking notes from the textbook, and I'm learning from that textbook and then applying that knowledge elsewhere. It's an analogy, but it's really a very similar concept. So the models are not, the output of the model should not, in this analogy, should not copy the inputted information. It should learn from it and extract from it and then produce something different. The issue I think that we would be, like from a copyright standpoint, is directly copying that information would be a copyright infringement. Also, again, another infringement, slightly different, would be copying the likeness of an individual without their express consent. So it also actually, some of this technology actually opens up potential commercial opportunities for actors and artists if they want. There could be potential opportunities, for example, for a famous actor who's invited to film a commercial in Japan and he has zero interest in flying to Japan to make that commercial, and actually licensing his likeness to be used in a particular way to produce a commercial to sell a product. And so there's an opportunity for that celebrity to license their likeness without actually having to go and film a commercial. So, in that sense, it's a different type of licensing opportunity for that individual.
Yes, I have.
That's it. Sorry, just a brief follow-up, then I'll go to Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, just on that point, I mean, I would completely disagree with that, because I think the example you gave was a really good one in terms of an individual entering into a commercial arrangement to allow their image to be used digitally when they are not able to travel. I think the question in terms of the voice actors, I think completely diminishes their point that they have a craft, they have a voice. It is, it's not simply using the words of something that someone else has written that is the copyright issue. The copyright issue is their craft and their life's work in terms of using their voice as a means of expression. So I think in terms of maybe the question is, what do we describe copyright as? Because I think you've described it, the image of an individual can't be copied without their consent, but Audible seems to be able to think that you can copy someone's voice. You can force them to consent, but if they don't consent, then they can't continue their craft. So that seems to me a little...
Well, I think this is in the context of a discussion in a contract, but I think the fact that it is an element of discussion in the contract is part of kind of the fact that it is viewed as something that would be licensed. It's not something that is.
But it's never been agreed to, as we understand it. So if they don't agree, then they don't get the contract.
I can't speak to that. I don't know the elements of
You don't need to. I think we already know the answer to it. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks both for your attendance today. I assume you accept that Amazon, through Audible and its other platforms, has a fair amount of market power. Say, for example, just on the audiobook space. Do you know what kind of share of the audiobook market Amazon has in, say, Australia?
Deputy Chair, I don't have that number, no.
Yeah, but it's significant. What would be your competitors in the space?
Thank you.
Senator, I understand there are other providers of audiobooks. I'm not an expert, so I don't want to speculate.
Yeah. Well, without you speculating, I will put to you that you have a significant market share in Australia. I'm assuming you wouldn't deny that.
Senator, again,
Okay.
I don't have a number that I can share with you.
Well, the difficulty I have with some of the answers about, it's a contractual arrangement with voice actors, is there's such an asymmetry of power between a global entity of the size of Amazon and an individual voice actor, whether they're in Australia or the United States. Can we agree that there's an asymmetry of power there?
Senator, if your question is about the specific use of this text-to-speech technology, again, I would say it's a limited project at this stage in a small number of places. It's not occurring in Australia at this time, and it's done with the consent of those who are signing the contracts. I understand the point you're making, Senator, but that's Audible's position at this time, is this is not a well-established area of technology. It's something they're exploring.
Well, I want to drill into your use of the word consent. And you see, it's that issue of consent that I was trying to tease out with you when I said there's an asymmetry of power between a global entity the size of Audible and an individual voice actor. You say consent. How do you ensure that there is consent when there's such an asymmetry of power?
Look, Senator, again, my understanding is that Audible's contracts don't permit the depiction of a person's voice or likeness without them signing that contract.
Well, you see, one of the other options would be that you prohibit the sale of those intrinsic human qualities. We would say that they're not tradable. The way you walk, your voice, the timbre and tone of your voice, your face, your image, these things are so intrinsically attached to a human that they shouldn't be able to be traded and sold. Has Amazon considered that kind of framework ever? A human-centred framework?
Look, Senator, I can't speak to that. I mean, I would go back to Ms Foster's point, which is that the idea of professionals licensing their likeness, be it their voice or their image, is not necessarily a new thing, and in fact opens up many opportunities for creatives of all types. But to your specific question, Senator, is that a policy position that Amazon has considered? I can't speak to that.
Well, what I'd suggest to you is...
go, Ms. Sorry, Senator. That would be a novel idea. It's not something I've heard before.
Well, you see, we prohibit a number of things being sold and traded. You'd be aware of moral rights for creative works, Ms. Foster?
That's not a familiar term to me.
Well, I mean, it should be something that Amazon is familiar with, because not only in Australia but also in the United States, it's not permissible to fundamentally change artistic works, and sometimes that can be architectural works, sometimes it can be works of art, without the consent of the author, and the author cannot sell that, cannot sell that consent. They can't hand over all of their moral rights to an artwork. It's prohibited. Are you aware of? I imagine it's something that would come across if you're scooping up on a global level works of art. You'd have to be aware of moral rights frameworks.
I'm not a copyright expert. No, I'm more. My expertise is elsewhere.
Well, you see, moral rights are considered to so intrinsically attached to a creative person's that they're not able to be sold. They're not able to be traded. It's a well understood legal practice in both the United States and Australia. So far from being novel, the concept that there are certain intrinsic human features or rights that can't be sold and traded, it's far from novel. And I'm assuming that Amazon would be aware of moral rights. It's not novel, is it, Ms. Foster?
It's not something, as I said, just because I'm not familiar with it doesn't mean that others aren't familiar.
Well, did you want to take that on notice, what Amazon does in order to ensure that creative people's moral rights aren't infringed in the way in which Amazon uses AI? Did you want to take that on notice?
Happy to follow up on that question, yes.
Well, you see, there are certain things that we don't allow people to do. We don't allow people to enter into contracts of slavery. We don't allow people to enter into contracts that are for child labour. There are certain points where we actually draw the line and we say, well, that's actually not permissible. And do you agree that there are those kind of boundaries where it's not just a matter of consent, that there's a public interest in saying certain contracts, and I'll give you those examples, slavery and child labour, we can draw a line there, can't we?
Absolutely.
Because we recognise that there's a public interest, and we recognise, for example, in the case of a child, even though a child may consent to the labour contract, they may want to get paid $18 an hour, that there's a public interest in preventing that because there's an asymmetry of power, isn't there? Do you agree?
Understood. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, in many ways, we have the same issues arising of an asymmetry of power and public interest when we have a large global player like Amazon on one side and, say, a voice actor on the other. That there's a public interest in ensuring that that relationship and that asymmetry can't be exploited to take an incredibly important personal attribute of the voice actor and then monetize it for a large global player. There's a public interest there, isn't there?
There could be, Senator. It also provokes a few other questions for me around, many aspects of art are licensed in different ways. You can buy a Monet pencil case and it's perfectly, I would argue Monet probably did not want to end up on a pencil case. But artists have the ability to license their work in a number of different ways, whether it's specific language or specific translation. And so I think I understand the line you're trying to draw, but there's also, incredible opportunities for creatives with this technology and how it allows them to potentially scale their creativity in different ways. And so I think it's an excellent discussion to have. I think it provokes a lot of questions for me about how do you kind of create the right framework that enables creativity, but also protects the most vulnerable. But I think it's a fascinating policy discussion to have.
Is this the kind of policy discussion Amazon is having as it begins these trials, in this case, of using people's voice patterns, using that intrinsic, personal attribute, and putting it through AI in novel products? Is this the kind of internal discussion Amazon is having?
In slightly different ways. So, our team workshops different ideas to think about how do we provide creative policy solutions that are win-win, that policymakers could accept. We are quite aware that the issues around copyright around the world are at different stages of those discussions, and that technology has provoked new ways of answering these questions. And policymakers are weighing the trade-offs between protecting content and protecting creative content, but also ensuring a competitive economy. And so we do workshop ideas on the policy team to try to see if we can come up with ideas for consideration for policymakers. Absolutely.
Could I just go on a different topic? Amazon has fairly recently announced its partnership with Anthropic. I think it was the beginning, at the end of last year was when that was announced. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of the timing, but yes, I remember the announcement.
Yeah. Is that partnership operating within Australia?
I believe so, in the sense that through Bedrock, the Anthropic model, Bedrock is available in Australia, and the Anthropic model is available through Bedrock in Australia.
Yeah. I know that UK regulators have commenced an investigation of concerns that Amazon's relationship with Anthropic may produce anti-competitive outcomes, that indeed the substantial ownership stake that Amazon has taken in Anthropic potentially reduces competition in the market in the UK. Do you have any update on where those proceedings are at?
I don't know the detail of the proceedings. I can speak a little bit more broadly about where we see the competition landscape in terms of AI more broadly, if that would be useful to you.
It might be a good starting place, Ms. Foster, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, the stake that we have in Anthropic, as you know from the press release, is fairly small. We don't have a seat on their board of directors. But so beyond the press release, I don't have a lot of detail to share. But in terms of the broader landscape on AI, our approach is really to facilitate customer choice. So one of the things that our customers have experienced, and many have experienced, is that different models have different strengths and different weaknesses or features. And so depending on what your use case is, customers are appreciating very much the opportunity to test different use cases or test different models for their use case. So some are better at summarization, some are better at generating content, some are better at speed, and some are actually more cost efficient. So for a number of reasons, a different model may suit that customer's use case. So our approach has been to create an environment where customers will have the choice of multiple models, including open source models, in addition to proprietary models. And so it's an extremely rich competitive environment, in fact. And in addition to that, some of the biggest model providers, or most successful model providers, I should say, such as Anthropic, but that includes Cohere, Hugging Face, Mistral, and others, nobody had heard of 3 years ago. So there certainly seems to be, and in fact, I would argue they are actually creating the most advanced and some of the best models on the market today. So there seems to be a really rich landscape of competition in this space, and different models are proving to be successful in different contexts, and so it's a pretty rich environment.
Well, indeed, Ms. Foster, it is potentially a rich environment, unless a large number of those smaller startups, which are providing that kind of competition, are hoovered up by the big tech players. And indeed, that's part of the concern that the British authorities have taken in relation to Amazon's stake in Anthropic. And I don't mean to single you out. There's also concern about Alphabet's partnership with Anthropic that's been viewed as potentially anti-competitive in the United States. In some ways, it's a bit of the Wild West out there, isn't it? With startups popping up, and then when they become successful, you might describe it as a partnership. Others might describe it as a method of co-opting a competitor. Do you think we should be mindful of ensuring that there's competition in this sector?
Yes, I do. I don't think the Anthropic, the relationship between AWS and Anthropic, I don't think is an example of any sort of thwarting of competition at all. But I would encourage, those investigations to kind of move forward.
Well, you see, if there's an equity stake between Amazon and Anthropic, and with that equity stake comes a collaboration rather than a competition between the two platforms, that at least raises issues about competition, doesn't it? Because you're not competing, you're collaborating.
Well, in some ways, there is collaboration. There's also very strong competition. So we are, also have our own generative AI models that we're looking to develop as well. And we actually promote quite significantly the other models that are on our platform. We support startups significantly with a lot of go-to-market support. We advance, our competitors' models as much as we advance our own models, and it's all from the perspective of supporting what the customer needs. So we do compete, but we also are looking to provide the best experience for customers and giving them the choice of different models, but still within the security of the AWS cloud.
Do you disclose your equity interest in Anthropic when you offer the choice?
I believe it's public knowledge.
No, that's not my question though, Ms. Foster. When you're offering the choice, do you disclose the equity interest with Anthropic when you're offering choice?
I'm not sure. It's not. Do you mean is it? I mean, if you're in the console and you're playing around with different models, it's not flagged in the console. No.
Well, don't you think that your customers have a right to know that you may well profit from them choosing Anthropic over the other platforms? Don't you think that would be a kind of minimum?
Don't you think that they would assume we would somehow be profiting from their choice of using any models on our cloud?
Are you profiting in that way with equity ownership in the other models?
No, but when they're interacting with our console, I would presume they realize that they're spending money on AWS.
Well, I would have thought it's important if you're proposing to be offering, and I assume you're saying that you offer them in a neutral manner, the different platforms in a neutral manner. Is that what you? That's the import of what I took from your evidence.
So neutral in the sense that we don't recommend a model that would be not fit for the customer's purpose.
Yeah. So if you're purporting to, and I'm not familiar with how it appears to a customer, but if you're purporting to offer them in a neutral fashion, don't you think the customers should have a right to know if you have an equity stake in one as opposed to the other? Because then you have a more informed customer who could perhaps inquire a little bit more deeply as to your suggestion.
So that information is not secret.
But you're hardly going to Google it at the point of the transaction, are you? Our
customers, if I may, Senator, our customers that are operating at that sophisticated of a level that they are implementing generative AI, it would be very well known among that very sophisticated customer base who is doing what in the sector. It's a very sophisticated customer that is deploying generative AI.
Well, what is your equity stake in Anthropic? Because I can't. And what, if any, role do you have on management or the sort of board of Anthropic? What is Amazon's current stake?
There is no board position or influence at the board level or at the management level of Anthropic.
And what is the equity stake? What proportion of Anthropic's equity does Amazon hold?
I would have to verify if that's publicly available information first, but second, I also don't know the number offhand.
Yeah. Well, so it's my understanding that's not publicly available. But that being said, I'm perhaps not the sophisticated customer. There may be some searches that would identify the extent of the equity ownership. I don't see that as publicly available. And if it's not publicly available, I come back to my point about ensuring that there's a competitive relationship, there's a competitive industry. And for myself, it raises concerns if that's not publicly available and it's not advised to your customers at the point you're proffering Anthropic products on your service. Do you say that's not a concern?
I understand why you would be concerned by it. I think the flip side of what potentially, to be concerned about is that that accessing really significantly advanced infrastructure means you're stuck with only one choice of model. So we have a very strong platform, and a number of customers already have their data on AWS. So they are not in any way isolated to using one model or another. We are extremely thoughtful about their use case and what is going to perform best for their use case, as is the customer. So they are testing and telling us which ones are the best for them. This is in no way a directed endeavor. They are very much exploring and testing against different models that perform best for them against various criteria that they might have. And that can be a variety of criteria.
Could I just ask one final question? Is the basis upon which Amazon is making those offerings, it's probably in the basis of an algorithm, is that transparent to your customers? Can they review the basis upon which you're making those offerings?
It doesn't. So the console is not in any way set up that way. It's a very technical process of how you build your API. It's not. There isn't. It's if you're thinking about it like shopping on Amazon.com, that would be a really poor comparison for understanding how you operate in the console. It is, it's a very, I don't know how to describe it other than it's something that would probably give most of us an allergic reaction. It's a highly technical environment, and you enter that with a lot of kind of knowledge and understanding of what you're trying to build. It's not an environment where there's no recommendation engine, for example, associated with how you operate in that environment.
All right. I'll just finish with this observation. I have no basis on which to say that your evidence about offering different platforms based upon what's in the best interest of the customer is untrue. But I also know no way of testing whether it's true or not. And that seems to create an asymmetry of power at a minimum between your platform and people using the customers, and potentially an environment where Amazon and other platforms can make these assertions, but nobody can test them. And that's not good for trust, is it?
Well, I think the customer does test them. The customer does test against different models in their environments in terms of the performance. These are not small purchases that they are making. So I can assure you that these are the criteria for this is not because somebody's advancing a particular model toward them. This is a big decision in terms of how they're going to invest and build in a generative AI application, and it's going to be based on much more sophisticated criteria than the suggestion to try one or the other. They are more than likely trying multiple models that perform best for their use case, as they should, and there's usually extensive testing involved of multiple options before anything is actually put into production. So it's an extremely complex building process. I think there's a lot more complexity to these decisions. It's not something that would be taken lightly by an organization, and it's an extremely big investment for them to make.
Thanks, Ms. Foster.
Thank you very much. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this morning. In your submission, you mentioned the watermarking technology that's been introduced with your Titan image generation tool. I'm interested in how confident you are that this, I understand it's an invisible watermark, cannot be removed.
Correct, yes, Senator.
Yeah. And it's impossible to remove that watermark?
It's new technology, but it's embedded in a way that is extremely difficult to break. Mm-hmm. So we were one of the first companies to come out with a watermark. It was part of a political commitment that we made a year ago at the White House that we would work to develop this technology, and we've done so.
Mm-hmm. And is watermarking something you think should be embedded across the board, should be mandatory for AI-generated content?
Yes, it should be the industry standard. And
how do you think about invisible watermarking versus sort of visible watermarking, and people being able to, the average person looking at something on the screen being able to tell, well, actually this is an AI-generated image?
Yeah, I think that there is, I think that potentially we may need to consider further ways of identifying images, particularly when they're shared. Unfortunately, I don't think that there is a silver bullet solution yet to how we address the issue of identifying AI-generated content. We're making progress against that with initiatives like watermarking, but it is admittedly incomplete.
I'm interested to dig into this a little bit more, because clearly watermarking is an acknowledgement that there should be a way to know if something has been created using artificial intelligence. I'm interested in why an invisible watermark versus something that is obvious. So when you see a piece of content, you know, okay, this is AI generated.
Yeah, I think as an example, if you're watching a movie and you know that there are special effects, there will be metadata within the film that identifies how those special effects, that they are not, it's not, in one case, maybe it is Tom Cruise jumping off of a building, or it could be an AI-generated special effect. And I think the thinking there is how do you sort of use watermarking or the identification of AI-generated images appropriately, that it doesn't sort of interfere with a great kind of viewing experience. So I think there are potentially different contexts to consider how and where we need to do these things, and I think we're still working through some of those questions as we discuss that with policymakers. I think these are the right questions to ask.
But surely there's a pretty stark difference between watching a Mission Impossible, which I think everyone assumes will have quite a bit of CGI in it, versus images that are popping up on social media feeds, in the news. That seems to me a totally different thing.
They are different things, I agree. And that's why I think how we implement the measures to identify AI-generated content needs to take those contexts into consideration. So I think there's some technical work that we are investing in and we are doing. I think there's also a lot of policy work that needs to take place in collaboration with governments. I think we need we need some good discussions between industry and policymakers, I think, to get this right.
Mm-hmm. And what other measures is Amazon taking to prevent AI from being used to spread misinformation or influence public opinion in ways that could undermine democratic processes?
Yeah, so we are one of the companies that signed on to the Munich Tech Accord to fight disinformation. And as part of that, we've implemented our watermarking solution. We're also looking at other potential standards that may help us advance those commitments. But I share the concern of policymakers around that issue.
Mm-hmm. And just finally, I'll put a few more on notice. I know we're running up on time. Senator Shoebridge was touching on this. Given the significant economic advantages AI offers to large corporations like Amazon, how does Amazon, as a company, reconcile the potential widening gap between corporate power and individual rights, especially in terms of influence over democratic governance? How are you grappling with this as a huge company?
Well, I wish we were actually able to spend even more time on it than we do. I'm someone who's been volunteering on elections since I was 17 years old. So, I have a huge personal investment in democratic processes. I think, as I mentioned, we are part of a global discussion on these things and global collaborations with other technology companies to advance the right kinds of research and the right kinds of technical solutions that will mitigate some of these things. We also have a responsible use policy, as I mentioned earlier, and that responsible use policy includes addressing the misuse of our technology in the context of disinformation and misinformation. We also have some suppression techniques around publicly known individuals. There is a series of classifiers that will filter. Well, first of all, those classifiers will flag when there are prompts being made that would generate disinformation, and then classifiers on the output of those prompts as well. So we're actively working on some of the technical solutions. But again, I think that we need to work more closely with policymakers on and what the implications of when we find actors that are misusing the technology. We can't do the same. We don't have the same opportunity of enforcement that potentially governments do. And so we're limited in that sense. And so I think that we need to work closely with governments to address some of these concerns.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. And I want to thank you both for coming on, and particularly Ms Foster, you are in a beautiful part of the world, Toronto. I was there last year around the same time.
I wish I was visiting you in person.
Next time.
But thank you again very much for and I know it's quite getting late in the evening, so again, thank you for your time. And Mr Levy, thank you again for joining us today. And for questions that you've taken on notice, it would be of assistance to the committee to send the answers to the Secretary by the 30th of August 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
We'll now suspend until 11:15. Ready to go? Yep. I now welcome representatives from Google via video conference. Good, thanks very much. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today?
My name is Amica. I'm a senior Thank you, Chair. My name is Lucinda Longcroft. I'm here as the Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy for Google here in Australia and New Zealand.
Thank you, Ms Longcroft. Ms Doshi, are you there with us? No, when she's not there.
Oh, there we go.
Hello, Ms Doshi. Would you just like to introduce yourself and if you could just say your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today? Can you hear us, Ms Doshi? It's okay. We'll just ask the Secretariat to make a contact. But Ms Longcroft, are you able to do an opening statement, a brief opening statement, and I'll open up for questions?
Certainly. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Chair Sheldon, Deputy Chair Senator Shoebridge and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. We welcome this inquiry into Australia's adoption of AI. Google's mission is to organise the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. We are deeply committed to Australia and have been operating here for 23 years. We invest more than $1 billion a year in this country and have established a world-class AI research centre here in Sydney. And we employ over 2,000 people working to build a stronger digital future for all Australians. Under our Digital Future Initiative, Google is investing a further $1 billion in Australia's digital infrastructure, research and partnerships. This is heavily focused on AI and includes the establishment of a world-class research centre in Australia. The potential for AI to fundamentally transform and lift Australia's economy is immense. Australia is well positioned. With our leading AI research capability, world-class universities and highly skilled workforce, to capitalise on AI's significant opportunities. Australia can lead if we can foster widespread use. We're already seeing a tremendous positive impact from the use of AI in Australia. For example, AI is already improving the lives of people who have difficulty hearing. Our AI experts are working with Cochlear and partners from Australia's hearing research community to develop the next generation of hearing-assisted technology. AI is also already helping keep Australians safe. For over a decade, we've worked with Australian fire agencies to deliver crisis response alerts. AI is now helping to detect and manage large fires in real time. So if Australians search for a fire close to them on search or maps, they'll see a map of the fire and the boundaries in an accessible format, along with trusted safety information and recommendations from state and territory fire agencies. These examples are just a few of the scientific applications Google is working on here in Australia. But like electricity, AI will be vital for all organisations in our society. On our platforms alone, it's a key factor in protecting Australians from scams, detecting harmful content, and blocking cybersecurity threats from ever reaching people's inboxes. Realising Australia's AI promise will require focused investment from government and policy frameworks to give businesses the necessary regulatory certainty to safely innovate. We offer 3 broad recommendations and our robust support for Australia to unlock the AI opportunity and to ensure that its benefits are democratised. First, the private and public sector should invest in innovation, including research and development. Infrastructure is a major enabler, and we recommend a cross-government review of policies aimed at creating an enabling environment for investment in digital infrastructure. Workforce capability is the second area we recommend be closely examined. As Australian organisations invest in this technology, we will naturally develop an AI-ready workforce. We encourage the government to play an active role and consider how to accelerate this process by adopting AI within government service delivery. This will have an economic impact. Research commissioned by Australia's National Artificial Intelligence Centre revealed that Australian businesses have experienced average revenue growth of more than $361,000 for each AI-enabled solution they've implemented. AI can be harnessed to empower workers, helping them to become more productive, increase their expertise, and develop valuable skills. Third, the government should ensure that Australians continue to have access to cutting-edge AI products. We've long taken pride here in Australia in being early adopters, and a regulatory environment that doesn't put barriers between Australians and the latest AI tools will naturally allow people across our society to innovate and lift their skills. Google is committed to working with the Australian Government on an AI governance approach that mitigates AI risks while enabling innovation to flourish. We believe that the global approach to AI must be both bold and responsible. AI is too important not to regulate, and too important not to regulate well. At Google, we take a responsible approach at each stage of the AI lifecycle. This approach starts with research to inform model development that encompasses topics such as data protection and adversarial
Let's
testing.
explore responsible AI across the lifecycle. That's a great statement. It highlights the...
There is Google stepping in to be responsible on my side. Since 2012, our researchers have published more than 300 papers on the topic of responsible AI, aiming to raise standards across the AI community. We take a responsibility by design approach, building on our experience keeping people safe on our global platforms. We're continuing to evolve our content safety and product quality frameworks, including by developing AI watermarking technologies like SynthID, so people can better understand the context of information they find online. We have stringent pre-launch and post-launch evaluation processes and systematically refine models and products through internal and external red teaming. Adversarial testing for safety and fairness reveals how guardrails are working, so we can continuously improve. We hope to continue our work with the Australian Government and the wider AI community here in Australia to support the safe adoption of this once-in-a-generation technology. If we get these settings right, it will strengthen our economy, position Australian innovators for success on the global stage, and drive transformational scientific breakthroughs. Thank you for your time today. We look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks both of you for your attendance and your submission. I found it genuinely helpful. Could I ask, first of all, one of the points Google makes is that AI can be useful in dealing with some environmental issues, particularly climate, and it may have that sort of long-term benefit. But one of the issues that's become apparent with Google's State of the Environment report that it recently announced was that, in fact, AI has led to a very significant increase in Google's own emissions. I think it was a 48% increase since 2019. Can you square the circle on that, I suppose, Ms. Longgrove?
Senator, thank you for the question. Indeed, Google has had a long-standing commitment to sustainability in our products and in our own operations. And we have an ambitious target of becoming net zero by 2030. And though ambitious, we are on track and determined to reach that target. It is true, and our transparent environmental report makes this information fully public, that AI as an intensive computation method has an impact on our emissions. While our total emissions in 2023 increased at a slower rate compared to previous years, we do still expect that our total emissions will rise before dropping towards our absolute emissions reduction target. And I think it's important to note that as we work towards that target, we are also using AI to meet our climate needs, climate mitigation and climate adaptation technologies. So, for example, AI has the potential to reduce between 5 and 10% of global greenhouse emissions at the broad level. And in our own products, we've introduced, for example, eco-efficient routing on maps, which has the cumulative ability to reduce emissions at an equivalent of taking about 500,000 fueled cars off the road. So it's a complex issue, but one we are deeply committed to.
Well, I suppose one of the concerns I have is that Google's language has changed from ambitious to get the 2030 target to, I think the latest phrase is extremely ambitious. And if I quote from what Google said, it said the uncertainty around the future environmental impact of AI, which is complex and difficult to predict, is the reason why the 2030 target went from ambitious to extremely ambitious. Can you give us some transparency on just how much energy is being used by the expansion of AI?
I would like to take on notice the specific figures for that to ensure that we are accurate. But it is true that Google does set moonshots. We invested over $45 billion in R&D last year as part of our commitment to meeting those moonshots. And our environmental and sustainability initiatives and commitments are deeply embedded in this company. But I think it's also important that as we work towards ensuring that our emissions are reduced and that we meet those targets, that the potential of AI to actually solve the problems of climate change. Here in Australia, for example, using AI in the Great Barrier Reef to help address the crown of thorns starfish, bushfire predictions to help understand and manage and share information around bushfire predictions, or flood forecasting, which we've introduced in over 80 countries around the world, are all AI-powered innovations that are helping to mitigate the impacts of climate change.
But of course, one of the other things that's AI-powered is people sitting down and deciding to make a video of a giraffe running through a jungle eating a Vegemite sandwich, which probably has little global utility, but is incredibly energy intensive. And as that continues, what's your strategy for that?
I would love to see a giraffe eating Vegemite or other. I think what that points to is the creativity and imagination that these tools unlock. And as this committee is addressing AI adoption, it is important that we as the Australian public become excited by this new technology and its potential and evolve from that excitement to having the skills necessary to deploy it in ways that make us more productive and that make our community well-being stronger.
Well, it's one thing to say it's exciting, and maybe that would be interesting to watch that image of a giraffe. But if creating that video has an energy cost that is 10,000 times greater than a standard Google search, do you think there's an obligation on Google to tell people about that or to take that into account?
Absolutely, there is.
How is
and
that
that's why our environment report is made public, and we talk very publicly and work with partners locally. But we're also evolving the way in which we meet those targets, because starting in 2023, we're now no longer procuring carbon avoidance credits. We're focusing on accelerating an array of carbon solutions and working with AI and machine learning more broadly, because as you mentioned, the generative AI applications of AI around the giraffe, there is a suite of AI tools and machine learning tools that are already integrated and usefully being used.
But what, if anything, is Google doing to kind of put some indicators around, some responses around, maybe some limits around that form of intensive energy use? And I'll give you the example. The Pawsey supercomputer in Perth is increasingly allocating, rather than time on their computer, they're allocating a certain amount of energy to researchers. Is Google doing any of that kind of mapping?
Not to my knowledge, and I certainly will take that away. But what I can share is that increasingly, as we invest in these AI technologies, their emissions and their energy use is significantly decreasing.
Well, it may be decreasing to produce the same output, but as the technology becomes more and more sophisticated, the outputs are becoming incredibly more sophisticated. So yes, the energy to produce the same outcomes, say a simple Google search, may be reducing, but what's being produced with generative AI in particular is becoming layers and layers and levels of complexity higher, and the overall energy use is rising, which explains the 48% increase in Google's energy use largely, doesn't it?
Yes.
So what strategies do Google have to at least at a minimum make customers aware about the incredibly energy intensive nature of some of the applications or the uses of Google products?
Our environmental report, as you mentioned, is a key transparency tool that Google uses to ensure that our users, our society, and our regulators have access to that information.
But that's not going to be there when I enter into the prompt. I'd love to create a video of a giraffe running through a jungle eating Vegemite, and I don't get any kind of response back about what the environmental impact of that will be, what the energy use of that will be. I'm hardly going to be referencing the State of the Environment report when I do that, am I?
No.
Is Google thinking that as a responsible global player, that kind of, some kind of in real time acknowledgement of the energy use, feedback and response might be useful?
It's an interesting idea, Senator. I'd certainly be happy to take it away and consult with the large team of global colleagues who are working towards our sustainability pledge.
Could you on notice just perhaps provide Google's understanding about what the relative energy use is for, say, a simple Google search, maybe using generative AI to produce just a static image compared to using generative AI to produce, a 10-second video?
I'd be pleased to take that on notice, Senator.
Thanks. Could I just touch upon another matter? One of the concerns that's been repeatedly raised with this committee, it's a concern I share, is the possibility of deepfake technology interacting with the electoral process. I'm sure that Google is experiencing this as we speak in the United States. Are there any immediate lessons you can feed back to us from your experience in the United States?
Senator, thank you. That's an extremely important question, and one given our mission to make the world's information universally accessible and our commitment to users to make sure that information is trustworthy and reliable is core to our mission. And in this last year of quite significant elections, not just the upcoming one in the United States, but in our region, in India and Korea, we have large global experience, and political elections and the integrity of those elections is of core importance.
Well, perhaps before we jump into, the New Hampshire primary or something, but could we look at the South Korea experience? That's been raised as an example where their legislators acted, they prohibited deepfakes, they stacked up an agency, and then they worked with different platforms to try and limit the impact of deepfakes in their most recent election. Was Google part of that project?
Yes, Senator, yes. We have large operations in South Korea, and our South Korean colleagues worked very closely with the Korean government and the regulators as they implemented their prohibition and regulation on deepfakes.
Did it work from Google's perspective?
It's a nuanced question, Senator. We have a long-standing commitment to preventing deepfakes that is already embedded across our products, and we implemented and worked closely with the regulator. In our experience, the regulation of deepfakes must be done extremely carefully to ensure that there is no discretion at the level of a regulator as to what is enforced and the politics that underlie that enforcement, and to ensure that there are exceptions or flexibility to allow for parody, satire, and other forms of political speech to be enabled in that process.
Well, it was my understanding that was what South Korea sought to achieve. The reports, at least from their electoral authorities and the broader media reports, are that it did achieve those outcomes, and that deepfakes, although hundreds were identified, didn't have a noxious impact on their electoral process. At least at that meta level, sorry, I was going to say meta level, I apologise for that. At least at that higher level, did would Google accept that kind of summary of the outcome of the South Korean election, that deepfakes didn't have a noxious impact on it?
No, indeed they did not. But similarly here in Australia during the Voice referendum, which we prepared for very closely with the Australian Electoral Commission and with the Australian government, we did not see the deepfake issues arising. And in South Korea, as we have experienced in Australia, our existing technologies and policies and prohibitions, particularly in the political space where we have implemented and continually update our policies given evolution of technologies and bad actors, we have systems that are sophisticated in detecting deepfakes and removing them, and over 20,000 trust and safety colleagues globally whose work is to remove that material. So whether or not it was ascribed to the prohibition or to the existing technologies and policies is unclear.
Well, you see, the AEC said to us that in their experience working with platforms including Google, that where there's a clear legal prohibition, where something's clearly unlawful, that they get a rapid response from the platforms and it seems to work. But where it's just a policy position from the AEC or a kind of, a public interest kind of suggestion from the AEC, that it's far more difficult because the platforms take a different approach to it, and it may be platforms form the view that they don't want to be criticised for making partisan political determinations. Would you accept that AEC's evidence is kind of reflective of Google's engagement with them?
Not entirely, Senator. We have a very close and collaborative relationship with the AEC. We work closely with them to work on our tools and the enforcement of our policies. Where I disagree is that we would be reluctant to take down those materials. We lean heavily into detection, into ensuring provenance or the watermarking of our technologies, and then into media literacy, as well as to our engagement with the AEC. And where we detect deepfake materials and political bias, which has no place on our platforms, we take it down robustly and rapidly. And we welcome engagement with regulators and policymakers like the AEC when they flag those issues to us, and we take them down rapidly.
Well, you see, what Parliament could do to make it very clear would be to prohibit political deepfakes unless they're with the express consent of the individual, and perhaps put in place some well-understood exemptions from the copyright law. And that would be some of those features you spoke before about satire and parody and legal reporting and fair reporting. I mean, that's at least a model, the copyright exemptions, at least a model Google's familiar with, I assume.
We are very much familiar with those, and those similar contextualisations and exceptions are built into our policies, which take into account the political speech, the nature of the players, but are applied robustly and with agnostically to political parties.
But your policies would be, I would imagine, strengthened if they had the backing of law behind them, and it took away a suggestion that Google was making political judgments, but instead you're enforcing the politically, so far as possible, neutral laws passed by the Parliament.
We do respect the laws of Australia and adhere to those laws.
Could I ask you then quickly to touch upon your current experience in the United States? Whatever we're doing here, there's this current petri dish that we could look at, which is the US presidential elections. What's been the scale of deepfakes? Do you have any kind of metrics on numbers or some idea about, what potential role they're playing?
I'd be happy to take on notice to get the most up-to-date figures for you in that regard. As I mentioned, our policies apply whether misinformation or political bias is AI-generated or not AI-generated. Our policies are updated, but they apply equally. And so we have statistics that I'd be pleased to share with you around the takedowns of violative content on YouTube or of other content that violates our community guidelines or policies across our different platforms and services.
All right. Well, I just note the time. So.
Yeah, thank you. Yep. Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing today. Are you familiar with Stanford University's Foundational Model Transparency Index?
Hello, I don't know if my audio is working. Can you all hear me?
You're loud and clear, thank
Okay.
you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, and thank you for having us. The Stanford Transparency Index is still relatively new, and so have some awareness of it, but not a super amount of detail.
One of the things that index indicates is that the Gemini large language model is one of the least transparent large language models, and along with Amazon is at the bottom of the list. And one of the observations it makes is that you do not disclose, that is, Google does not disclose data sources used to build the Gemini large language model, nor does it disclose whether copyrighted, licensed or personal data is used, nor does it disclose whether you take any steps to mitigate the presence of private information. That's a fairly substantial series of propositions. Are you able to address those as a matter of what the large language model does, even if you're not that familiar with the details of the index?
Yeah, I think first of all, I should start by saying it's incredibly important to have a transparent and principled approach to AI system disclosures. And we need to always make sure that we're balancing the needs and privacy of our users, and also recognizing the importance of protecting IP and information that contributes to industry competitiveness. And where possible, where appropriate, a developer of a foundation model should provide documentation outlining how we're intending to use the model, inappropriate uses, known risks, recommendations for deployers and users to manage that risk. And it may be appropriate to provide some information publicly through a system or a model card, and then also some information privately to developers to help them with regulatory compliance. We do publish, for example, a tech report for Gemini that provides a series of details about how Gemini was trained and the model itself. And so depending on the situation and the organization, you can actually identify what the right potential uses of that application are and mitigate against potential misuse. And so for us, a big part of this is developing that right approach and making sure that our tech report and our documentation provide the relevant transparency to downstream organizations and developers using the model.
Would that information also be available publicly?
Yes, the tech report is available publicly, the Gemini tech report.
Well, no, I was more referring to the information you were providing to downstream users of the model. Is there a distinction that Google makes between information that it provides publicly, for instance, in the tech report, and information that it provides to users of that model that's perhaps not publicly available?
I'll have to take that back to double check exactly what information is provided where. What I can say is the tech report provides a wide range of information around how the model is trained and its uses. And we also provide a series of additional explainers around model inappropriate use and appropriate use. With developers and organizations, we have relationships with our cloud customers where we do, allow for questions, provide responses, provide additional information where developers are running into challenges to ensure that there are smooth experiences downstream.
In the process of developing the Gemini large language model, what were the issues that arose in relation to bias and discrimination based on the data sets used, and how are those addressed or mitigated?
It's a great question. For us, we think about unfair bias in a number of different ways. And we evaluate how the model performs at every stage of model performance. So when we think about unfair bias, we start at the dataset stage, thinking through how do we make sure that the range of data that the model is seeing represents a diversity of the web and the large diversity of the global population. We then actually run evaluations at every stage of model training to make sure that the model is performing effectively. And as we do that, we can then continue to improve the model to make sure that we are fine-tuning it to address issues of unfair bias, of safety, and our various AI principles.
To come back to the question that I asked, I appreciate that answer and it's helpful. Are you able to provide some specific examples of issues in relation to bias and discrimination that you identified during the development of the Gemini large language model, and then in relation to those specific examples, tell us how they were addressed or mitigated?
It's a good question. I guess I can give you one example that is related to both the Gemini large language model, but is actually true of AI development in general. One challenge that, for example, is seen when you think about image, both image generation as well as image understanding, is around diversity of skin tones. One of the challenges that we've seen is historically in the industry, there's been a scale used called the Fitzpatrick scale to better understand diversity of skin tones, which has led to bias in AI generation. This actually is a historic problem. It's not even specific to AI. In fact, if you look at the history of cameras, skin tone bias has been an issue historically in the technology industry and in the camera development industry. And so as we've been developing models, we've seen similar considerations around skin tone bias. And so one of the ways that we've addressed that is actually by developing an entirely new skin tone scale in partnership with Dr. Ellis Monk from Harvard University, where we actually developed a 10-point scale in partnership with Dr. Monk to expand the range of how we think about skin tones. That has allowed us to ensure that when we look at image data sets, whether those are used for training or for evaluation, we can actually make sure that the data sets cover a range of skin tones. And that allows us to make sure that when we're training the model can understand and recognize a range of skin tones, but also that when we evaluate the model, we're evaluating it for potential unfair biases across this range of skin tones. And that's been both an important part of our own development, but also an important part of how we hope to continue the conversation in the industry. And we've actually published the Monk skin tone scale externally and shared that 10-point scale so that we can actually continue to develop collectively as an industry.
And Senator, if I may expand on Tulsi's remarks from a global perspective, here in Australia, when we roll out products that include machine learning, we are conducting actively consultations with Indigenous and minority communities here in Australia to identify particular concerns and issues that may impact Australians and to ensure that that same commitment to ensuring against bias and unfair bias, which is one of our core AI principles, is met here in Australia for our Australian population.
Thank you. In relation to an aspect of your submission that says that organisations using Google Workspace for Education and Chromebooks have control over their data and assurance that it will not be used to train models outside of their domain without permission, I'd like to focus on that phrase without permission at this stage. When they are being used to train the AI model, how is that permission obtained?
Our privacy principles and our responsible data use principles are transparently available. They are made available to our customers in the cloud enterprise space and to our broader public users. And we work with experts in our local community to ensure that the way in which we communicate that is clear and accessible. For example, for teenagers, if we're working with teenagers, we work with child safety experts and teenage experts to ensure that we communicate our policies in ways that people understand so that they are giving meaningful and informed consent.
Is that an opt-in process or an opt-out process in terms of how consent is obtained? Put another way, is the default starting position that permission is given and you have to unclick or go through an active step in order to avoid that permission being granted?
In the context of Google Cloud and Workspace, actually in 2020, we announced our public AI ML data privacy commitment. And to your question, we promised that by default, Google does not use customer data for model training purposes unless a customer has provided written permission to do so or has opted in.
Okay, so they've got to take an active step in terms of written permission by writing to you or otherwise indicating or opting in. In terms of other parts of the Google kind of product suite, people use Google Cloud or Google Drive to share documents and media, and there are other ways in which information is stored within the Google kind of, as I said, suite of products. Has any of that data been used to train the large language model or other Google AI models?
Well, one thing that's, I think, important to note is that Google has been an AI company for many years, providing a wide range of AI-driven experiences. And in that context, Google uses data to personalize experiences across platforms, including Google Search, Maps, or services, right? So Google might use data to improve services or develop new ones, or use to provide, for example, recommender content and recommendations. And so in that context, Google uses data to personalize and provide richer AI-driven experiences.
Is that a yes to the question that I asked? I'm just trying to understand that answer.
It's in the context of personalization and providing certain experiences. Google does use user data to personalize experiences, for example, in the context of, say, YouTube recommendations.
And Senator, if I could expand on that, you had asked particularly about Google Cloud. Google Cloud is, of course, using Google's foundational models and Vertex AI and working with enterprise customers. And the agreements with each enterprise customer are tailored, where they are in full control of the use of their data, and it is not shared without or beyond the limits of the consent and the control that they give, which is designed to serve whatever purpose they wish that AI to be put.
Can I just break the two aspects of that answer down? So in terms of a specific user or a specific cloud account holder, that information is elevated or utilised in order to make recommendations and to improve the consumer experience. Does it also feed into something like a Gemini large language model or other broader Google AI models or services?
And in that regard, I actually should maybe make a clarification. When we talk about something like YouTube recommendations, we're talking about user data as you, for example, engage or watch, let's say, videos. In the context of Workspace or cloud data, we do not use data from Workspace or Drive or Google Cloud customers to train our models, only publicly available data.
What about text in Google Books? Is that used to train any large language models or AI models in Google?
Our models are trained, Senator, on publicly available information that is crawled on the open web.
And what about, for instance, the data, whether individualised or depersonalised, that exists within, for instance, the Google Mail service or the Gmail service?
That data, Tulsi, please respond on this.
As my colleague mentioned, our models are trained on publicly available information from the web. That is the basis of how our models are trained.
So when
Gmail is not publicly available information.
Gmail is not publicly available information, correct.
And what's the basis of that distinction in terms of a company like Google? Is it a policy-based decision? Is it an internal kind of position? How do you draw that distinction, and where does it kind of draw its source of authority within the company?
Our AI principles, Senator, are core to all of Google's product development. They were developed back in 2018, and core to those principles, or critical among those principles, is privacy by design. So it is deeply embedded both in our ethics and values as a company, but also in the way we design products, test the products, and otherwise work across all of our products and services. That we respect the user, we respect privacy and safety in all operations and all aspects of the development and deployment of our models.
And drawing on those principles and some of the principles that you outlined in your opening statement, Ms. Longcroft, does Google support universalising those principles through regulation or legislation?
We certainly do, because we are so deeply committed to them for our own operations, and the importance of trust across society and across Australian society, which is not always at high levels, is critically important to the purpose this committee is seeking to achieve, which is the adoption of AI. Trust in ethics and principles and responsibility across the entire industry and globally is core to the adoption of AI and to our society realising its benefits. And for that purpose, I should say we engage very closely in global processes on AI regulation, from the Bletchley Summit and the Seoul Summit that followed, the G7 Hiroshima process and the OECD process that followed that. Of course, being a US-based company, we work closely with the White House and with the recent executive statement and with numerous global organisations as well here in Australia, with the Australian government, the minister responsible for AI regulation, the Department of Industry, Science and Infrastructure, and of course with our regulators, including the E-Safety Commissioner, ASIC, the ACMA and others, to ensure that those principles, which we hold as critically important to the responsible development of AI, are both externalised and shared across the industry.
Can I ask, just to understand one of the answers earlier, so for instance, in the use of Google Books... Sure, I'll... Okay, well, do you want to move on, Chair? In relation to, for instance, Google Books, to understand the example before about how data is used and not used, is there a distinction drawn, for instance, in that context for a book where the copyright has expired or no longer exists, as against a copyright that still exists? That is to say, is the former treated as public information in the concept as described by you in one of your earlier answers? And then also, does Google use creative work to train AI models to create creative work using effectively what it learns from those earlier books or documents?
If I may answer the first part of that question regarding the copyright nature of the works. As we mentioned, Google trains our models on enormous data sets. They become more reliable, trustworthy and effective the larger the data set. And so they are trained on publicly available information crawled off the open web. Copyright works form part of the open web. If you imagine, copyright law in most parts of the world is at least 70 years after the death of an author or after it's published. If we were to exclude works that are still under copyright, works and information, data, blog posts, web and other information that forms part of that enormous corpus of data, if excluded, would mean that data relating to modern events or cultural or social issues, such as LGBTQI rights, for example, would be excluded from those data sets. And it is predictable that the models would then show bias or have gaps or ignorance about those interests and about that large and important part of our society. So we train our models on that large corpus of publicly available data in order to ensure that they are providing the most socially beneficial uses in their outputs.
Good, thanks,
Thank you, Chair.
Just a quick question before I go to Senator Pocock. Just recently, a federal court recently ruled that Google's search dominance to be an illegal monopoly. Now, publishers are saying Google is using its market power similarly in AI, and that their websites are disappearing from Google search, and they refuse to block AI from scraping their content. Now, would Google agree that it's a monopoly in search in Australia as well? You dominate the field.
Thank you for the question, Senator. The recent decision that you referred to is not one that we agree with, and we will be appealing that decision. Here in Australia, of course, we have a popular search engine. We invest and innovate strongly in ensuring that our users are served by the best possible product, and the popularity of search is an indication of the degree of that investment and the work that we put in what is a dynamic and highly competitive environment. In search, for example, in Australia, if you imagine how Australians are searching for content online, if you're looking for a new pair of trainers to work out in, you may go to Amazon. If you're looking for...
Longcroft, just in fairness to the question I'm asking, is it really... You are a dominant player, though, in the Australian search space, aren't you? Google, isn't it?
Search is very popular with Australian users.
Yes, it's dominant, isn't it? You can say the word, it's okay.
We don't agree with that framing of our product, as we said.
So you aren't one of the most popular search engines in Australia. Is that what you're trying to say to me, or you just don't want to say that you are because you think that using the word dominant is or implying it is improper of what you're actually doing?
Senator, the search market in Australia is diverse. If people are searching for job information...
No, I'm saying what size of the market that you have. I'm not talking about is there anyone else out there. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm saying, are you the most prominently used search engine, Google, in the Australian market? Is that correct?
Senator, we consider that we are one of many ways that people search for information, be it how to make cookies or how to buy trainers or how to...
You really aren't answering the question, are you? You're very determined not to answer the question. Look, I'll just say it to another way. Now, it's been found, as I've already said, that certainly the federal court in the US has found that your dominance is illegal, and you're still avoiding answering the question. I highly note that. Extremely disappointing. I'll give you another go at it before I finish up today. So hopefully the other senators might pursue some similar questions. The company's doing what the company's doing. What exactly is the company doing to ensure that it doesn't abuse its market power when it comes to AI in Australia?
Thank you for the question, Senator. As we mentioned, AI is an rapidly evolving, highly competitive and dynamic market, and there are significant growth opportunities. We invest in the local AI ecosystem. We have strong engagement with AI startups and startup communities, and we're committed to openness. And openness in AI, as in all our products, is a cornerstone to ensuring the competitiveness of the market here.
Ms. Longcroft, I've been asking you a question about your dominant play in the Australian market, and you're refusing to answer it, and you're talking to me about openness? Well, you aren't being very open with me about that issue, are you?
Senator, the way we conceive of the search market is that it is diverse and highly competitive. And depending on what Australians are searching for, my children are searching for a venue to have a party, they may go to search. If they are looking for trainers, they may go to Amazon. We search for information in very different ways, and we as Google are so aware of the choice that is available.
I'm not asking you about dominant...
Yes.
I'm not asking you about the different arrangements of search engines and what the availability is there. I'm talking about the dominance of Google in searching information. The company, I'm particularly asking not about what competitors are doing. I'm asking about what you're doing, and I'm asking specifically in the case of AI in Australia, what is the company doing to ensure that there isn't abuse of market power?
We are engaging in the competitive and dynamic landscape of AI.
But you are dominating, aren't you?
No, Senator.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time this morning. I did just want to pick up on Senator Sheldon's question because for a market that clearly you are miles ahead of everyone else in terms of market share, you're trying to tell us that it's not a monopoly and that it's a diverse market where from the stats I can see, 93.97% of searches in Australia are through Google. The next is Bing on 4.45%. So I just wanted to sort of clear it up. It seems to me a fact. And before we continue, like, why is this aversion from Google of just acknowledging what is a plain fact that you have a huge market share of search in Australia, and that saying that people search for information in very different ways doesn't seem to cut it if 94% of searches are through Google?
Senator Pocock, the statistic that you mentioned is a fact. but it only reflects a portion of the way in which Australians search for information online. And it is a highly dynamic and competitive environment, as it is in the field of AI, where there is intense competition at every stage or layer of the AI value chain. We relish that competition. We are an AI-first company, and we invest deeply in ensuring that our users are served, whether they be consumers or enterprise customers, by the best world-leading cutting-edge technology that is responsible in its respect for user rights, for privacy, and for safety.
And thank you. On the question of AI, what safeguards does Google have in place to prevent the misuse of AI-generated content in political campaigns?
Preventing the misuse of AI in elections and elections-related campaigns is critical and has been critical even before the use of generative AI and the existence of generative AI. In our products, as a starting point, we, think about what is the actual transparency of the generated content. This is where we have, for example, SynthID, which is a tool that we use in our first-party content to watermark the content, such that we can actually identify and trace back that content's lineage. Another part of this is how we allow for access of election information and how we provide that in our products today. So, for example, if you look at the Gemini app, we actually don't answer questions in the Gemini app about a number of elections-related topics, and actually often encourage users to go to search to be able to provide and find a diversity of information. The other part of it is ensuring that high-quality, factual information is provided for critical aspects like voting information, and that has been a key tenet of search and a key tenet of our Google products for years.
Thank you.
Senator, here in Australia, if I may say, as mentioned earlier, we work closely to integrate those policies and technologies into our engagement with the Australian Electoral Commission and with the Australian political parties. So we undertake skills training and capability training so that all political parties in Australia and their representatives are equipped with the latest security technologies and understand how to ensure whether they are advertising, where we have a political election advertising policy, or whether they are using our broad suite of security tools, that they are protected in the political discourse in Australia.
Thank you. And just on that, you raised putting watermarks on. Are they visible watermarks, or just when you analyse the metadata?
They're not visible watermarks, but you can, as for example, a user in, for example, Google search, there is a feature called About This Image. If you look at something like About This Image, it will actually show you information about where that image came from and leverage information like the watermarking and SynthID. So there are ways for users to access that type of information.
And Senator, on YouTube in particular, we require creators who are creating realistic, synthetically produced content to disclose that it is synthetically produced, and we label that content accordingly so that users have visible understanding and literacy around the content they're consuming.
And in terms of AI-generated political content on Google, how does an invisible watermark alert people that this is not the real thing, this is AI-generated?
As I think my colleague noted, and as I noted, part of it is about how we actually create the experience around that content. So we can analyze content, for example, analyze an image, and ensure that the information is provided in About This Image so that users can actually identify that this information is, or this image is synthetically generated. Similarly, on YouTube, we allow and we actually ask explicitly for creators to provide disclosures around synthetically generated content, which we provide upfront to users. So it's not actually about, for example, the image itself, but about the context being provided to users in a way that users can reliably find.
Okay, I want to move on to some other questions, but I have questions about how many people are actually looking at the context of content that they're seeing. But Ms. Longcroft, you mentioned working with the AEC. I'm interested when it comes to deepfakes, AI-generated content. There are no electoral laws against that. And so how does that factor in? Like, how could you be saying to the AEC, well, this is not illegal, but we're flagging it?
Thank you, Senator. We're not waiting for the regulation. Our technologies and our policies prohibit the development of deepfakes to mislead. in a political or other context. Our generative AI prohibited use policy prevents our AI tools from being used for this purpose. As I mentioned, YouTube has requirements for creators creating synthetic content to identify it as such. In our advertising space, we have the political verification ads policy, which requires political parties to be verified before they're able to advertise. And we have policies that predate AI related to misinformation or political bias or other, which are rigorously enforced. And we actually employ the machine learning tools themselves to detect and ensure that the abuse is prevented from ever being seen by our users.
So you mentioned your AI tools, ads. What about search? AI generated images turning up in search. Is that what's being done there?
We have policies against in the generative AI prohibited use policy, but our search rating guidelines are designed to lift up authoritative, trustworthy sources of information. And we use our rating guidelines, which are constantly updated, and our machine learning, but also our human systems, to elevate those reliable sources and to ensure that users aren't exposed to inauthentic or other sources of information in search, as in our other products and services.
Thank you.
The trust of our users in that reliable information is critical to our business.
Ms. Doshi, earlier you were talking about correcting skin colour bias by working with academics. I'm wondering if there's any other examples of where Google has worked with academics to correct a bias.
Yeah, thank you for asking. And in fact, I think actually working with the academic community and working with a diversity of experts is actually critical if you want to bring in that perspective in terms of improving unfair bias. The Monk skin tone scale is one example. A similar example is we've actually been working with Howard University in the United States to similarly understand African American vernacular and actually develop appropriate evaluations and improve data sets to better understand and improve our voice and audio and speech systems for African American vernacular. We've also had projects around languages around the globe, including Indigenous languages in Australia, really trying to ensure that we understand better language representation and can improve our models in that regard.
And Senator, if I may share, one tool using machine learning that we have rolled out in Australia around age verification and age assurance relates to a first-person selfie. And we are working with Indigenous and minority communities in Australia to understand how that technology will interplay with them to ensure that we mitigate and remove any aspect of bias as we develop these tools and implement them for the Australian user base.
And I'm interested, as a company, how do you ensure that you're not just implementing another form of bias? We've seen in US academia the grievance studies, which highlighted a whole range of issues of bias within academics in the US. How do you have some safeguards there to ensure that you're not just replacing one bias with another?
Thank you for the question. I think it's incredibly important when we think about evaluating bias to make sure that we are slicing across all points of view, all perspectives, all slices. So for example, when you think about skin tone, it's actually important that we measure across all 10 tones of the skin tone scale, right? So improving for unfair bias is not about skewing to one portion of the scale. It is about ensuring that every portion of the scale has an equality of opportunity. And that's how we make sure that as we evaluate our systems, we actually evaluate across all of these slices. And that's true whether we're speaking about skin tone, whether we're speaking about audio, whether we're speaking about text. It's important to make sure that we have a rigorous evaluation approach. It's also important that as we engage with organizations, we do so in a way that brings in a diversity of organizations and a diversity of perspectives. And whether that's been in our academic collaborations or as we've sought out user feedback through our partnership programs, when we first opened up programs like the Gemini app, we've actually sought feedback from a diversity of perspectives and a diversity of sources across the globe, but also even within the United States, across academic institutions, to make sure that we are getting feedback from different perspectives.
And Senator Pocock, your question points to the criticality of the largest possible data sets to be used to train these models, because it is gaps or biases or stereotypes in limited training data sets that can lead to biases, whether intended or not, in outcomes. And so it's for that reason that we want to ensure that our data sets are not, that they reflect the widest possible range of demographies and of cultures to ensure that they are responsive and unbiased in the products they deliver.
Mm-hmm. And if you're going for the widest data set, how do you deal with copyright?
We respect copyright and work closely with copyright communities and contents and creative communities around the world and here in Australia.
Uh-huh. And can I ask what interrupted you earlier when you were talking and we heard a voice? Is AI helping you on this call? Have you got a screen there that's helping with answers?
I do wish we had an AI screen for that purpose. AI is built into all of Google's products, whether you're doing maps or autocomplete in search or helping you with drafting your emails. Our Google Assistant is and our products on the Google Pixel phones, which we enjoy using here in Google, is responsive to prompts.
Okay, so it's just listening in to this conversation and prompting.
I've enabled it to assist me, but I can assure you that it's not helping with the answers to these questions.
Okay. Yeah, I can vouch for that. I can vouch for that.
Can I? I've got a couple more, if that's all right, Chair. I was interested looking at Google's DeepMind's Frontier Safety Framework that says that future AI systems could, and to quote, enable an amateur to carry out sophisticated and severe cyber attacks, e.g. those that disrupt critical national infrastructure. I note that Australia's cybersecurity strategy, which runs until 2030, doesn't mention this kind of risk. Have you alerted the Australian government to this possibility?
We do work very closely with the Australian government on cybersecurity and more broadly its security work. Our cloud colleagues and other colleagues are working closely with the Minister, now Minister Burke, on the cybersecurity strategy and ensuring that our best intelligence through our threat analysis group and threat intelligence services, the head of which is now based here in Australia, are working closely with the Australian government more broadly across our intelligence services and others as well.
Does it concern you that risk is not identified in a strategy which runs for another 5 years?
I understand that the Australian government is currently reviewing and updating its cybersecurity policies, and we're collaborating closely with them to help inform their development of that strategy.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to go back to your comments about transparency off the back of Senator Sheldon's question. And I note that there was reporting in the AFR earlier this year from Sam Buckingham-Jones. The headline was "Google hides its total revenue from Australia in new accounts." And it reported that your 2023 financial results didn't include a gross revenue figure. And I was interested why you didn't include a gross revenue figure.
Thank you for the question, Senator. We are signatories to the Australian Tax Transparency Report, so we do make our tax transparency reports publicly available, and the 2023 reports are now consistent with the way in which we report tax globally.
So just to go back to my question, why wasn't there a gross revenue figure in your 2023 figures?
As mentioned, Senator, we are working to a global consistency in the way that we report our tax figures. And here in Australia, where we have consistently been among the top 100 taxpayers, we have sought to be globally consistent in the way in which we inform the public and work closely, of course, with the ATO on those figures.
Okay, so you've stopped reporting gross revenue because that would be globally inconsistent. People aren't doing that in other jurisdictions?
We find it's more helpful and clearer to be globally consistent in the way in which we report, and we do so in full compliance with the Australian Tax Transparency Code.
Okay. Do you report gross revenue in the US?
I would need to take that question on notice.
Okay,
thank you, Senator.
Just looking at the last time you did report gross revenue, 2022, $8.4 billion in gross revenue, but Google then attributed 7.1 billion of that to its parent companies as advertising reseller venue. Why is revenue generated here in Australia just sort of put aside as advertising reseller revenue rather than something that should be taxed here in Australia if it's coming from Australians?
Thank you for the question, Senator. As mentioned, in accordance with industry practice, Google here in Australia, although we do invest over $1 billion a year, every year in our Australian operations, is a reseller of Google products. And so we file our tax returns accordingly. And as I said, we are transparent around those through being signatories of the Tax Transparency Code.
Mm-hmm. Well, it seems to, I mean, I'm not a businessman, but it seems to me if you're only making $417 million worth of profit a year, why would you be investing $1 billion every year? What's actually going on here? I have so many people raise concerns about seeing $8 billion come from Australians from advertising, and then a company gets to ship 7.1 billion of that offshore to a parent company.
Thank you, Senator. We are engaging closely in global processes led by the OECD to address questions around global tax payments and other, and we're fully supportive of those processes. Mm-hmm. And in the meantime, as I said, we work closely with the ATO and we sign the Tax Transparency Code and we fully comply with Australian tax laws. Mm.
And so what do you say to Australians who are asking questions about a company that earns $8 billion and then pays 97.9 million in tax, just 1.22%?
We paid in 2023 $132 million in tax on a pre-tax profit of $417 million. And as I said, we are contributing close to $1 billion also into the revenue of the Australian government. You had asked why we invest $1 billion a year in Australia, and it's because we are deeply committed to this market. Through the Digital Future Initiative, through our infrastructure investments and other, we see great potential in the Australian market. We are deeply invested in building capability and skills and ensuring that Australians have access to our products and services, but also that we are part of a thriving local innovation ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. And the parent company, is that a Singaporean company? Where does that $7.1 billion in 2022 go?
I would need to take that question on notice. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, great. I guess to come back to AI, what we hear from Google is that your AI is world leading because you're big and because you can draw on this large data set. You've got the resources to do it. You've got the best minds in the world doing it. I guess one of the fundamental questions that I think everyone's grappling with AI is how do you trust them? How do you trust this AI? And I guess my question to you is, why should we trust Google's AI if you are, disputing the fact that you have an incredible market share of 94% when it comes to search? Google's own government relations person is disputing that. And then at the same time, we see, for what I assume most Australians would see around your tax, some incredibly creative accounting. And sure, you may not be breaking any laws, but again, a lack of transparency. I'd love to know, why should we trust your AI?
If I may, in 2018, we released the AI principles, and that is really the foundation of how Google thinks about building safe, responsible, trustworthy, to your question about trust AI. And we have 7 AI principles that govern how we think about AI. They include a principle around unfair bias, a principle around safety, a principle around transparency, a principle around privacy. And these are the key aspects that we drive our governance approach around AI. Since we've developed the AI principles, we've had a robust governance approach and actually are regularly transparent about it in an AI principles report around how we regularly evaluate every single AI-related effort that we build and develop. And so that's actually a really critical part of what makes, I think, AI a trustworthy experience, is about ensuring that we meet our AI principles as we build and develop these efforts.
Senator, that trust that you mentioned is both critical for Google's business, because whether our users trust the information we provide and the services we provide is core to whether they choose to use Google services or not. And it's also core to the mandate of this committee, which is to build trust across Australian society in the adoption of AI. And we do our part in that process by, as Tulsi has mentioned, internalising our AI principles and those that we are gleaning through the global processes and here in Australia, through engaging with the government and regulatory processes on AI at every stage of product research, development and deployment within Google. And those governance processes include adversarial testing, red teaming. We have teams that are devoted to ensuring the safety of those products. We have integrated privacy by design principles, and safety and security is at the core of our principles. So that trust is something that we internalise and that we are transparent about through our policies, processes and transparency reports. And by engaging closely and openly with you and other members of this committee and with the Australian government on the many different processes, be it privacy law reform or copyright law reform, the development of AI guardrails, the work being done through the eSafety Commission and others, all looking at the different ways in which AI needs to update the existing laws that regulate and ensure trust in the broader sectoral activities of Australian society.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Just finally, I was keen to go back to the Frontier Safety Framework. In that, one of the other risks identified was that a non-expert could develop known biothreats that could increase their ability to cause harm compared to other means, and could enable an expert to develop novel biothreats. How is Google addressing this risk?
Thank you for your question. This isn't, again, as to actually related to maybe what my colleague mentioned earlier about our testing protocols. Issues of chemical, bio, nuclear are issues that we also regularly test for in our models to ensure that we can also understand if our models are progressing to that level of sophistication. And so we have regular testing practices within the company where we red team, adversarially test, and robustly evaluate our models. We also work with external organizations to test our models so that we can bring in expertise to better understand where our models are performing well and where we may have potential challenges.
Our AI principles also, Senator, are augmented by things that Google will not do. We will not allow our AI technology or develop AI technology that could be used to cause harm as offensive weapons or other, or to be used in surveillance, or in fact to be used in any way that countervails the norms of human rights at a global level.
Thank you. Do you work with the AI safety institutes in the UK and US?
I believe we. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, Tulsi.
I believe we do, but I would have to take the specifics on notice.
Okay. Who in Australia do you engage with on these sorts of thorny issues and questions?
Thank you, Senator. We engage very closely with a range of our regulators, as well as with academics and those researchers in places like the Australian National University with Genevieve Bell and others who are acting as advisors to the Australian government. We work with the eSafety Commissioner, as I mentioned, in terms of online safety and particularly protection of children. We work with the Privacy Commissioner, Carly Kind, who is working on privacy and AI issues. We work with ASIC with regard to securities, investment fraud and scams that may involve AI. We work with the Human Rights Commissioner, Lorraine Finlay, and look at integrating human rights and localised human rights concerns. We work with the Department of Industry and Science and with Minister Husick, who is leading on the development of AI regulatory principles and guardrails at that level. We work with Minister Rowland and the Department of Communications with regard to online safety and the protection of Australian users, and in particular children. We work with the Attorney General with regard to the privacy law reforms that are currently ongoing and the copyright and AI law reforms that are looking to ensure a good balance between the rights of creators and society. And as I mentioned then, we work with the University of Queensland University and the University of Technology in Sydney, Macquarie University, the University of New South Wales and others in-depth research to support our wider community in examining the issues that are so critically important to Australian society in the field of AI.
Thank you very much, Ms. Longcroft. I just wanted to confirm after my earlier question about that noise we heard. You haven't had any assistance from AI in gathering information to answer these questions?
That's an interesting question, Senator, and a good question, because in fact AI is embedded in all of Google's tools, whether it's search or maps or Assistant or others. And so it is helping us and all Australians that use our products and services every day in finding information.
And so that your last answer was an incredibly extensive list of groups that you engage with. Is that the kind of thing that it's showing you?
No,
where you engage?
not at all.
No? That's just off the top of your head?
It is. It's part of our bread and butter, Senator. We work with those regulators on a daily basis. The team I work with here in Australia and over 20,000 trust and safety people around the world that we have engaged are working with that level of regulatory scrutiny, oversight and collaboration because we have a mutual goal of ensuring trust, reliability and preventing harm to users here in Australia and elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Senator Dunneman.
Thank you. I'm a bit confused. You've talked quite a bit about the importance of transparency and building trust. Just going to that point, the New York Times, in an article published on the 6th of April this year, titled "How Tech Giants Cut Corners to Harvest Data for AI," reported, and I quote, "Google transcribed YouTube videos to harvest text for its AI models. 5 people with knowledge of the company's practices said they potentially violated the copyrights to the videos, which belong to their creators." Are you familiar with that, and is that correct?
I'm not familiar with that particular New York Times article, although I have heard claims similar to that. And it is not correct in the way it conceives or frames that information. As I mentioned, we are very transparent that we train on publicly available data, train our AI models on publicly available data on the open web. With regard to YouTube data, we train models in compliance with the terms and services, terms of service that apply for creators who engage on that platform. We respect the copyright of those creators. In fact, we've been industry leading in developing tools like Content ID and others that help those creators to protect their copyrights. And we have ensured that we are working with music creators to harness those tools with their not just permission, but with their interest to develop music and other creative elements. And we think and we hear and talk closely with content industries and creative industries, and we understand that the choice as to whether their content is used in future development of AI is critically important. So we have developed in Google Extended and now Google.txt protocols the ability for anyone who publishes content on the web to be able to opt out of having their content used to train our models going forward.
So so you referred to some, I think, terms and conditions, particularly around YouTube and users. So they have to opt out of any permissions to Google for you to use their content to train AI models. Is that right?
Yes, as I mentioned, the choice that is given, and we are educating creative communities and engaging in ongoing discussions as we learn how this emerging technology evolves and can serve creators, is to provide them with that choice to be able to opt out using our protocols, the robot.txt and Google Extended.
And when a creator can opt out of those terms, how do you, is that, how explicit are you in terms of what they are opting out of? And is it, you talked about wanting to work with creatives around music and tools to, expand the use of AI for positive good. To what extent do the users understand, if they opt in, what is their data to be used for?
Thank you for the question. We work very hard to ensure that our terms of service, any changes in those policies, are communicated clearly and transparently to those users. And I think what is really indicative of how that our creator community and how those who use YouTube have embraced AI and its potential is the fact that in 2023 alone, there were 1.7 billion views of videos related on YouTube, and creators have embraced these creative tools. As I mentioned, these are experimental technologies, and YouTube has developed something called Dream Track, for example, with about 100 creators around the world who have permitted their voice to be used to generate 30-second music clips. And we have 2 Australian creators who have opted in to explore that creative option, Sia and Troy Sivan. And we're excited, as they are, about the possibilities that AI offers for creativity.
And so would Google be able to build out commercial services beyond the video platform or beyond perhaps what the creatives envisage in entering into such contracts, or is it very clear to them that they own and control, whatever these new endeavours that you've talked about working with them on are? Like, could you use their content to create a new business idea, for example, beyond the agreement that you've made with that person once you've got agreement to use their voice or their music or whatever creative content they have
Thank you for the clarification. We put creators in control of the way in which they use these tools. Our AI music principles, which are publicly available, demonstrate and explicitly describe our commitment to using AI responsibly in this area. We talk transparently about our trust and safety, the way our content policies operate for them, and the protections that are available. And we put them in control of the way in which they use AI or choose not to use AI as they evolve and develop their creativity.
Okay. Just going back to the copyright issue, and I think you've talked a few times about basically the way I understand it is if it's publicly available, then copyright doesn't really matter. And, in fact, that it is important potentially to use copyrighted material without the creator's consent if you want to do some altruistic things like preventing discrimination. And I think you gave an example about the LGBTIQ community earlier. So, what's Google's view about that being a fair trade-off for, scraping people's data and intellectual property for a broader common good? And is that the only lens that you look at this through?
Senator, thank you for the question. I disagree with the characterisation that copyright doesn't matter. Copyright does matter. It's an important plank of our intellectual property policy, which strikes a balance between the rights of creators and the rights of users and society to ensure that creative works and content is available for socially beneficial purposes. Copyright law should help support the development of AI. And in the jurisdictions like the United States or here in our region in Japan and Singapore, governments that have struck a good balance in copyright, either with fair use or text and data mining exceptions that permit non-expressive transformative uses of works and the data in those works for the purposes of innovation have become innovation friendly and leading innovation economies. AI depends on that balance being struck in copyright because while we are committed to developing AI responsibly, that responsible development requires access to the data, and we do so with full respect to creators and to the applicable copyright laws.
I understand that. So you talk about an example in Japan where they have developed in this area. Would Google then voluntarily apply those standards in other places if they are not part of the regulatory system? Because it seems to me that if copyright is important, then why, either could you, it's a balance, as you say. It operates better in places like Japan. Could you apply that here voluntarily, or perhaps disclose whether copyrighted, licensed or personal data is used? Because as I understand it, you don't do that either. So I think there's quite a disconnect there between, transparency and respect for copyright, but then actually the practice here in Australia.
Thank you for the question, Senator. We transparently do say that we train our models on vast quantities of data that is available on the open web, and we respect laws, including copyright laws in each jurisdiction. The copyright principles are territorial. We respect Australia's copyright law in Australia. We respect Japan's copyright law in Japan, and similarly in the United States. The Japanese copyright law has been struck with those either fair use or text and data mining exceptions that allow for uses, non-expressive, transformative uses of data on the open web because of the socially beneficial purposes that AI can be put. That is a good balance in our view between user rights and creator rights to ensure that society benefits from creativity and which is the very core of our copyright law system. We would welcome the Australian government adopting similar principles to that copyright law in Japan here in Australia, and we've been public in our submissions to the Attorney General's Department and engaging closely in its copyright reference group to share that view, because we are committed to supporting a vibrant AI ecosystem in Australia where that research can take place in compliance with our copyright laws.
Thank you. So I'm glad to say that here that you would welcome Australia changing our laws to make what you're already doing legal. That's really what you're saying, isn't it?
No, Senator, what we are doing is legal. We comply with applicable copyright laws in the jurisdictions in which we operate.
Right. Okay. And you seem comfortable with that balance in terms of...
We are only comfortable if we are complying with all applicable laws, including copyright laws. And we work closely with creative communities and copyright holders to ensure that we respect their choice and their options to opt out of this process if they don't wish their content to be used to benefit and develop AI models for the future. We also, of course, work with them to understand the technology and how it can be used to evolve and benefit their own creativity.
Just moving away from, I guess, creatives, your privacy policy, I think at the moment, says that we may collect information that's publicly available online or from other public sources to help train your AI models. And we've talked quite a lot about what publicly available information is. So how do you define information that is publicly available online or is from other public sources compared to information that is not?
Tulsi, I could see you.
Yeah, maybe I can start and then my colleague can jump in as well. When we say publicly available, we mean data on the internet that is publicly available in the sense that, for example, we talked earlier about the Google Extended Program and robots.txt. You can imagine that every blog post or public conversation forum is a part of that broader corpora. And that's really how we define publicly available, is these broad set of websites, forums, discussion forums, sites like, for example, Wikipedia, that are broadly available on the web. That's how we kind of define publicly available to then pull in that data.
Yeah.
And Senator, if I could, like all our products, AI products are built in full consistency with our privacy principles. We have built into our responsible AI practices and our AI principles that they be private by design, and they are built and designed in that way. And as we roll out our generative AI products, particularly, which are those that excite the most public interest at the moment, we're doing so slowly and iteratively and ensuring that user controls and privacy safeguards are built into those products. And here in Australia, we do work closely with the Privacy Commissioner and the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner to ensure that any concerns they have are flagged with us and that we ensure that they are respected and reflected back into the teams that are working globally on our AI product development.
Mm-hmm. So is it then that basically anything that's on the web is publicly available and therefore is used to train your models, with the safeguards that perhaps come in the reverse, as if it's picked up by an authority somewhere or your partnerships with these various watchdogs, that then you could retrospectively go back and identify areas that might be problematic that were picked up? Have I got that right?
I'm not sure I understood the question, Senator. If you might repeat or clarify.
So the way I understand what you've said is that basically anything online is publicly available that you could use.
Correct.
Yep, okay. And so then if there's things that are problematic in what's online, there is a lot of things that are problematic, they would be picked up, but it would be retrospectively.
I thank you for the clarification, Senator. We, independently, of course, of AI development, but given the importance and scrutiny on this area, particularly in our AI development, work to remove egregious material off the services and platforms that we use. So, for example, child sexual abuse material or terrorist material is material that has absolutely no place, not on our platforms and services and not online. Mm-hmm. And so for child sexual abuse material, for example, one of the most egregious forms of online content, we work with a global consortium. We work with the National Centre for Missing Exploited Children in the United States, and here with the Online Safety Commissioner, Julian Mangrant, to identify and work across industry with ways to remove that content so that it never is used in the training of our AI systems and models. Mm-hmm. And personal information and private information on the internet only plays a very small part in the training data that we use. If you imagine, for example, Wikipedia, there may be information with names and biographical details around persons, and that information may be included in the training. But we have also released products such as Results About You that enable us as individuals to find personal information that is available online and request its removal. I did it the other day myself. It was very quick. The system went away, looked it up, and has consistently, it found another piece of information about me. I requested its removal and it was removed immediately from our products and services. And that, I think, is a highly effective way for us as Australians and global citizens to be able to be aware of personal information about us, not just in the AI context, but to have it removed and therefore tangentially to be removed from any training, from any systems of AI development.
Mm-hmm. And what about other public sources that include social media platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram? You just mentioned an example about things about you that you asked to be removed. People have all kinds of things about themselves on all of these platforms now. To what extent is that content available for your training? Or sorry, for the development of your models? If it's publicly available.
If it's publicly available, it's information, and of course the terms and service of each of those private platforms is a question for them to set in with regard to their own users, and to ensure that those users are aware of the purposes for which that information may be used.
So what kind of steps are they? I presume that is, I think what you're saying is that that Google does take steps to ensure that personal information that might be taken from social media, but other potential sources, how do you let us know whether the photos of my kids are going to be used or end up somewhere in one of your models? How do you let me know that? And how do you take steps to exclude that those things don't happen?
No, thank you for the question. I think there are two parts to something my colleague spoke earlier that speak to your question. One is that while we do pull publicly available web data from the web to train our models, we do also have a program called Google Extended, which allows for anybody who is a publisher on the web, which is really anyone who creates content on the web, to choose to remove or opt out that content from being a part of that publicly available data set. And so that's one key part of information that allows any of us to have control and transparency over how our information is used in training. The other is, as my colleague pointed out, results about you, which actually allows for you or any individual to specifically choose to take down specific content that is about you. And both of those aspects are critical to allow every user to have control over how data is used, even if it is publicly available.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that our privacy by design principles are built into these products from the start, and that we are scrutinising the privacy implications of the products throughout is part of our internal governance processes. I do find it instructive that the way in which these models train on these vast quantities, billions of tokens of data, is that they are looking from a statistical and predictive approach at small tokens of data, not at large pieces of content in their entirety. And therefore we know and trust, but remain open to and transparent with researchers and regulators around the world to ensure that if in any way our products do breach any of these privacy principles, that they are corrected as they are developed.
Right, I think we're running out of time.
We are running out of time. Just a final question, just on the use of AI for today's hearing. What was the data inset that was used for AI for being predictive on the questions you would be asked and the questions you were actually asked?
May I say that intelligence, to the extent it was not artificial. I and my colleagues went through the transcripts of Hansard of the hearings of this committee that have been held in past weeks. We have engaged with policymakers and regulators to understand the key concerns that would be before this committee, of course, from your terms of reference and other. And we applied the collective intelligence of our global teams as they deal with policymakers like yourselves in jurisdictions around the world that are grappling with these issues and how to govern AI responsibly in order to be as prepared as possible and as helpful as possible in answering your questions today.
So the voice that was used, putting aside the helpful part, I think was being helpful to you. The helpful part, the data that you actually used to actually, sorry, I'll just jump back. There was, with the voiceover, that was AI generated, was it?
The Google Assistant products that are built in do use machine learning in their.
Good, thanks. Now the machine learning that was used, that was, you said it was from staff around the world that added into what the responses might be to the issues that we're raising today. You looked at specifically using it the issues that we've raised at previous hearings. And that was fed into the AI that gave us a voiceover that was mistakenly and we discovered transparently.
We created documents and passed out the issues of concern to this committee, but none of them are surprising. You are asking all the right questions. These are questions of deep concern to yourselves as well as to regulators around the world and to our teams as we seek internally through our red teaming and adversarial testing to identify the concerns of our community, because it is critical that we address those concerns in the products we develop and in the way in which we communicate them, so that the Australian community and communities around the world can develop trust in AI in order to realise the enormous benefits, medical, scientific, educative and other, for our Australian society.
Well, what I'd suggest would be helpful to the committee, and that is that all the answers that you're given by the voiceover, however you're describing it, I just think that it's then all that transcript would be of assistance to the committee, because there's a serious question about what is preparation and what is genuine answers to questions and what is ingenuous answers to questions. We know the efficiency and the deficiency in its broadest context, at least in this committee. We've been exposed to it again today on answers that are given, and you've mentioned yourself that the answers that were given to you weren't particularly helpful. So it would be helpful to this committee to delve into the accuracy of both your statement, I'm saying it's wrong, but the accuracy of your statement, but also a deeper understanding for us about how various forms of AI can be used in these circumstances, but in others.
Thank you, Senator.
And just to clarify, Senator, I think something my colleague was alluding to as well. To be clear, no AI application was being used to prepare these statements or in today's conversation. So this is, while we did work collectively as a team to prepare for today and make sure we were addressing the concerns of the committee, no AI was being used. I believe earlier during the remarks, it was simply the assistant going off in the background.
And I can echo that, Senator, and categorically state that AI has not been involved in the answers to any of these questions here today. That said, AI is an enormously helpful tool in all of Google's products and services.
Could you also have the anything else that the assistant on the AI, because if you can take this on notice, that what the assistant was giving you directions for, because it did actually. It is raising concerns to me. If it's not, you may ask for it to be in camera. That is your right.
No, Senator, we would not need to do that. I turned my phone off so that the assistant wouldn't try to be helpful throughout this hearing. So aside from the small interjection from the assistant while I was delivering our opening statement, the assistant was not active at any point in this testimony.
I've got no further questions. Thank you again for coming and joining us today. Appreciate it. And if you've taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers by the 30th of August 2024 to the Secretariat, and have a very good afternoon. I'm not quite sure what time it is, Ms. Doshi, in your area, where you are, but I suspect it's quite late. So thank you again for joining us, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
We'll now suspend until 1:15. Now welcome representatives from Microsoft. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you'll be here today?
Chair, my name is Stephen Worrell. I'm the Managing Director for Microsoft here in Australia and New Zealand. To my far right, Mr Lee Hicken.
I might ask them to introduce themselves because it helps with Hansard and the voices. Yep,
understood. Well, then I'll start. My name is Lee Hicken, and I'm the AI Technology and Policy Lead for Microsoft Asia.
Good afternoon, Senator and Chair. My name is John Galligan. I head our Corporate External and Legal Affairs team for Microsoft Australia.
Thank you.
My name is Sarah Carney. I'm the National Technology Officer for Australia and New Zealand.
Great, thank you. Mr Worrell, I invite you to make a short opening statement that I'll open up for questions from the senators.
Thank you very much. Chair and committee member, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Having worked in Australia's tech sector for more than 30 years, I'm here today with my team to contribute to what we believe is a vital conversation for Australia, to help shape what the next 30 years could look like through the responsible development and adoption of AI. During my career, I've seen technology create opportunity for Australians and economic prosperity for our nation when we have most effectively worked with legislators and policymakers to get the settings right. Our country has a strong track record of being a rapid adopter of technology. AI should be no exception if we take advantage of all the benefits while addressing the risks. We think it's essential that we collectively do both. Australia has an incredible foundation to build on. Forecasts predict that AI could create 200,000 new jobs and contribute up to $115 billion annually to our economy. This innovation and productivity gain that I am hearing from customers, large and small, public and private sectors, from the use of AI is truly remarkable. We recognise that Microsoft can play a role in unlocking these opportunities for all Australians, as we have done for the last 40 years. Only last October, Microsoft announced our largest ever investment in Australia with $5 billion to help the nation thrive, expanding computing capacity, equipping Australians with AI skills and bolstering security. Of course, we acknowledge and are acting on the risks that come with these opportunities. We know AI can be misused, and we know that the speed of change and the pace of innovation is moving fast, creating gaps that policymakers and lawmakers must respond to. These are all concerns that Microsoft shares. We're here today to hopefully help this committee find a pathway forward for Australia to adopt AI safely and responsibly. We commend the work of the committee, and in particular, we believe we must work together in several areas, including getting the regulatory balance right to maximise opportunity and minimise risk, equipping Aussies with the skills and confidence that they need for an increasingly digital world, and protecting our communities from harm and safeguarding our elections. We've also been working actively to address these issues and risks within our business at both a national and global level. Our vision for Australia is to create opportunity for all by expanding access, earning trust, protecting fundamental rights and advancing sustainability. Our commitment is to work towards a future where AI is responsibly used and that negative effects and uses are minimised. We look forward to your questions.
Good, thanks very much. I'll go to Senator Shoebridge in one moment. I just want to ask one question, and before the other senators join us as well. One of the issues we raised earlier today was with Amazon, and that is this broader question. It's within the broader question of people's trust with AI and the concerns of impact it has in workplaces and the workforce. Particularly that concern about the impact of work, and I say this as a positive thing. In December, Microsoft in the United States, as you're aware, signed a first of its kind tech labour partnership with the AFL-CIO, or the equivalent, the Australian Council of Trade Unions. According to the media release Microsoft put out, it focuses on three areas. One, sharing in-depth information with labour leaders and workers on AI trends. Two, incorporating worker perspectives and expertise in the development of AI. And thirdly, helping shape public policy that supports the tech skills and needs of frontline workers. You may be able to may need to take some of this on notice, but if you just give a reaction to this question about the importance of that partnership, of collaboratively working with the workforce and the representatives on AI in the workplace, and you might want to expand on that a bit.
Happy to, Chair. Thank you. Let me just start with an acknowledgement that those questions and concerns come up in every country in which we operate in relation to how will AI impact the workplace and how will workers' rights be affected. Just as those concerns come up in many other parts of our community, which I suspect we'll get into in other parts of the conversation today. The collaboration in the US is an extension of the firm belief that we have in connecting with different constituencies to ensure that we understand the concerns and then work together to find the right policy settings, to find the right technology settings, and to find the right standards, quite frankly, that we as communities want to see established in the use of this new technology. Quite frankly, that's why this committee is so important. It's because those are the issues that we should be and are considering here for our country and the sort of future that we want to create for workers in Australia. So I'll pause there. John may have some further comments specifically on the relationship with the union, AFL, in the US.
Chair, thank you for the question. It's certainly a model that we would love to explore here. Certainly, you know, the role of unions and labour are very important in any technology evolution and how it affects both the workforce and the workplace. And we look forward to taking some of the learnings from our partnership with the AFL-CIO in the US and bring it to Australia.
Thank you. Just want to, I'm saying this on a higher level. I appreciate detail would require a deeper thought. But one of the issues that we've raised with a series of witnesses over the period of this inquiry is the question of, I gather you have at least a rudimentary, and it's really, that's all that's necessary, understanding the Occupational Health and Safety Act, and there's a great deal of broad acceptance across the Australian community, whether it be business, small, medium and large, whether it be worker representatives, the workforce, government agencies. There's a multi-layer approach to trying to look at ways of it encourages people to improve safety within the workplace, both incentive and engagement and consultation, plus methods of how that can be performed with real representatives, training and education processes, which are critical, upskilling individuals within corporations, and also the responsibility of government to do that with corporations and the workforce, the direct workforce, and also some obligations and authority that's given to individuals about trying to encourage a cooperative approach. I'm just wondering, is that, and I'm saying this on a very high level, the application of that sort of thinking, that broad thinking of cooperative approach, real authority amongst, from the workforce, a degree of overarching government engagement, and of course the critical piece of business, consensus building and responsibilities. Do you think that application has, in its very broad context, has a similar application, potential application, to take some of the mystery out of concerns of AI, but also to make sure that we're bettering AI and having the workplace community involvement?
Without a doubt. I think we're at the beginning of a wave of technology that will be with us for the rest of our working lives. And it's technology that's already demonstrating profound impacts in our communities, in organisations, for workers, for mums and dads, for everyone, really. And as a consequence of that thought, it goes again to the heart of this committee and the work that you're doing, we need to build trust in these technologies so that our society, community at large, can feel confidence in using the services that are delivered to them, either in the workplace or as citizens working with government or other service providers. And I think there's a lot that guides us down this path, acknowledging that there are many things that we still need to work out. And we look forward to playing whatever role we can in contributing to that discussion as it relates to Australia.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. The most recent statement from Microsoft about, I think, emissions and energy use linked quite a large increase in energy use to AI. If my memory's right, Microsoft said that since 2020 and when the report was delivered, I think earlier this year, there'd been something like a 29% increase in emissions, and that was almost entirely due to the energy requirements of AI. Can you talk me through that?
I'm not familiar with the specifics, but that sounds about right, Senator, in terms of the increase in energy usage. There is no question, this is well documented, that AI models and the services that we're talking about are far heavier consumers of power than the cloud services that have predated them. So acknowledge the basis of the question. We think this is one of the fundamental issues that we as an industry will need to resolve and adapt to as we go forward. For Microsoft, we have made a commitment to, by 2030, to be carbon neutral and water positive as part of our overall sustainability strategy. We remain on track to deliver that commitment. That commitment was made back in 2020, and prior to the knowledge that we now have about these models, of course, we are needing to adapt and respond to the changes that we are seeing in our business. Further here in Australia and indeed all around the world, all of our data centres will by 2025 be powered by renewable energy, which we think is very important in terms of us delivering on our commitment. Indeed, as it is for the sector at large to think about equivalent approaches for powering of their data centres and the power requirements that we'll see more broadly.
Well, I don't mean to single Microsoft out here, because the same numbers, perhaps even slightly worse, apply to Google. But you're not on track, because it's your own sustainability report. You set the target in 2020, and it's by the end of the US financial year 2023, you had a 29% increase in emissions. That's not on track, is it?
Understood. Let me suggest we remain committed to the delivery of our 2030 plan. We acknowledge many things have changed in the last 4 years. We acknowledge that in every single line item of that plan there is, to varying degrees, much more work that needs to be done. We're also very confident in the same breath that these new technologies will help us to find new efficient ways to run our infrastructure, as indeed we expect that will happen across the industry. And so, point acknowledged, Senator. I suppose our commitment to our carbon reduction effort remains in place. And Sarah, did you want to add a thought?
I'd just add, Senator, you'd notice in that report that although our consumption has increased, the amount of renewable energy that we are using has increased by the same amount. So we are on track to that commitment for next year, 2025, to have renewable energy across all of our data centres. And in Australia, we have 2 15-year power purchase agreements in place to help power those data centres we have here.
Yeah. Have you crunched the numbers on the different energy uses for generative AI compared to more traditional searches? I mean, the figures that I have in front of me here say that a simple query on ChatGPT takes 10 times as much energy as a standard Google search, and that indeed one query on ChatGPT is the equivalent of running a light bulb for 20 minutes. Have you done your own metrics on the energy costs for AI?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, but I'm certain in our research teams there may be further work there that we could share with you along those lines. What I can share with you is that the energy usage differential you're talking about, we think goes to the heart of both the challenge and the opportunity here, because these new services we expect will help us to find new ways of making many aspects of our industrial system, our economy, more efficient. We, in the same breath, acknowledge that we're at a moment now we need to think clearly about the energy usage and the profile so that we can most efficiently plan our way forward and, as a company, remain on track, just indeed as we as an economy need to be thinking about those implications as well.
Well, what are you doing within your operations to embed energy efficiency and energy use in the sort of day-to-day business decisions? And I'll give you a working example that I'm aware of. The Pawsey supercomputer over in Perth, in Curtin, increasingly is not allocating time to different groups to access their supercomputer. They're granting them an energy budget. And then that encourages good design in terms of the programming and mindfulness of the energy use. Yeah, and it actually is an excellent way of allocating time on the the computer. Is Microsoft doing anything like that?
I would have to, again, go back to our research team and our engineering teams to ask that question specifically, because I'm certain we are being very mindful about the efficiency of our use of power today for all the reasons that we've established in our sustainability plan. I also reflected on that same question you asked earlier today, Senator, and I was thinking about when you book an airline ticket today, there's often a carbon offset that's given to you to give you some understanding of the carbon implication of the service that you're about to acquire. It's a really interesting thought in terms of how we as an industry might think in future about creating something that is not dissimilar.
Sorry, Senator, if it's all right, I might just add two things that we are doing in this space. So one of the things that we have is if you open Windows 11 at the moment, it gives you energy recommendations on the system that you're operating on. So it tells you how to operate that in a more energy efficient way. We want also one of the signatories and set up the Green Software Foundation. So we're really conscious of how we can make software more energy efficient in the way in which it operates. So anything that we build has that element to it.
And apologies to jump in, but I think just to bring this back to that topic of AI and the sort of the application of AI here, a key part of our research and work today is in the investigation of what we're referring to as small language models, or smaller, more energy efficient language models. And it is absolutely our directional strategy to optimize the energy consumption of these models as they become more and more used in the products and technologies that we offer.
Yeah. All of this is true, but against that is the statements you make, and I'm not criticising you for them, but the statements you make that more and more elements of your business and everyone else's business will be embedding generative AI into it. And if every time that happens, there's a significant energy jump in energy use, we pretty rapidly have a global problem, don't we? Because I think you opened your submissions by saying this is going to become more and more ubiquitous. It's going to be everywhere. Do you have any... Well, have you seen any jurisdictions anywhere that's trying to grapple with this, the environmental energy aspects of...
If I may make one quick comment, and then I'll ask my team if they have a specific example. I think there are... We work within a global digital supply chain, and there are many risks associated with our participation in that global digital supply chain, as every country is experiencing. And I think you've put your finger on one of the primary ones in terms of how do we power this new wave of technology. We're working diligently to solve that problem as a commercial entity. We're sharing that information with others, and we hope together that we can continue to make progress. To your specific question, I might ask my team, do you have any examples in other countries?
We've seen some, yeah, I was going to say in Scandinavia, we've been working with governments there, looking at how we can use the energy output we have as well. Heat is generated by those data centres, and we actually pump that into local villages to try and help with those energy consumption needs they have locally. And we have the same, we actually self-generate energy in a number of our data centres, and we put that back into the grid. So we see different jurisdictions grappling with this challenge. We can see it's increasing, and so how can we think differently with different energy sources, renewable sources, and bring that back to the local grid?
Well, I mean, to get some idea of the scale of this, Bloomberg, I think, very recently did analysis of the number of data centres in the world, and it said the number of data centres has increased from 3,600 in 2015 to 7,000 data centres at the end of last year, and that doesn't also account for the fact that the data centres themselves have become bigger and more energy, with greater energy, individual energy demands. Would that track with your understanding about Microsoft's investment in data centres, that kind of doubling in the effectively last decade?
I think broadly, Senator, that would be in line with what we're seeing as an industry. We're obviously a major participant in it, so that broadly would seem to be right. I might also offer this, I hope it's helpful. When we look back on other technology revolutions, we've seen similar moments where governments, investors have rushed in to build infrastructure to support what is about to come. Think of the rail lines, think of the invention of electricity, even the internet as infrastructure was being built. What generally happens is you see a lot of entrants rush in, you see a lot of enthusiasm, and then you see market forces working side by side with government to moderate some of those investments to ensure that they are being most efficiently used. And that's what I expect will happen here. Doesn't mitigate or negate the issue you're pointing at. It simply says that I expect over time we're going to see a much more closer alignment between the build out of that infrastructure and the value that is being delivered to the community?
Well, undoubtedly there'll be a role for the market to sort of winnow this out over time. But if that trajectory in the last decade even continues on a linear path, let alone a exponential path, which some people are suggesting it may have with the take-up of AI, do you know if the state or federal governments here are sitting down with the industry and trying to map out how to respond to the energy demand? Is that happening?
I can't speak for all. I can certainly reflect on our discussions.
Insofar as Microsoft's aware
yes,
of it.
Yeah. So the answer is yes. We're engaged with state governments in a deep way in regards to, for example, the investments that we made, or the announcement we made last year of $5 billion in computing capacity. Those new data centres are being built here in, I should say, New South Wales and Victoria, and we're in deep consultation with those state governments. We're also in consultation with other governments across the country. This, in fact, I think presents itself as one of the great economic opportunities for Australia because we have some natural advantages here in terms of land and access to renewable power.
Are those state governments saying to you, or are you saying to them, right, well, we're going to have this energy-intensive data centre here in, I don't know, the Hay Plains in southern New South Wales. Therefore, we're looking for partners and investment in large-scale solar and wind and some battery storage. Is that the kind of conversation that's happening, or is it we're going to be put it down here and we expect some kind of energy response? I mean, what's the nature of that?
It is a partnership approach. Certainly Microsoft's discussions have been in partnership to say it is our intent, market signal to government, to build data centre infrastructure in Australia. Working with government, we then have conversations about access to the essential inputs of land, renewable energy, water. In every case, the state governments I've found have been very prepared for this conversation given the active nature of this sector in the country.
And given it's a national energy market, is there an equivalent relationship with the Commonwealth government to help map out a kind of national strategy, energy strategy to meet what's going to be a very significant energy demand?
I am not personally involved in the conversations that AEMO are having. I know they are having on this topic, the energy market operator here in Australia. I know they are in conversation with the states because that has come up in my conversations, but I've not directly engaged, nor has Microsoft to my knowledge.
Would you take on notice the sort of the nature of those communications with state jurisdictions, and what, if any, Commonwealth engagement there has been?
I'd be happy to.
Yep. Could I just go on to another subject? One of the issues that's been repeatedly raised in this inquiry, and it's I think a very genuine concern, including for myself, is the prospect of generative AI, particularly deepfakes, having a disruptive role in the upcoming federal election. There have been experiences in other jurisdictions, some positive, some not so positive. One of the positive examples would be South Korea, who stacked up an agency, put in the resources, outlawed political deepfakes at the end of last year. They had their election in the first part of this year, and it seems to have been an effective way of preventing deepfakes disrupting their election. First of all, did Microsoft have, to your knowledge, any engagement in that South Korean process? If so, what was it?
If I may, I'll make a brief opening, and then I'm going to ask John to comment specifically on our engagement with Korea and other countries that may be of relevance or interest as well. This is a massive topic, and one that we feel very passionate about in terms of how this new powerful technology is being used and the impact that it may have in so many important areas of our life, including probably the top of the list, influencing elections. That's why we've been so specific in preparing over the last several years to identify the responsible set of principles that we have determined should guide all of our development of products across the country, across the company. Further, we have an Office of Responsible AI that then oversees those principles in action. And then on top of that, we have a transparency report that we provide that we think is also vital so that the public can be confident that while we might espouse the principles and apply them, that we are seen to be doing so. These then are directed very much into election protection commitments that we've made around the world. And John, I might ask you if you wouldn't mind to share a few thoughts there.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you for the question, Senator. Certainly we were involved with a number of other companies to protect the Korean elections, and I think other witnesses have testified this morning at least just how pivotal 2024 is in the electoral cycle. And certainly Australia is within the next 9 months for an election, and so it's obviously top of mind for this committee, and it's top of mind for Microsoft.
I'm only halfway through my 6-year term. I'm sweet. It's all right. Yeah.
Well, there's many others, Senator, that are obviously it's top of mind.
I'm a little worried for the others. Yeah.
And look, for the very beginning of this year, we thought that we had to do our best work to ensure that 2024 was going to be a year where we could absolutely ensure, as best possible, the integrity of elections. We worked very closely with the European Commission on the EU elections, and then subsequent elections in France, in the UK, Korea, and most recently, obviously, we're dealing with the upcoming elections in the US. We have a number of steps that we take to ensure that our services are in some ways not going to be used to distribute deepfakes, misleading AI generative content, so hardening our systems to make sure at the point of creation that those solutions are being in some ways mitigating against that. We obviously work on a lot of watermarking, and now we make it a mandatory condition for our services to put watermarks or meta tagging on those, so we can give confidence for anyone seeing that content that it is fair and accurate. We work very closely with electoral bodies, as I mentioned, around the world, but here in Australia, the AEC and other agencies that are involved in ensuring the integrity of the election process. But also too, like when we find the information that is deepfakes or other content, we report it or take it down when possible. But I think the most important thing we can do is to raise community awareness, because as much as the technology can solve it at the source, in many ways we can take it down if it's being distributed. I think we've got to have a very active conversation around ensuring that citizens are able to discern between what is real and what is not.
But I mean, there's a couple of things I'll unpick in that, but I might start with the first about watermarking. If you're looking at your, flipping through on TikTok or Instagram, and you're getting little 7-second, digestion of videos, 12 seconds maybe, you're not really going to be looking for watermarking, are you? You're just going to get the video, you're going to get an impression, and you're not going to be interrogating it for watermarking.
Well, again, Senator, I'd say that, again, community awareness, that even that 7 seconds will require a level of discernment by the user. And so very important for all ages, particularly those coming into this being their first election, to understand, what's real and what is not. I mean, this is something that the internet has been part of the internet since the very beginning about understanding the veracity of content.
The nature of the challenge is vastly different now, that in 7 seconds, am I meant to determine whether that sounded like some genuine piece of evidence that Mr. Gallagher would give? Or is it a kind of subtle spin on the evidence that Mr. Gallagher might give? Or is it something Mr. Gallagher might never say in a million years? How am I meant to discern that if it looks for all the world like you're sitting there giving this evidence now?
Well, if I might just add some context to this.
One answer is it could be Mr. Hicken giving the evidence.
I feel like I might have walked into a trap there. No, I think you raise a very important point. I mean, and it does come back somewhat to the issue of societal capability to understand, recognise, and understand that there is a thing that they need to go look for. And as you say, in a 7-second video, who's going to look for that? What it does, for me at least, raise is a topic of inherent risk. And I think this is, when we think about the topic of AI, we do have to think deeply about applying a risk-based approach, because not to sort of minimise that thing, but if it's a 7-second TikTok video about a dance move that was done in AI, it's less concerning. But if it's a 7-second video of a senator speaking, then of course that is something you want to apply that to. The core of this is we need to understand where AI is being used. However we implement laws, policies, processes, rules above that, the fundamental step is everything that is created by AI imagery needs to have some means of being either tagged, watermarked, or have a chain of evidence attached to it. It's then incumbent on the platforms that display that, and in the case you've given us, say TikTok, to take some level of responsibility to display that relevancy of the watermark or the meta tagging at that time.
Well, then, I remain unconvinced about how effective watermarking will be, given, I mean, how often do you read the nutrition labels on the food that you purchase in the supermarket? We often hear this compared to nutrition labels. Maybe, Ms. Hicken, you're terrific at this. Maybe you read the list and you work out whether or not the salt content and the fat content and the like. No, but maybe you're like me and you're just simply trying to find the time to do the purchase. And that's a much more considered action. Purchasing an item in the supermarket is a much more considered action than flipping through something on social media, isn't it?
Senator, maybe I'll interject for one moment. We also need the disincentives for those who are creating this misleading information. There is legislation before this Parliament at the moment for a different matter around deepfakes in terms of sexual abuse material. But we believe probably, there is opportunities for us to think about sort of like how to ensure that there are disincentives as well for that information to be created.
Yeah. And when we heard from the AEC, what they said was it's not illegal to produce political deepfakes in Australia, provided they're authorised. It's not illegal. And they also said that in their engagement with platforms, they have a far more rapid and consistent response when they can say to a platform, this is unlawful, please take it down, than when they say to the platform, well, this isn't helpful for democracy, it's an awkward breach of our broad policies. There's a bit of power in what the AEC says, isn't there?
Yeah, and look, I'd say, to take us back to the original part of the question around career, we were supportive of the laws that essentially sort of in some ways criminalise and outlaw the deepfakes, and we would certainly think that that's something worth exploring here in Australia.
And of course, there may well be valid uses for deepfakes, even in a hyper-partisan election campaign. But there are some well-known and understood exemptions from the copyright law: parody, satire, legal process, fair reporting, that I'm sure Microsoft is aware of, and they tend to have common features in at least common law jurisdictions around the world. They might be something the Parliament could look at as a ready set of exemptions to the prohibition, might they?
Yeah, and the Attorney General is actually currently conducting a review into copyright as well, and so there's opportunities to think about where the tension might be with copyright and fair use.
Although I'll be a little partisan here and say if we're waiting for a review from the Attorney General to fix something, we perhaps that's not addressing it at the degree of urgency.
Yes.
If we've got an election around the corner, is it? You don't need to respond to that, Mr. Hill. Could I ask you to take on notice the way in which Microsoft responded, particularly to South Korea, because it's kind of it's a regional neighbour and it's a very recent experience, and they did it quite rapidly.
Yep.
Could I ask you to take that on notice and give us any more insights you have about what worked and didn't work?
Certainly.
And then could I just ask you to just tell us about what's happening now, what the current experience is in that large democratic petri dish that is the United States? What's happening? What's growing in that petri dish?
So how long have you got?
Insofar as deepfakes go.
How deep is that petri dish? We have a part of our organisation called Democracy Forward, which is fully focused on essentially ensuring the underpinnings of our electoral processes, are actually enhanced by technology, and making sure that we mitigate it where that technology could be used to, in some ways, challenge the integrity of elections. That team is fully focused at the moment, around the convention next week for the Democratic convention. But actually even today, for instance, later today in Washington, DC, the head of our Democracy Forward team is meeting with Ambassador Rudd to essentially share what we have seen around the world in terms of those many elections and experience we've got, and to sort of share that directly with the Australian representatives in our Washington embassy, but also to like what in some ways we could take from that back to our discussions with the Australian Electoral Commission here and other task forces as well.
And the US, of course, has a smattering of state and federal regulations. Are you in a position to identify, has Microsoft done an analysis of the different state and federal jurisdictions, or is it a case of, because of that complexity, you tend to meet the highest standard? Is that your goal in engagement in the United States?
Just before you answer that, and by all means, please answer it. I'll have to go to David.
I was looking to you, Chair, but you disappeared. I actually looked over you.
It's always my fault.
Yeah. You might have got here on time, but then you wandered off midway through.
Chair, maybe I can be very fast. Why don't we take that on notice? Because I think I don't want to give you an answer which may actually be far more complex.
Happy for that to be taken on notice.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for your time here today. In November last year, the Prime Minister announced the 6-month pilot of Microsoft 365 Copilot to work across the public service. There were very few other details. I'm interested what the value of that 6-month trial is.
The value of that contract, I'd have to come back to the specific contract. Sure. I can tell you it was for 7,000 members of the APS to utilise the Copilot service that we had released earlier in the year, and was connected with the announcement we made in October, a month earlier.
And was that, what sort of procurement process was there for that, or was that just an extension of your existing sort of APS contract?
Thanks, Senator. We have an existing contract with the federal government that oversees the use of our products and services. That's been in place for many, many years, and the pilot was an appropriate part of that contract. The contracting agency was the DTA, and our team were engaged with the DTA in regards to the terms of the pilot that we have established.
Okay. So that was a, let's just add Copilot onto the existing thing, or did they say we're calling for submissions to provide, I guess, AI tools, or what was the process there?
I think that may be best directed to the DTA, who I understand may in fact be appearing later this afternoon in terms of the specifics of their process, Senator. I can comment on our engagement with the DTA, which was in response to the opportunity to look at how, given the APS use Microsoft 365 across the community, as this was a limited trial to test the potential of this technology to be a driver of productivity for Australia in the future.
So has the trial ended?
The trial is coming towards the end. Again, I'll have to get back to you on the specifics if that's of interest. It's about this time. The DTA again managing the term. It was extended for a period. We had an original 6-month period. It was extended, and I believe we are either there or thereabouts in regards to that extension.
Okay, thank you. One of the things we've been hearing in this committee is that different companies talking about the way that they are dealing with issues around AI, whether that's bias or deep fakes, and there's people talk about principles and this, and potentially watermarking. How do we get more consistency around the way that these really important issues are being dealt with? What in your view, how should that work?
Let me just first acknowledge how significant these concerns are in every discussion I have with companies, small and large, in the community, private sector and public sector. As I mentioned earlier, we operate in a global digital supply chain, and there are many risks that we are identifying. We're covering many of them here today, and you've mentioned a few again. I think the headline answer, Senator, is that we need to work this out together. That is, the technology sector will continue to innovate. We will continue to identify ways in which technology can be used to achieve positive outcomes in society. Of course, we know technology can be used in multiple ways, and so there are risks inherent in that statement. But it is up to us as a community, I think, to determine what are the terms under which that technology should be used in Australia, acknowledging that many of these issues are being addressed and need to be solved in multiple jurisdictions around the world. And so when I make that comment about by working together, what I mean is I think there are international learnings that we can bring to the table. That's one of the privileges that I think we enjoy, that we hope we can bring to this conversation because we have that global perspective and because we're engaged with committees like this in other countries. We want to bring those learnings here. We also want to take the expectations of the Australian community into consideration so that we can edit and modify what we need to as the industry and Microsoft in particular in regards to how we then show up for Australians.
Mm-hmm. If I may add to that, Senator Pocock, there's to build on Stephen's point, I love the fact that you mentioned this through the lens of consistency, because I think consistency is going to be critical because we are dealing with a technology that has a global footprint and a sort of global delivery belt. One of the things that I would like to raise and talk about in that consistency approach is what I see developing globally around the establishment of AI safety institutes. And you'd be familiar with the work that's gone on from the back of Bletchley Park, UK, US, Japan, Korea, and obviously the opportunity exists for Australia to also participate in that safety institute network, which has a very clear focus of investing in learning, development and skills and understanding of those key issues of bias and harm and safer, more reliable or more appropriate uses of AI. So I think that's an interesting way for us to think about this.
I wanted to ask about that. We see these institutes in all those countries you've mentioned. Here in Australia, we had an interim committee which has supposedly finished its work, and then now there's nothing. Is there a need for that sort of presence here in Australia, someone who is actually consulting internationally with companies, providing advice to the government?
I think I certainly can't comment on the specific situation you referred to, but I think absolutely there is not just a need, but a value to Australians and to Australian businesses and Australian industry to have Australia represented on that global stage, as it were, to not just provide what we firmly believe Australia has some world-leading research and capabilities in that area, but also for us to learn from and share with our friends around the region, around the world in that area.
In May last year, the Centre for AI Safety released a statement saying, and I'll quote, "Mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war." Microsoft CTO and Chief Science Officer signed that statement, along with others like Google. What specific steps are Microsoft taking to address these risks?
Sure, I can start with that, and I'll certainly, if anyone wants to add to it. I'm familiar with the document you're referring to and the signing of that. One of the very key steps that has come out of that is something you may be familiar with, which is the foundation of the Frontier Model Forum. And the Frontier Model Forum is a collection of organisations, ourselves and many others, with a very specific focus on addressing what we consider to be those I'll use the phrase long-term or sort of highly high-scale risks, as you say, sort of very considered global-scale risks. And the Frontier Model Forum is about focusing their attention on that problem which exists in the future and allowing the rest of the infrastructure, the AI safety institutes and other sectors of the industry to focus on the here and the now. So I think what it plays out to is I think we are seeing that as important, but that's a longer-term piece of work set aside from the more short-term piece of work, which is about how do we make sure we get AI right today and safe for today. And if anyone...
And how will you know that your future models don't contain those risks?
It's an interesting philosophical question in the sense that part of the purpose of having these Frontier Model Forums and these safety institutes and the work that we do independently through our Ether Committee, which is our AI ethics and research organisation, is to explore those very questions and to ask ourselves that topic and not to shy away from it, but to understand that it's something we need to play a key part in sort of understanding what that might look like in the future.
Could I add just a quick comment, Senator? It's not directly at your question, if you'll permit me. The safety institutes that Lee's talked about and the need for us to come together, well acknowledged. I think there's also value as a country for us to come together to talk about the economic upside and how we use this moment to drive forward. And they have to be done together. I acknowledge that, but there's also an opportunity for Australia to think deeply about the global digital supply chain. What are our natural advantages? Where should we focus our resources so that we ride this wave in the most effective way we can, cognizant of the risks, clear-eyed about the risks, but also doing it in a way that we achieve that community support and I think bring our community along for that conversation.
Thank you. I think it's a great point, and this is something that gets raised with me quite a bit. Looking at some reports from a couple of years ago, looking at Microsoft's global profit margin, they put it at 42.3%, but in Australia it's 4.5%. And I'm wondering, why is there such a huge discrepancy between your sort of headline profit and then your profit here and what you're paying in tax?
Well, Senator, as you'll know, we're a listed firm in the United States. We're not listed here. As a result of our listing in the US, we provide detailed reporting on many aspects of our operations around the world. That reporting doesn't go down to the individual country level. And so, of course, there are a range of policies and procedures in regards to how we run our business that then create different metrics in relation to performance of particular business units. And that's why sometimes you see statistics like that are hard to reconcile.
I guess we've got multinationals like Microsoft saying economic benefits, you're picking up huge amounts of government contracts, and then we see, say, take 2021-22 financial year, you took 6.3 billion from Australian customers, but then told the ATO that 93.6% of that was not taxable. Like, what's happening there? If we're talking economic benefit, you're here doing business, Australians are paying you billions of dollars, and then you're finding ways to essentially send that back to your parent companies that seem to be sort of this web of companies. How do you explain that to Australians?
Well, I acknowledge we have a significant business here in Australia. I think that's evident to us all. And we're very proud of the history we have here in Australia over 40 years. If I go to the heart of the point I made earlier around the global digital supply chain that we operate within, what you're seeing in Australia, as you see in many countries, is the leveraging of platforms that create economic activity. For example, in Australia, we have more than 9,000 partners. The vast majority are small and medium Australian businesses whose business is predicated on the development of and delivery of Microsoft solutions built on our hyperscale cloud platform. The absence of that hyperscale cloud platform would mean those businesses would be doing something entirely differently. And so there's the small and medium business content you have there. Of course, there's the jobs that get created. There's hundreds of thousands of people who work, Australians, who work in the tech sector leveraging Microsoft capabilities. This also goes to the heart of the skills system that we participate in directly because we feel very passionate about the role that we can play to drive and create new jobs. In my opening, I talk about that. We firmly believe that's possible for Australia if we adapt our skills system. And so the creation of lots of new high-paying jobs for Australians to aspire to in future, we think, is one of the very important ways that we contribute to economic activity and prosperity.
So by creating, I guess, services for small businesses and these systems, you think that then means that you can pay 1.9% tax on gross profits?
I'm not saying that, Senator, and what I'm pointing to is that in a global digital supply chain, we in Australia, 30 million people working in this part of the world, connecting with the global economy. These platforms that are provided, I think, are essential to the future prosperity of our nation. I think we work in a very, very competitive environment. We have large global competitors who we compete with every single day. Australians have great choice in regards to which platform they may choose to use. And we get up every single morning to go to work to ensure that we can prove that we have the best platform and deliver the most value that we can for our customers and, of course, by relation, for the country.
No, I accept that, and I don't doubt that you're creating value. I guess just on behalf of a lot of people I talk to, multinationals who come here and rake in billions and have very creative ways of then siphoning that off and saying, well, actually, we've got to pay our parent company for all these sorts of things. And you're benefiting off having a stable democracy, all the infrastructure that taxpayers pay for to enable you to do what you do, and the little small business down the road that is paying for Microsoft products, they're not able to write off, what was it, 93.6% of what they bring in and say, well, that's not taxable. They're paying full freight. And so I understand you're not doing anything illegal with this, but I'm just saying in terms of social license, and I said this to Google, you've got companies who are saying, trust us, we're good faith actors, we're important parts of the community, trust our AI. At the same time, they see you doing whatever you can to minimise your tax bill here. I think there's more and more questions being asked, and I understand this committee isn't looking at that, but I think it speaks to this concern about huge companies dominating AI and what that actually means for our society going forward. Yeah.
Senator, maybe just one point, you talked about infrastructure, and I'll just repeat what Stephen mentioned a little earlier, just about the opportunity for us to think about our contribution to the country more than just tax. And I'm not trying to diminish at all the line of questioning, but as we look at the whole total, as Stephen mentioned, our business model is about driving value partners, driving economic value through that ecosystem. But only last October, we committed to spending $5 billion over the next 2 years to build infrastructure that we think will be, a force multiplier for the country. And that's what we sort of look to Australia every day to be. And there is a competition around the world for where those resources should go, what the opportunities should be. And I think the work of this committee is going to be pivotal to sort of working out sort of like what are going to be the opportunities for Australia to leverage this opportunity, to leverage the investments by Microsoft and other companies that are coming in to sort of build the infrastructure, and then obviously deal with the rules and regulations and laws to make sure that it's safe and secure and trustworthy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the representative of Microsoft here today. Earlier in our hearings, we've effectively got secondary evidence of a decision that Microsoft made not to heavily invest in facial recognition technology based on ethical concerns. Are you able to elaborate just briefly on what led to that decision and whether you think those principles or those considerations are relevant to how you as a company approach AI, or may have broader applicability in terms of how we regulate AI?
Please, Steve, you start.
I'm not certain I'm referencing the same issue, but I am familiar with the broad concern and very happy to make a couple of comments, and then Lee, you might add. I am aware early in the development of some of our advanced AI technology that we did choose not to deploy some particular services in facial recognition because of the likelihood that they would not comply with the responsible use of AI policies and principles that we have established. And this is why this area is so fraught and so challenging, because, as we've said several times, we're at the very early stage of this technology rollout, and there are multiple risks that we are now becoming confronted by. Facial recognition was one in regards to the potential use in discriminating in particular groups. And I understand in the US in a particular trial we decided not to participate because we were concerned about the potential use of the technology in that regard. And so I think you'll see us continue to make similar decisions, Senator, in regards to how our technology evolves and then the uses of that technology, just as we've been talking about in terms of elections, so that as a community, as an organisation, and then for us as part of this community to be confident that we are adhering those policies and principles that we think are very, very important.
Yeah, I'll add a bit, because I think, Senator Gosh, there was a particular thing you were alluding to, which was the removal of certain features of facial recognition, which I'll get to. And just to sort of build some context here, and Stephen has mentioned a couple of times concepts, which is the AI principles by which we operate, and I'm sure you've heard from other technology providers this idea of principles: fairness, safety, reliability, accountability, sort of frameworks for best practices. Coupled with that is something that Stephen mentioned earlier, which is the Office of Responsible AI. So 2018, I believe, was the year we established this organisation within our own business. And for want of a better description, it operates as an ombudsman within our own organisation to validate our own behaviour, meeting a bar that we have set. And that is the organisation that is constantly, through one of its channels of work, constantly assessing the suitability, the viability, the ethics of our tools and services. So the particular case you're referring to is in our facial recognition tools. We had initially some capabilities which you might be familiar with, where we can detect emotion, detect age, detect kind of sentiment of the individual based on facial characteristics. And what we learned from that, in fact, was the importance of engaging with external communities, academic reports and research to better feed and better understand it. So the decision to take out those features was because, and I forget the exact details at the time, a number of reports had been established and other tests had been done to demonstrate that this was not a reliable use of AI. AI was not capable of detecting reliably human emotions based on our different facial construction, background, skin colours, all the very things. And so we took the positive step to remove it. And I think, to me, that plays to our continued work to recognise that this is a piece of journey work. It's not a once done and set. Here's our AI, it's safe. It's a continual evolving conversation between us, community, academia, research, and, in this case, government.
Some of the, or in fact, specifically Human Rights Watch, before this committee, expressed concerns about AI supply chains globally, and that was in relation to the annotation of data for AI systems basically being outsourced to places where workers were not being treated ethically. And one of the propositions that they advanced, or recommendations they made, was that government should cease using AI that is inconsistent with, for instance, Australia's international human rights obligations. In that case, I think it was relating to a company in Kenya who was paying its workers less than $2 an hour to sift through and write descriptions of some pretty heinous stuff like sexual abuse and hate speech and violence. What responsibility do international companies have in relation to transparency of their AI supply chains and to actively prevent worker exploitation? And that's at a principled level. And then what systems does Microsoft have to ensure that its AI supply chains are not ones in which working people are exploited in that way?
I'm happy to start.
Do you want to start, Jan? We can add to this.
Senator, thank you for the question. And it also connects with the conversation we had earlier about how, I think with Senator Shoebridge, how our existing regulatory framework in so many areas of of government and our community can guide us in regards to addressing some of these issues that are now coming up in context specifically of AI. And so this is another example of that, because of course we feel very strongly about not only the adherence to the principles that we have espoused in our submission, but of course to the letter of the law and ensuring fair and equitable treatment of all people involved in the supply chains in which we operate, not just for our AI systems, of course, but across our entire business. And so the principles that I've referenced, the Office of Responsible AI, our transparency report, provides a window into the work that we do to provide that assurance. And Lee, I might ask you to...
For sure. No, I think it's... Firstly, thank you. It's a very important piece in terms of not specifically just the issue you raised, which is important, but also the issue of supply chain and as you say, very complex area for AI. The first thing I would say to your initial statement is, in as much as where Microsoft is building our models, and by doing so we are collecting data sets and processes of training, that is not a process we undertake, and we do all within the commitments we make in our own modern slavery and our own business practices to not do what you're suggesting up front. But I think that's our answer. That doesn't solve the bigger problem. And I think the conversation that needs to be had here is, when we think about that AI supply chain, in a very simple sense, there is two elements to that supply chain. There is those that are building AI, and there are those that are deploying AI. And when we think about the building of AI, which is where the problem you're inherently talking about is sort of at its most critical, This is, I think, a conversation about those mandatory guardrails, those things that are not just the things that we all should be doing as businesses around modern slavery and good employment practices and understanding our supply chain, but in the context of AI, are we taking all of the necessary due course steps to ensure that our data sources are good and right and accurate and legally obtained? Are we doing enough red teaming and testing to validate that those harms that we might see come through in AI are being managed? So I think I don't have an answer to your question about whether how it happens or what the scenarios where they are, but I think it leads to that conversation of, from a point of view of moving forward and building an adopted model for Australia, a set of mandatory guardrails for the AI development world that ensure we are doing things consistently, to Senator Pocock's point, to a global standard, but also within the best interest of the safety, security and trust that Australians expect from organisations like us.
Thank you. Chair, do you need to share?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, Senator
From a more general regulatory perspective, what's your view on the European Union's AI Act and the risk-based approach that's been taken there?
I'm going to ask John to add some comments here, Senator, but we think this is a great opportunity for us to continue to learn and leverage what is being discussed around the world. The EU have been a little further down this track, or a bit faster down this track than we have. And in the same breath, there are steps that they've taken that we may want to not pursue based on initial feedback. And so there's some great opportunities for us to learn. So, John?
Thank you, Senator. Maybe I'll turn to Lee, who's probably a little more steeped in the EU AI Act.
Yes, fortunately or unfortunately, I've had the pleasure of following along on the EU AI Act journey for a period of time, and not just the EU Act, but of course there's the ADA Act in Canada, and there's many others, including China and other regions that have taken steps forward. Look, speaking specifically to the EU AI Act, I would say very broadly, both we're supportive of many of the things that they have addressed in terms of the categorisation of risk and the importance of applying the most amount of consideration and effort and control on the most highest risk use cases. I think there's a sensible logic to that model. I think if I had to pull anything out of the EU AI Act that is something that we would like to continue talking with them about and figure out more detail on, is the broad brush approach, in that there is AI is often conflated to be this sort of singular object in of itself. It's a technology with a black box type narrative underneath it, and that's there are many forms of AI, and generative AI or non-generative AI, but even beyond that, there's a lot more complexity and frontier models, foundation models, and so on. And I think that's one of the things that we are continuing to work with the EU on, is just bringing some deeper clarity to that sort of clarification, specification of the model types. But to your question, we're fundamentally, we see, moving in the right direction.
Senator, maybe I'll just close out on that comment by sort of actually repeating what we've heard from others in terms of maybe it has in some ways occluded or tempered innovation. It may actually have served very noble means in terms of managing risk, but it may not have sort of thought deeply enough around the innovation opportunity for Europe. And we're hearing not from our ecosystem in Europe that this is tempering what could have been Europe's moment for that. And so I think again this committee has a really important role to try to find the right balance, to get the settings right, to ensure that obviously risk is managed, but also that the rewards that will come for the country are also amplified as well.
So just quickly to clarify, Mr. Worrell, is what Mr. Hicken and Mr. Gallagher spoke about in terms of issues around the broad-based approach and perhaps tempering innovation, is when you said that perhaps there were some areas not to pursue, is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, yes, Senator.
Yeah, and what's an example of tempering innovation from Europe that we could learn from, in your view?
It's a somewhat difficult question to answer on the spot. There's a couple of things. One of the easiest things to consider is if we build a one-size-fits-all approach to AI regulatory compliance that requires anyone of any size of business, large or small, of any AI application, whether harmless or of high risk, if there is a significant set of hurdles that are, and perhaps unique and difficult for and only in Australia, that leads to two outcomes. It means that the playing field is difficult for those that have limited means to enter into it, and it means that it's harder for smaller businesses to build the economic opportunity.
Yeah.
But it also means that Australian businesses, which have the opportunity to operate on the global stage, are then faced with a set of controls in Australia that are different to the rest of the world, that creates hurdles of entry, if you like.
Yeah.
Senator, I have a quick comment. I read a report, and I can't recall the author of the report, but it was reflecting on the EU acts, and it talked about the proposed implementation of watermarking and the concerns that the industry had about the rigour that they would need to apply to comply with that level of the legislation. And that was pointed to as an example of great in practice, great in principle, probably not going to work as well in practice in terms of additional cost with marginal value for the community. And so I suspect we could definitely do more research if that would be of interest, but it's those sorts of going from the policy down to the high level agreement and now actually down at the detail. That's where I think as a country we need to be very focused so we get the settings right and avoid or learn from what other countries or other jurisdictions are thinking through.
Yeah. Thank you.
It would be helpful, Mr. Worrell, that if you can take it on notice, just the paper you're referring to and that answer, because that'll help us give insight into your thinking and also to other people's thinking as well. If there's something you wanted to attach to that, then you are certainly welcome to attach that as well.
Thanks. And sorry, may I also just add, in that exercise, if there strikes me as a tension between that answer and some of the answers you gave to Senator Shoebridge earlier, and if you're able to expand on that, given the importance and weight that seems to be placed on watermarking in parts of your earlier answer, and the concern then that a regulatory requirement is too high because its watermarking standards are too high. I just don't fully understand that, what appears to me a tension.
Understood.
Well, if I could just add a comment to your question, Senator, since you've raised it, but I think it will continue to add as you asked. One of the interesting things, one of the areas that we see the value that we bring to this ecosystem, this business opportunity that we bring to Australia as a platform of AI tools and services is those inherent difficulty, challenges or costs around things like watermarking or even other more foundational stuff, which is the creation and the testing and the training of large-scale models, which is cost-intensive, capital-intensive. These are the kinds of things that I think when we bring and build our platform, these are the intentional offerings we put into it to lower that bar of entry. So to Stephen's point, it's still a very critical point as raised in the EU context. But I think from a Microsoft point of view, we see that as the kinds of value that we bring into the ecosystem to make those hurdles less so.
Thanks. Well, thank you for this afternoon, and thanks for your candid comments, and looking forward to those questions on notice. And if you could provide those to the Secretary by the 30th of August 2024, that would be a great deal of assistance to the committee in our thinking and deliberations, and have the best afternoon.
Thank you so much,
Senator.
Speaker Chair. Thank you, Senators.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's have them demonstrate. I know we know this, but just there. Thanks. I now welcome representatives from Good Ancestors Policy and Harmony Intelligence. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard records, Will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Mr. Sadler first.
I'm Greg Sadler, the CEO of Good Ancestors Policy.
I'm Sarush Paul, and I'm the CEO of Harmony Intelligence.
Good, thank you. If you'd like to make some brief opening statement, and then I'll open up the senators for questions.
Great, thank you, Senator. So, as I said, I'm Greg Sadler, the CEO of Good Ancestors Policy. Good Ancestors wants to help us all be good ancestors to future generations by making forward-looking, evidence-based and practical policy recommendations. As part of that goal, I coordinated the submission from Australians for AI Safety, and Sarush was one of the signatories. When we talk about safety, we mean physical harm to people or infrastructure, especially at a large scale. The same meaning of safety as in aviation safety. These are the kinds of issues that the CEOs of all the top AI companies and key academics raised last year in widely publicised open letters. Submissions to this inquiry, the public and experts overwhelmingly agree that safety needs to be a priority. I want to focus on what those safety concerns are and how we can practically address them. To make good policy, we need to think about the models of tomorrow. In the Good Ancestors submission, we present evidence that AI capabilities have grown rapidly and unpredictably. That capability growth is likely to continue or to accelerate. And we should anticipate that some of those new capabilities will be dangerous. This could be because they are misused, or in the future, we could lose control of highly capable AI systems. Biosecurity is perhaps the most useful example to start understanding misuse risks. In 2017, a leading laboratory manufactured an extinct relative of the smallpox virus using DNA that they'd ordered online. Today's AI is on the cusp of being able to help thousands of people to do what was only possible previously in those leading labs. In March 2022, a paper was published in Nature Machine Intelligence detailing how an AI intended to find new drugs instead designed 40,000 novel and lethal molecules in less than 6 hours. Similarly, a 2023 study showed that students were able to use ChatGPT to suggest potential pandemic pathogens, explain how they could be made from DNA ordered online, and supply the names of DNA synthesis companies unlikely to screen orders to ensure they don't include dangerous DNA sequences. The study also showed that GPT's safeguards failed to prevent it from providing that kind of dangerous assistance. It's realistic that AIs could help people build bioweapons during the next term of government. The US has taken action to address this safety risk, including through an executive order in October 2023. I've raised this issue with several departments, but have not seen any evidence of ownership of this risk in the Australian system or an intent to follow the US in implementing targeted safeguards. Similar misuse concerns arise around other capabilities like cyber offence. While GPT 3.5 had limited cyber offensive capability, a series of papers published earlier this year showed that GPT-4 was able to autonomously hack websites and exploit 87% of newly discovered vulnerabilities in real-world systems. If developers create future generations of AI systems with advanced cyber offensive capabilities and inadequate safeguards, it would dramatically change the cyber landscape. But there are practical things we can do to address these safety concerns. Establishing an Australian AI Safety Institute based on the UK model that focuses on frontier safety is the first step. An AI Safety Institute would help tackle uncertainty by contributing to the evaluations necessary to understand next-generation systems and brief policymakers accordingly. Finally, we have useful overseas models that can help us regulate AI in Australia. Canada and EU have useful definitions of high-risk AI and general-purpose AI systems with systemic risk that will let us target regulations only at risky models and avoid harmful overregulation. Californian Bill SB 1047 has specific proposals that we could adopt, like requiring the most advanced AI models to undergo safety testing, requiring developers and deployers to shut down AI models in certain circumstances, and mandating safety incident reporting like we currently do in the aviation industry. We have to get ahead of these problems rather than taking a wait-and-see approach that puts an unacceptable risk onto future generations.
My name is Sarush Paul, CEO of Harmony Intelligence. Harmony is an Australian technology startup that works with AI labs and governments to understand and mitigate the risks of AI. We've worked with all of the leading AI labs and are in close talks with multiple G20 governments with a focus on societal scale of risks such as election integrity, cyber attacks, bioterrorism, and AI loss of control. Humanity already faces AI-powered threats, but this is just the leading edge of a much larger problem. As AI systems continue to improve exponentially, the scale and sophistication of AI-powered threats will also increase dramatically. cyber attacks will become more frequent and more severe, making failures like the recent CrowdStrike outage a much more regular occurrence and much more difficult to recover from. Extremists will access much more dangerous weapons capability, like the ability to engineer pandemics worse than COVID. The digital world will no longer be a human space. AI agents are on track to be able to do everything that humans can do, just faster, better, and without moral concerns. While agents do present an economic opportunity, they also are an immense challenge to our society. How do we begin to trust online interactions if on the other side we don't know if we're talking to a disinformation bot or a extremely sophisticated cybersecurity attacker? How do we trust critical infrastructure when we don't know how it works? What do jobs, wages, and productivity actually mean in a world with billions of AI workers that don't sleep, eat, or ask about their workers' rights? This sounds like science fiction, but the AI industry is rapidly turning fiction into reality. Generally capable AI models, image generation, and video generation didn't exist just a few years ago. Now they run on my laptop. Just this week, a Japanese AI company alongside Oxford and University of British Columbia researchers created automated AI scientists that can go from researching an idea to a published, peer-reviewed article in a matter of hours and for under $20 a paper, compared to the months and thousands of dollars required of a human researcher today. This accelerates the already rapid pace of AI change. Not only this, these AI scientists immediately try to run autonomously more copies of themselves and to make changes to avoid being turned off. This is not science fiction, and it's exactly the kind of rapid takeoff, loss of control scenarios that leading AI scientists have been warning about for many years. While this scenario is terrifying, we can turn that fear into useful action. Australia needs a world-class AI safety institute focused on these problems. That institute needs deep technical capability and the ability to support whole-of-government responses to these threats. It needs to be paired eventually with a strong regulator that can enforce mandatory policies such as third-party testing, effective shutdown capabilities, and safety incident reporting. Australia also has world-renowned researchers, but compared to the scale of the challenge, they are dramatically underfunded and cannot respond effectively to the challenge. If we do all of this, if we respond effectively, not only can we keep Australians safe, but we can also be a net exporter of AI assurance and defence technologies. Harmony is proving this case every day in our work, and we need government to come with us. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Poor. I might just following up before I hand over to Senator Shoebridge, just one question. In what you're suggesting, and Mr. Sadler may wish to make some comment to this as well, you may have heard some earlier questions asked about the Occupational Health and Safety Act and that formulates within Australia, where there's settled principles amongst business, community, regulators, workplace representatives, workforce. There's a broad understanding of the manufacturing sector, but also a deeper understanding across all sectors of the economy, how that harmonises through regulatory models, which incorporates educational, workplace voice. Is part of, if I sort of at that sort of higher level, what you're saying is that there needs to be an overarching capacity which governments need to be putting into place to make that sort of model a reality.
Yeah, so we already have models for regulating advanced technologies where we have safety concerns, and I think aviation safety is the most sensible model to start looking at. So you can understand, if we think historically, planes are scary. These are technologies that most people don't understand. You can see why people might be hesitant to use them, and they offer tremendous economic benefit. And so the way government builds a framework around this is that we have, a substantial regulator like CASA, and then we have a separate the Australian Transport Safety Bureau, which would be the equivalent of an AI Safety Institute, where you can put the expertise to understand how many stress cycles can a rivet endure before someone needs to replace it. And so you've got a place to house that expertise. And then you have a separate policy hub in government that translate these things. So we know how to regulate risky technologies, and we can apply those kinds of established frameworks into this situation.
I might just ask you to take on notice, just to think about that concept, and I'll write something over to you about the other part of the concept about how you have workplace participation, because as much as I understand what you're putting to us, and you may want to have some more thought on this on notice, how we incorporate the workplace piece in it as well. So it's actually not running in conflict, because I've got to say the aviation industry, which I deal with a lot, does have regulations, but its impact to enforce is extremely limited. It has some failings on that. There's not an equal playing field between participants in that space. It's not holistic, but I appreciate the point you're trying to make. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge.
Well, thanks, Chair. And look, thanks both for your submission and your work more broadly and your attendance here. We've had a bunch of submissions point to both Canada and the UK as kind of the most obvious examples to look for a kind of AI safety regulator, if I could put it in those terms. I haven't yet heard the kind of details about the Californian model that you were putting forward. And we know that the EU has taken its own pathway. This is an unfair question, but if you were to pick, where would you say we start our model from?
Yeah, I think it's a very fair question. So I guess what I think both the Canadian legislation and the EU legislation offer us is useful buckets to put different AI models in. And those buckets are important because we need to make sure that we have appropriate regulation on the high-risk models, the models of the future, the frontier models. But we don't want to over-regulate the established models, the models that we know are safe, the narrow models that are already being used. I think we heard evidence this morning about AI being used to help people with hearing impairments, and we don't want AI regulation aimed at the models of next year impacting those things that we have. So this is where the EU AI Act and the Canadian Act are sort of strong. So they've got specific definitions for AI systems that pose unacceptable risks. So like they use examples like social scoring that we just don't want to have in our society. They have definitions for high-risk systems, and they have definitions for general-purpose AI models that pose systemic risks, which is particularly helpful for the kinds of issues that we're talking about with biosecurity and cybersecurity that are sort of the problems for tomorrow. There are some shortcomings with the EU AI Act. For instance, some of the definitions talk about how a model is intended to be used. So in my opening statement, I gave that example of a AI that was intended to help discover novel drugs, but was instead used to discover dangerous molecules. So we need to anchor on the actual capability of models, not how they're intended to be used. But generally speaking, the flexibility that both the Canada approach and the EU approach offer are helpful. Currently, they don't have a huge amount of specifics about what you do. So once you effectively bucket these AIs into definitions, which is the first step, what should you do about it? And that's where I think the Californian-built SB 1047 offers us really practical way forward. So some of the specific things that SB 1047 does is require developers to have a positive obligation to ensure that their models are safe and don't pose a risk to public safety or public welfare. And it says if developers don't go through those safeguarding processes, that they could be held liable for any catastrophic harms that their models do cause subsequently. It puts a obligation on those developers to assist other parties provide third-party verification. So kind of they've got to provide the handbook for how to sort of replicate their testing and prove their capability, which is where a company like Sarush's would be able to step in and provide that third-party review. It talks about shutdown capability. So if we find out that a released AI does have one of these dangerous capabilities, it can help terrorists build bioweapons. They're required to have effective control over their AIs and turn them off in those circumstances. Safety incident reporting, as we mentioned, as well as like policies around computing clusters. So I think that there's really promising stuff in SB 1047 that Australia could look to adopt and adapt into our circumstance and start building a global norm.
Yeah. It's an unfortunate name, isn't it? SB 1047. You think a jurisdiction like California would know how to brand their stuff better, wouldn't you? So it's kind of maybe you're suggesting a little bit of the kind of categorisation that comes out of Canada or Europe, but a little bit of the kind of detail that comes out of California. Is that how I'm reading your submission?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, one of the things that we're focusing on is what are the risks of these future models, the future highly capable models. And there's sort of an incisiveness to SB 1047 in that it looks forward to these future highly capable models and generally doesn't try and put regulations on models that we know are safe, because we don't want to hamper the economic benefit they offer.
And is SB 1047, is it in force? And is
no, it's still before the Parliament.
Yeah. Is there a time frame for it? Is there that you're aware of?
I understand that in the next couple of weeks, so it's been actively debated at the moment.
Okay. If one of the pushbacks against this kind of model is, well, it's going to limit our ability to be at the forefront of developing this technology, we'll miss the boat, and we'll miss the innovation, and we'll miss the benefits that comes from the innovation. How do you respond to that sort of, generic critique of this?
Yeah, I think that there's a genuine goal in making sure that Australia can harvest all of the economic benefit and potential of AI. So we're sort of not criticising that at all, and it's a great goal that the Department of Industry is pursuing. So no objection to this. This is absolutely true. But particularly what that sort of EU AI Act definition of general purpose models that pose systemic risks offers us is it talks about the models that don't even exist yet, the models that might be 6 months or 12 months or 2 years or 5 years away, and it gives us a way of defining those models and thinking about the catastrophic risks that they may present. But also we can downgrade those models, right? So if someone launches this model and they go through the safety testing, we see that they're safe, then we can introduce them to our economy in a way that's safe.
As I understand it, part of your pitch in this space, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way, is to say if Australia puts in place some credible long-term safety standards that end up delivering good public policy outcomes, that's also a critical building block to developing a distinct industry here, a kind of AI safety certification industry, which I suppose is where you, Ms. Paul, come in. Am I right in understanding you see this as these two things working together?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there's a lot of reason to believe targeted regulation would not only not hurt the industry but support it, and there's a bunch of evidence in that direction. The first of all is something like a catastrophe or societal harm does not actually leave us better off. The goal of all innovation is for us to be a better society and to live in a more prosperous society. So preventing these things is in and of itself as a benefit. Beyond that, if we actually look at what the companies are doing, many of them are putting into place at least some of these practices themselves voluntarily, and they're doing so because it makes both ethical and economic sense to do so. At some point, some level of coordination is helpful for those best practices to become the norms across the industry, for an ecosystem of auditors, a strong ecosystem of trained developers to be created, and all of those things are supported by high-quality regulation of this kind.
Well, other witnesses have come forward and said actually the one area where Australia has a global competitive advantage in AI and sort of IT programming more broadly is in regulatory software, regulatory programs that assist in, for example, running a hospital or undertaking sort of complex corporate/regulatory responses. This kind of builds on that level of expertise, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And that's, this is exactly what we are exporting at the moment. And I will add briefly that right now we are losing that talent and losing that work to the UK and the US, who are a little bit ahead of us as far as regulating some of these.
You see, if we got slightly ahead of the curve and adopted international best practice, and perhaps in part set some international best practice for AI regulation, that would actually give us a competitive advantage for the industry, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Yes.
Could I then, I mean, I don't mean to trivialise this, but what do you see as the kind of the near-term, most significant near-term risks? I know you mentioned the prospect of bioengineering as one. Are there other kind of near-term risks that you could, express to us that might raise the level of urgency inside Parliament to do something?
I could talk briefly about cybersecurity in that context, which I mentioned briefly in the opening statement, but we can unpack a little bit more. So I mentioned this research that shows that the cyber offensive capability of AIs is growing rapidly, and it was sort of negligible with older models, but it's becoming appreciable with current models. So what this sort of recent research shows that AIs can autonomously hack websites that have actually been deployed. It's leveraging a developer interface that OpenAI offers, this particular research, which gives developers access to build AI assistants. And so those AI assistants are designed that you can use a context window to provide some business information about how your procedures work, and then the AI can go along and book your travel or whatever it might be trying to do as an AI assistant. So the researchers leveraged that to provide, rather than context documents about travel bookings, to provide context documents about how to hack websites. And then it lets the AI generate prompts for itself. So the researchers encourage the AI to be creative and try different solutions and persist trying to hack the website even if you initially fail. And using this prompt, the AI was able to successfully hack about 90% deploy 90% of real cybersecurity attacks. So I think the immediate economic harm of this is really tangible, right? So it's currently the case that there's a lot of less sophisticated cyber actors, and so we engage in basic behaviours like updating our passwords and updating our apps to beat those basic cyber adversaries. But if autonomous AIs allow even the basic cyber adversaries to have several rungs up the capability stack of cyber offence, it would completely disrupt Australia's economy, it would completely disrupt Australian small businesses and individuals, and it could even, at the extreme end, be a threat to critical infrastructure. If you read Australia's current cybersecurity strategy, it basically doesn't mention this risk at all, even though that cybersecurity strategy is meant to run out to 2030. So this is definitely something that's on the table next year, let alone by 2030.
So you can kind of start an AI on AI exchange, which you can sort of use a platform's own AI to unravel it. Is that part of what happens in that exchange?
Yeah, so I have heard cybersecurity companies argue, it's okay if the internet is overrun by cyber offensive bots because we'll just build cyber defensive bots of our own, and then you can buy them and we can have a bot-on-bot war on the internet. And I think this obviously sounds ludicrous, right? We're working hard to get everyday Australians to run the latest applications and to update their passwords. Like the idea that my mum or dad would be using cyber defensive bots to keep themselves safe online is just not a future that we want to go into, which is why we're interested in things like an AI Safety Institute. It's why we're interested in things like regulation, because we just don't think this is a path we want to go down.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that's come to our attention recently in terms of the proliferation of AI bots is the green cicada AI, which seems to have been generated out of China and has created a whole series of false accounts, bot accounts, that amongst other things have a high interaction rate with Elon Musk's Twitter account. Is that an example of, perhaps not in the cybersecurity space, but maybe in a kind of online democracy, online public debate space where they've already been deployed?
Yeah, so firstly, Senator Shoebridge, I completely agree. I think election disinformation and the use of bots in that domain is a here and now risk and already affecting democracies around the world, so a very real area. The second I would say is on Greg's point about cyber attackers and bots and agents who are able to do this. This is a very real area of concern that even the AI labs are actively working on because they know it's a real risk. And then just one quick final point is whatever is developed here as far as regulation goes will land 12, 18 months from now and will be in place, regulating the threats of the next 5 years, let's say. AI is moving at such a pace that a large proportion of the threats I described in my opening statement will be here, and very real threats at the same time as this AI legislation comes into play, which is why an institute like the AI Safety Institute is so critical. They can move much more quickly.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to hit all the errors in what I say are my errors, but I was having a discussion with Frances Hogan recently from the Facebook whistleblower, and one of the concerns she raised was the platforms are not moving to clean out bot accounts in some of these exchanges. And yet the technology exists to identify bot accounts fairly readily because of the speed with which they respond, the mannerisms, the manner in which they respond, the consistency of their response. And platforms would be able to identify bot accounts, and we know them out. But now I'll put my spin on it, but they're choosing not to, because who wants to get rid of 50 million accounts one afternoon if it suddenly sort of devalues your value proposition when you're selling your product to an advertiser? So could I ask you about those two aspects? One, is it technically possible to actually deploy AI to identify and clean out bots? And secondly, are there those kind of market forces in play?
Great question.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so fantastic questions. I'll address the second part first.
Yeah.
I think there is a very real issue of lack of proper incentives to invest in these technologies. So I run an organisation which goes around talking to AI labs, trying to convince them to put in best practices third-party testing. Do we get some engagement? Yes, there is some interest from some of these companies to do something. Is it anywhere near the same level of interest and investment that they are putting in advancing capabilities, popularizing adoption, maximizing their user count? Not even by an order of magnitude, probably. So this is exactly the gap between, voluntary measures and strong incentives enforced by regulation that we need. So very much agree with your second point that we do need to improve the market forces. On the first part, I think the answer is somewhat nuanced, but to put it briefly is there are some tools that are best practices that could be put in place that haven't been put in place, but also there is a whole generation of defensive technologies, responsive technologies that haven't been invented that need to be invested in and invented, and that needs to happen both through market incentives and through government support, things like the AI Safety Institutes.
Yeah, thanks as well.
Good, thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much for your time here this afternoon. In your submission and then today, you've mentioned a number of times or recommended the establishment of a permanent AI advisory body or institute. I'm interested if you've given much thought to what that should look like, size, expertise, what sort of setup do you have in mind?
Sure. So, one of the concerns here is, as this committee has heard, there's just so many challenges and risks and opportunities that relate to AI. It's such a multifaceted space. And this risk of safety that we're focused on is easy to lose sight of amongst all of those other concerns, including because there's some uncertainty around it, and it's one of these issues that's on for the future. So it's sort of easy to lose it amongst the other sort of issues. So one of the things that we're saying is that this safety issue should have resources ring-fenced and dedicated to it, so that these issues of tomorrow don't get left until tomorrow when it's too late to worry about biosecurity or cybersecurity or election security. So what exactly does that look like? So I think in the bureaucracy, we've got great institutes like the National AI Centre that's focused on the adoption of AI, but you can see why they have that competing requirement with safety. So we think that an Australian AI Safety Institute on the UK model that's tasked specifically to think about these frontier safety risks with next generation models is helpful. So there's sort of three things specifically that we think it could do. Firstly is focus on this idea of evaluation. So what are the capabilities of these models? Do we need to be worried about biosecurity? Do we need to be worried about cybersecurity? How can we red team the assessments that are happening to prove that the capabilities that we're forecasting are correct? The second thing is driving AI safety research. So we think that there's a real gap. Like, a lot of the safeguards are quickly defeated. They're not up to safeguarding the kinds of capabilities that future models might have. So currently there's estimates like for every $250 spent on driving AI capability, only $1 is spent on AI safety. So this is a really big gap between safety and capability. So driving AI safety research to actually address these problems before they arrive is critical. And then thirdly, this AI Safety Institute could partner internationally. So we've already seen other countries set up these institutes. We've seen the UK and the US develop partnerships to share their techniques and to share personnel. So if Australia had an AI Safety Institute, we could engage in those technique and personnel sharing arrangements. And I support much of what Microsoft said previously about the merits of engaging internationally in that space. And there's also second-order benefits to the AI assurance industry that Suresh might want to talk to.
The only point I really want to add is I also think this institute needs to be deeply technical. There is a tendency for a lot of the kind of AI agencies that we set up in various parts of government to actually be very heavily oriented towards policy and law and ethics, and those are incredibly important pieces. But this is ultimately a complex, fast-moving technology, and a big part of what this AI Safety Institute needs to do is be technically capable enough to support whole of government responses and support other departments putting in policy. So deep technical capability is a very important piece.
And what can we learn from elsewhere in terms of independence and funding? What's the best way to actually do that?
Yeah, so we have seen that these AI Safety Institutes are often sort of appended to Australia's equivalent of the Department of Industry, but they are separate institutes. So I think that executing the safety mandate through the Department of Industry or through the existing National AI Centre is not the way to go. I think that this, to ring fence these resources in the way that I was talking about, it has to be something that is separate, even if that's where it ultimately reports through. I think that Canada, from memory, and I can take this on notice for the precise figure, had sort of put, I think it was like $20 million Canadian into their budget for an AI Safety Institute. So this is a significant investment, but it's not an impossibly large investment given the scale of what we're talking about.
The UK investment was £100 million initially, and I think it's now been spread out to something on the order of £40 million per year in their budget.
I mean, that seems very doable to me. I think looking at the budget papers, the National AI Centre for the move from CSIRO to the department got $20 million for reshaping. So it seems doable. I know Senator Shoebridge touched on this, but I just wanted to have a question about the urgency when it comes to elections. Something I'm really concerned about, but I'm interested in your views, seeing what's happening around the world. How real is the threat to generative AI, deepfakes, what we're starting to see around the world for an election that is potentially, any time from, I don't know, October to May next year?
How real is the threat? I don't think you'll find anybody who doesn't think the threat is real. It is a weekend project to be able to create, pages and pages of disinformation, to create bots on the internet, and it's within the reach of anyone at the moment with very few real safeguards. And that problem is only getting worse through voice, video, and soon, even more sophisticated capabilities.
And so what do we do? Because what I'm hearing from companies that have a stake in generation and all the rest, they say, this is something we're working on, we're doing invisible watermarks. For me, when it comes to elections, invisible watermarks are basically pointless as far as the public are concerned, seeing things. So do you just rule it out, or what do we do given the time frame?
Yeah, so I think there's sort of a two-phase approach here that, there's a problem now and we need a Band-Aid solution now before the next election, and then we need to think about a more sustainable solution for the long term. So what does the Band-Aid look like? There's a paper from Mr. Andrew Ray from the ANU Law School in 2023, which has practical law reform suggestions, including amendments to the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918. And so it's got particular suggested changes to Section 329A and 329B. So I'd be happy to take on notice tabling that particular paper from the ANU Law School with its specific proposals. And it navigates issues like how you deal with copyright in this context, how you deal with the freedom of political communication in this context. So that might give us immediate ways forward. But obviously, this is a sustained problem. So we were talking about how much bots might chew up the internet into the long term. So there's some studies that maybe 90% of internet content might be generated by AI by 2026. So it's not very long until the information space is deeply polluted, which is why we need to be tackling this in some substantive ways by having AI safety institutes, by looking at regulation and not waiting until we find ourselves in that world and then thinking how we get out of it.
Thank you. That's really useful. Just had a couple of things I also just want to touch on quickly. We've heard conflicting views on the need for Australia to develop its own sovereign large language model. I'm interested in your views on this.
Yeah, so we've also followed that conversation, and we absolutely understand the urge behind it, right? Like, there's this need to develop skills in Australia. There's need to develop some kind of platform or launch pad so that Australia can participate in this industry. But we don't think that a sovereign, well, at least I don't think that a sovereign large language model is the way to go. So building a current generation large language model probably costs about $100 million. And if Australia earmarked that $100 million today and started building it, it's unlikely that we would get a current generation LLM finished by the time the next generation of LLMs comes out. So we would enter this race and drive this race condition, and we would be behind. The next generation of models might cost $1 billion, and we've seen OpenAI trying to raise $7 trillion for future generations of models. So this isn't a race which I think it's particularly helpful for us to enter. But there are ways for us to achieve the same results, right? How do we generate the skills? How do we have this launch pad? And that's where we think that this AI assurance industry comes in. So building on what Sarush said previously, I saw a report from the UK recently, which estimated that the global AI assurance industry could be worth $276 billion by the end of the decade. So there is a real industry here. It's a real industry that Australia could participate in and is already participating in. And I think investing in this through building an AI safety institute and supporting these kinds of businesses to export AI safety to the world is the way to solve the same problems that instinctively a Australian sovereign LLM would solve.
And so AI Safety Institute, we've talked about the investment piece. Is that sort of early stage grants and then capital, or have you thought through, we're talking National Reconstruction Fund, or have you looked into that more?
Yeah, so in the context of the Australians for AI Safety letter, I talked to a huge number of people currently doing their PhDs in machine learning in Australia, and also people who had graduated. And most of them were looking to move overseas to continue their careers because there wasn't natural homes for these people in Australia, particularly where they were concerned about safety. So if we want to grow this industry, we've got to find some way to keep people here. So I think, obviously, the AI Safety Institute is one way of doing that, but I think that there's enormous talent coming out of Australian universities, but not sort of similar amounts of funding going into Australian universities. So I mentioned that statistic about $1 spent on safety for $250 spent on safety, and there's similar studies or similar sort of statistics about how little Australian research money is going towards AI safety compared to other causes, and I can take on notice providing some of that to the committee. But I think that creating homes for Australian talent to work on these issues is the next step. But Sarush might have more views on growing the industry.
I think short answer, academic funding. So there are some academic homes which will then be translated into commercial opportunities, as well as the kinds of things you're talking about, government procurement of the kinds of assurance technologies that we want, which bootstrap these companies, early stage grants, all of these things can help create that industry.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. And thank you again for coming and joining us this afternoon. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could hand those answers back to the Secretariat by the 30th of August.
If I may, Senator Shoebridge asked a question about legal analysis of the Canadian and EU Act. If I could take on notice providing a good ancestors comparative legal analysis of those two documents that's applied in Australia.
That would be amazing. Thank you.
That would be great. And also I'm sure that the senators will have, I know there's a few questions I'll put on notice to you as well, but thank you for that. That'd be a great deal of help for the committee. And if you've taken any questions on notice, if you could answer this to the Secretariat by the 30th of August 2024. We'll just now suspend for 5 minutes, which will take us through to 3:10. representatives from the Digital Transformation Agency and the Attorney General's Department. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I remind all witnesses appearing in this afternoon's session that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today? And I'm just going to make this really easy. Can we just start from my left?
Yes, thanks, Senator. I'm Lauren Mills. I'm Branch Manager of Strategy and Prioritisation at the Digital Transformation Agency.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mills.
Chris Fackner, Chief Executive of the Digital Transformation Agency.
Jenna Priestley, Acting First Assistant Secretary of the Courts, Tribunals and Commercial Division, Attorney General's Department.
Thank you.
Catherine Fitch, Assistant Secretary, Privacy Reform Task Force, Attorney General's Department.
Aisha Nawaz, I'm the Head of the Human Rights Branch at the Attorney General's Department.
Thank you.
And Stephen Steele, Assistant Secretary, Transparency and Administrative Law Branch, Attorney General's Department.
Good, thanks very much. Would you, anyone like to make a short opening statement before we ask the senators to ask questions?
Chair, I have a short statement.
Yes, Mr. Fetcher.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. AI is a key area of importance for the Australian Government to enable transformation of administrative practices, policy development and the way we deliver services to Australians. In specialised areas, the federal government has been using artificial intelligence for many years. This includes AI types such as predictive analytics for trends, natural language processing for speech to text and vice versa, and image and video processing to identify objects and patterns. The uses of this AI have typically been relied upon by specialist resources and equipment, which has largely excluded AI's use in the broader delivery of government. Since the emergence of generative AI, with its approachable nature and ease of access, both the opportunities and risk of broad use of AI inside of government has necessitated a shift in how AI is managed and adopted to maintain public trust and confidence. Over the last 15 months, the DTA, in coordination with the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, has led an AI task force to support and govern the safe and responsible use of AI, and in the last several months has transitioned this AI task force into our overarching digital strategy, policy, sourcing and assurance responsibilities within government. Through our functions, we seek to build the federal government as an exemplar in transparency, risk management and governance, not just of AI, but all data and digital technologies. On the 14th of August, the policy for the responsible use of AI in government was released to enable and prepare the APS to responsibly engage with AI. And from the 1st of September 2024, departments and agencies of the APS will be required to implement the policy. The first actions required of agencies are to identify accountable officials for AI and publish a transparency statement about their use of AI. The DTA will develop and make available AI fundamentals training for all APA staff to help equip public servants to make sound, responsible choices when they use AI capabilities. Along with the introduction of the policy and standards, the DTA will be piloting a Commonwealth Government AI assurance framework. This oversight will identify the potential level of risk associated with uses of AI by government and enhance transparency and build trust, especially where it's part of service delivery to people or businesses. This policy provides a framework to position the Australian Government as an exemplar under its broader safe and responsible AI agenda. We thank you for the opportunity to attend and we look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Good, thanks. We go right to go? Yeah, right. Thank you, Senator Gosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I'd like to start with some questions for the Attorney General's Department. In sort of broad brush or relatively brief terms, can you tell the committee about the work being done by the Copyright and Artificial Intelligence Group?
Yes, Senator, I can tell you a bit about the Copyright and AI Reference Group. The Attorney General established the reference group in December 2023, following a series of roundtables across the course of that year with relevant stakeholders, where AI was identified as an issue where copyright stakeholders wished the government to focus on looking at the issues. Since then, we've established the Copyright and AI Reference Group. It consists of around 70 stakeholders from across the creative industries, the tech sector, education, academia, and other sort of users of copyright materials, so libraries, archives, museums, galleries. It had its first meeting in February, where we focused really on the structure of the group and how it would work, and also where we would focus the group's efforts. So we're starting with a focus on copyright materials as inputs to AI systems, but then also intend to look at outputs issues later in the year. Since then, we've had a range of meetings with both the reference group itself, but also the steering committee of that group, which is a smaller group of 20 representatives that we've brought together to help guide the work of the broader group. Most recently, we conducted an information gathering exercise with the group. We circulated a questionnaire which was open from the 22nd of May through to around about the middle of June. And the purpose of that was aimed at collecting information about how copyright materials are being used or could be used as inputs in Australia in the future. And the intent was really to begin building an evidence base to inform policy advice to government. We received 42 responses as a result of that questionnaire and have been analysing the responses received. And we gave an initial sort of feedback session with the steering committee earlier this week to talk through some of our findings, but also how we should best present those responses to the broader reference group.
And I'm sure it wasn't mandatory, but were you watching the part of the hearing earlier where Google's representative discussed their distinction between copyright materials and public materials for the purposes of training their AI models?
No, sorry, I've been in another committee hearing today.
No, that's completely fine, but I just thought in the context of that reference group and the matters you just raised, I just wanted to put that on your radar as well.
Go back and have a look at the transcript.
Now, in the submission you provided, the Attorney General's Department has provided funding for a public digital platform called Amica, which is, as I understand, an online family law dispute resolution tool being trialled or operated by the Legal Service Commission of South Australia. And I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about that program and basically its main features.
So Amica is an online dispute resolution tool and website that is supporting separated couples to negotiate and formalise agreements about their family law, property and children's arrangements without having to go to court. It uses AI to provide suggested property divisions between separated couples and considers a range of inputs by the parties, including the length of their relationship, the age of the parties, financial and non-financial contributions, care arrangements for children and incomes. The AI is autonomous and draws on the outcomes of current family law cases, and it's able to formulate responses that are free from bias and opinion. Really importantly, human-led quality assurance is key to ensuring a robust, trusted outcome. Each suggested property division is quality assured by a legal practitioner to ensure the AI suggested division is robust. Staff check that the tool is picking up the latest cases from the family courts and not picking up irrelevant or incorrect information from other sources. And as you mentioned, it was developed and is operated by the Legal Services Commission of South Australia with funding support from the Commonwealth Government.
I hesitate to ask this question as a former barrister who occasionally took briefs in family law cases, but what are the efficiency and cost improvements or benefits that a program like this is showing or can deliver?
So the website suggests that over $80 million has been saved by the court. by courts in out-of-court agreements based on an estimated cost of $20,000 per person. And the use of the tool is able to save individuals significant costs in legal fees, but I don't have any data on that, sorry.
No, that's okay. One of the submissions, I can't remember if it was written or oral, we received from the Law Council of Australia was around maintaining or ensuring that human beings were the ones giving legal advice, particularly where there's matters of discretion or judgment to be exercised, whether assisted by AI or not. How does a program like Amica provide its proposed solutions, and do these constitute a form of legal advice or legal determination?
As I mentioned, the AI is autonomous and does draw on the outcomes of current family law cases, but there is human-led quality assurance for each suggested property split.
And if someone's unhappy with the way that split is suggested, is Amica liable for that, or how is that? How does that process work, as distinct from, for instance, someone giving legal advice?
Yeah, it's used to provide suggested property divisions between couples. So I'll have to take on notice to confirm with my family law colleagues, but I understand that it's voluntary, so the parties wouldn't be bound by the decision, but I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
Good. Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time this afternoon. I might start with Attorney General's, if that's all right. We've obviously seen the Criminal Code Amendment Deepfake Sexual Material Bill 2024. I'm interested if you've been consulted about deepfake use in elections.
Not that I'm aware of. I'd have to take it on notice to check with some of my other colleagues in the department, but
Okay.
just generally electoral policy sits with the Department of Finance.
Okay, but that you haven't been consulted in terms of how to potentially prohibit or criminalise the use of deepfakes in elections.
I'll have to take that on notice unless my colleagues here. No, we'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. One of the things that's come up repeatedly during this committee is Privacy Act reform. Clearly, the government has committed to this. I'm interested if legislation has been drafted to update the Privacy Act.
Senator, thanks for that question. The department's currently working to support the government, which has said it's working to bring Privacy Act reforms to the Parliament as soon as possible. So we're in the process of working on that.
Does that include, is drafting underway as part of that?
We are working with the Office of Parliamentary Counsel on drafting, yes.
Okay. Is there a time frame on that?
No, not specifically. I think the Attorney General has just said he's working to bring it to the Parliament as soon as possible.
Okay. This has been coming for a while. There's been no guidance as to a time frame to the department?
No, I don't have anything to add on to my previous answer.
Okay. In the government's response to the Privacy Act review, the government agreed to the establishment of a children's online privacy code. Has the government had any stakeholder consultation on the COPC since the release of that response?
So the main work that we've been focused on with respect to the Children's Code is developing the architecture which would sit in the Act to support the code itself. The code would then be made by a code developer and sit, as a sort of a code in the framework of the Act alongside that. So we have been meeting with stakeholders about relevant issues, but the code development has not begun.
So you've been meeting about different issues. Have you had stakeholder consultation on the code?
We have been talking to stakeholders about issues, for some time, including throughout the course of the Privacy Act review process and since the government response. Yes.
On notice, could you provide a list of who's been consulted on that?
Yes, I'm happy to do that on notice, Senator.
Thank you.
suitable.
Also talked a lot today about the risks that AI poses, but I'm keen to understand how the government is looking to leverage the benefits of AI in terms of productivity, and potentially also in terms of procurement. Is any work underway in that space?
So that's probably, in its generality, more of a question for the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, who's leading work across government on safe and responsible AI, including benefits and risks.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So nothing you're aware of.
Oh, the head's shaking.
No.
No.
Okay. Take that's no.
Okay.
I mean, I think I'd say, Senator, in general terms, and certainly in my role in the privacy context, the government has, very much seen and been emphasising that a balance is to be struck between, ensuring, opportunities are taken and benefits can be realised, but balancing that with risks too. And I guess that manifests in a range of different areas.
How many times has the department met with Meta or other big tech companies on changes to the Privacy Act since the government released its response?
Senator, we've had numerous conversations with a wide range of stakeholders. I could take that on notice to provide you with details.
That would be great. And do they include small businesses and small business organisations?
Yes,
okay.
They do.
If a complete list could be provided on notice, that would be great.
Senator, could I just clarify the question you're asking? Complete list of stakeholders we've been discussing with since the government response was issued.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. I had some questions for the DTA about the Microsoft Copilot deal that was announced by the government, a 6-month trial. I asked Microsoft about it, and they said it was. I should direct questions to you. I'm interested to learn about that process. Was there a competitive tender? How did the pilot go to Microsoft?
Thank you, Senator. The Microsoft and the Australian government have had a long-standing arrangement around provision of office productivity tools, as well as some of our underpinning technology platform services for many years. We have an agreement, a volume sourcing agreement, that is in place, and within that volume sourcing arrangement, that is one of the key positions where we get our things like Microsoft Office from. Within that construct, we have what's called additional products, and within that additional products has the opportunity with license discounts and negotiated terms to adopt different products in the Microsoft, but not at full capacity. So, for instance, in our enrolment of Microsoft Office, there's in the order of 180,000 licenses in that particular case. We had an offer from Microsoft to have a introductory trial with a discounted price for a small cohort to demonstrate its proof of capability, of which there was about 7,500 people that participated. So as a percentage of our total enrolment, it was a very, very small enrolment. But the pricing arrangement was made under the volume sourcing agreement, under the additional products, but with the condition that Microsoft added an additional discount function for the purposes of the pilot.
Mm. I mean, it seems a stretch to say this is an additional product, though. Sure, it's a Microsoft product, but it's not like having Word and then adding Excel to your bundle. This is about the public service trialling artificial intelligence in terms of efficiency gains and whatever else. Maybe part of that, you didn't feel the need to actually go to market and see what may be there. One of the things we've heard in this committee repeatedly is that there is this concentration of power to the Googles, the Microsofts.
Senator, maybe I can answer that in two parts. So the reason that Microsoft Copilot was attractive inside of our frameworks, inside of our environments, is because Copilot is explicitly built to extend onto the functions of Word, of Excel, of PowerPoint, and of Teams. So in its very nature of capabilities, while it has got capabilities for large language models that can create versions of text and the like. It is its ability to, say, automatically create a pivot chart in Excel, or create the structure inside a Word document, or create a templated PowerPoint presentation, which is one of its key productivity elements. It has been used, as I said, it has further been used to generate content inside of documents, create images, all those sort of things, which it can do. And that is a capability that is definitely substitutable, but its natural integration with the actual Microsoft products, because of our full enrolment of that Microsoft Office suite, made it the most effective way. By comparison, products like Google Docs have got integration with their equivalents, which means that natural coherence makes them work well with the features. There are definitely open source alternatives or other commercial alternatives that can add Copilot functionality to different features, and we are definitely investigating those. The second part of this is, when we were doing the AI task force, we did actually do an RFQ to the marketplace, the local marketplace, to ask what capabilities and services were available to that. So that was a discovery piece, and we believe that following the pilots and following the introduction of our policy and the need to introduce manage the risk associated with new use cases for AI, there'll be more opportunities to investigate broader market responses in that space within government context.
So you did an RFQ before you signed the Copilot deal?
So we did an RFQ.
No, just to confirm, it was an RFI.
RFI, sorry, yes. So it was a discovery piece, Senator. Sorry, thank you, Lauren.
But I mean, you're just reinforcing exactly what we're hearing are some of the dangers around AI, where you have a Microsoft monopoly power, you have a Google monopoly power, and they provide an AI product. And so Australian government goes, yep, we want AI, sign us up. And then you have all these other competitors who don't have that existing monopoly power. And we've heard through this committee about an Australian AI company who had done all the terms and conditions of a deal with a department to provide a trial. Copilot got announced, and they said, I know we were meant to sign that deal today, but sorry, we've gone with Copilot. What does that say to Australian companies in this space?
So, Senator, the specific example, we have tried to find details about a request to the marketplace and contract frameworks. We've been unable to identify whether that contract was actually officially put out. There are lots of discovery conversations that happen with the marketplace across the Australian Public Service. Not all of them lead to tender arrangements, not all of them lead to contracts. The DTA, for instance, runs by ICT, which is a marketplace of around about 4,000 sellers, the vast majority of which are small to medium enterprises, not large enterprises. And through things like our marketplace, we provide access to a large portion of the ICT industry across Australia to access to government buyers.
Except when it comes to AI, it seems, because you're just signing up with Microsoft.
So, Senator, we actually have within our product suite the opportunity to buy things, and additional products might be something like Microsoft Visio that not everybody needs. Copilot is currently in the category of non-full enrolment. So agencies are, at their discretion, able to not take up that product. They aren't at their discretion to not take up Microsoft Office, for instance, because of that interoperability that's required between agencies on things like templates and the like.
Sure. And so on your previous point, are you saying that this company didn't actually have a contract ready to be signed?
So we're unaware of, we're unable to source the details about that contract that's been referenced a couple of times.
Okay, I can do some digging there. At the same time that the Prime Minister announced this Copilot deal, he also announced that Microsoft would be investing $5 billion. Were the two linked at all?
No, Senator.
No.
And so they were contemporary in that Microsoft was bringing to market the first iteration of its Copilot capability that's an extension to the Microsoft environments. at the time there was significant interest across the Commonwealth in discovering how that capability might improve productivity within our office environments. So it was announced concurrently, but they weren't dependent upon each other.
And what was the value of that? You said it was a discount, but what was the value of that Copilot?
So the commercial terms, Senator, are, I think, subject to commerciality. I can take it on notice if I can release those. But what I can tell you, it was a listed price with a negotiated 15% discount.
Sure. And again, to come back to, this is new technology. What does it say to Australian companies who are orders of magnitude smaller than Microsoft? They're probably not in the same position to offer you a sweet discount to potentially lock you into AI tools, which we know, potentially a huge part of the future.
So I can say that there is no lock-in capability across Microsoft
understand that,
Copilot.
but I assume the first one you start using, you're probably more likely to head down that road. When does the Copilot finish? When does the pilot finish?
The actual pilot has finished. It finished on the 30th of June. We did receive from Microsoft an extension on pricing capability for agencies to continue to utilise the capability if they wanted to while they were doing it. There were some participants in the trial that started late that still felt that they needed more time to actually formally evaluate it. The DTA is now leading an evaluation of the productivity, quality, capabilities of Copilot. We will actually have that done in the next couple of months.
By the end of September.
By the end of September, and the intent is we will actually make that report available so that agencies can make their own decisions on how they may or may not wish to utilise Copilot and what other alternatives they may want to seek to do the functions that Copilot does. Now, noting that Microsoft's Copilot is vertically integrated into its products, but it does utilise for its large language model generation either OpenAI's GPT 3.5 Turbo or GPT-4.
Mm-hmm. And so the pilot's finished, but I assume there's a lot of public servants who've continued to use it. So has there been a new contract signed, or you've just extended the previous terms? What's happened there?
So, Senator, there's two parts. Microsoft has continued to extend a discount for those that are participating, and if that period goes through and there are no changes to that, it will revert to their standard book pricing associated with the ancillary products. But we are still discussing with Microsoft various changes to the volume sourcing agreement, and that volume sourcing agreement has a new iteration that is due in 2025, mid-2025. So we're actually looking at what the inclusion of new products such as Copilot might mean to the subsequent licensing arrangements of the Commonwealth. But there are other material changes that are proposed in that contract as well, such as the splitting of some products into individual products that are currently bundled.
Sure. Thank you. It sounds like a pretty sweet deal to offer a 15% discount on 7,000 and then potentially go APS wide. Based off that RFI you did, have any other AI tools been tested for use in the APS?
Across the APS, Senator, there's been a large degree of experimentation. There's been different use cases. Not all AI implementations across the APS are large language based. There's quite a lot of specialist ones. Predictive analytics is used quite heavily in the ATO. There are things like chatbots that are put in to support service delivery. There are other things that we use. AI is being used for facial recognition at border crossings, through passports and the like. We have seen instances in areas where people are using large language models in local environments for things like language translations. So we are seeing a significant interest across the APS in doing experiments. A very large portion of these are not done with large providers. Some of them are, and many of the large providers are actually sometimes back-ending some of those things. And you would also find that many people that are using AI capabilities may actually be using platform services from the hyperscalers to underpin their capabilities. They may also be getting access to foundation models that are actually hosted in those platform providers. And in some cases, many of them are actually doing small language models that sit locally.
Thank you. And is there someone who's helping coordinate the things that are learnt from that across procurement?
So procurements in that particular space are largely going in discovery mode at the moment. A lot of the production use cases are still evolving.
I understand. But say one department uses a tool, thinks, yeah, this is actually great. How does another department know that? Or they say this is a terrible tool. How does another department know that for procurement?
So work that we've been doing about collection of use cases and understanding risk profiles of use cases and fundamentally the reusability of capabilities has been something the DTA has been responsible for quite some time. So, for instance, all of the hyperscalers, many of which you've spoken to today, have contracts either at large scale, like Microsoft, or smaller scale, like Google. Or Microsoft and Amazon have got very large scale whole of government contracts. Google does not. Other providers do not as well. What we have are standardised terms and conditions that give Commonwealth protections, but it also has things like where data is kept, supply chain functions, hosting certification across different areas that give protections to all Commonwealth agencies when they're using those services. All people that participate in our digital marketplaces meet minimum thresholds for controls for the Commonwealth and legal requirements for the Commonwealth.
Thank you. Mr. Still, one of the things that's come up in this committee, I guess there's a concern from Australians off the back of robo-debt about the use of automated decision-making and AI and sort of removing the human from some of these decisions. I understand you doing some work in this space. I'm interested in the wake of robo-debt, if there has been a sort of government-wide audit of automated decision-making.
Yes, Senator. So the work you're referring to is the government's response to recommendation 17.1 of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, which was that a legislative reform be considered to introduce a consistent legal framework. In relation to your question, we haven't undertaken a comprehensive audit, although we have been looking to understand the breadth of authorising provisions that are present in Commonwealth legislation in order to understand which acts already authorise ADM and how they go about doing so.
So in the wake of robo-debt, we still don't actually know how many other decisions are being made in this way?
I don't think we could precisely quantify that, no, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you. Senator Dunham.
Thank you. Just some questions for the DTA. So, Mr. Fechner, in your introductory statement, you referred to the new policy, and I think a couple of the parts of that around, firstly, agencies naming an official who's accountable for the use of AI. And I guess that goes, I'm checking with you, does that go to, I guess, one of the points that Ms Priestley made around the South Australian program where there is a human at the end of any decision that's made. And then the second part of that being that agencies must also make a public statement outlining their approach to AI adoption. So just wondering if you could confirm, the rationale around an official being named as accountable, and then how these instructions how will they mean that public servants are held accountable for the use of AI? Maybe you can answer those first.
Thank you, Senator. So it's a slightly different interpretation around the accountable official or officials. So it may not be one person, it may be more than one person, and it may in fact sometimes be a nominated group within an agency that takes on the accountable official function. Now, the intent of that is that there is an authority within all agencies within the Commonwealth that considers whether it's an appropriate use of AI in their particular context, and that there are governing controls associated with it within their environment that actually ensure that AI meets its requirements. Now, when we talk further into the transparency statements, that's the obligation of all Commonwealth agencies to engage with the public in an open way as to how they're intending or actually using artificial intelligence to carry out their functions. We believe that this will be something that emerges over time. So as I said, at the moment, there are very few production use cases that are actually broadly published in the use, and often they go to specialised things like cyber defences or specialised prediction capabilities that are very narrow in their application. But now we're seeing with generative AI and the opportunities for more easily accessible AI to come through, that it's much more important that all agencies are proactive in their information about how AI is being used in their areas. But it is fundamentally to ensure that we have first the consideration of accountability and transparency in those use before we have all the practical applications are deployed.
Okay. I think that makes sense. If you talked about a group being accountable, so what does that mean exactly? And does the buck stop with that group or an individual who leads that group? Or how would that work? So
Again, the accountable authorities, and I'll pass to Lauren to make sure I've got all the facts exactly right. The accountable authorities authorities also have an obligation to ensure that they're reporting back on their continuous adherence to the policy positions as well. So the idea is that this is very fast moving, fast emerging. So we've got to have a mechanism to make sure that somebody within all organisations has it as their accountability to ensure, either individually or collectively, has an accountability to ensure that the opportunities are taken, but the risks are considered before all application of AI. And I'll just pass it to Lauren.
Yes, that is correct. The accountable official can be distributed across a number of roles, and it's up to the individual agency to determine what's appropriate for their specific context. So we've given that flexibility to allow that. However, the important points are that whomever is accountable within the agency for reporting high-risk use cases to the DTA, for implementing the policy as Chris has outlined, as well as ensuring that the transparency statement is maintained and that is available to the public.
And Senator, if I just could add one little piece more, I think you may have been getting to the position of is there a human in the loop of all decisions that are made within these things? So by default, this process does not guarantee a human in the loop of all activities. But what we would actually do within the assurance levels and in the determination of risk is if there is a risk of harms or negative outcomes being applied through these particular things, then that would actually shift its risk profile up, and it would mean that aspects of the assurance controls that we have in place would require things like high risk outcomes would require a human oversight before they could actually be applied, or in more probable circumstances it would prohibit the use of that particular technology being used without it being demonstrated to be safe first.
Yeah, okay. We've heard evidence from some others today about Australia should take the opportunity to lead in some of these areas, and I note that Minister Husick said the accountability policy is a first step in the journey to position the Australian government as a world leader in its safe and responsible use of AI. Why do you think it's important for the government to be a model user of frontier technology, but importantly, I think for public servants as a large workforce in being a part of adopting the technology that can improve productivity?
I'd like to start, Senator, with Australians have always been adopters of technology. Since the late 1950s, the Commonwealth Government has been using technology to improve its outcomes. And certainly within this capacity, the government spending in digital and ICT represents about a third of the industry. So if government takes up technology, then it's actually generally spreading further across the economy. So we act as an incubator of that technology. In new technologies such as this, where there is low public trust and confidence in government's application of artificial intelligence, it is important that we start first with the high standards around transparency and accountability and grow those things out. The use cases, so government has many things to consider when using artificial intelligence. We're one of the largest data producers in the Australian environment, so we have access to a large amount of information, much of which needs technology to help us assess it and understand it more effectively. Secondly, we have increasing transaction volumes across a lot of our activities, and being able to streamline or increase the efficiency of some of that service delivery through the application of technology, including artificial intelligence, can mean that more people can get what they need faster than what we might have in manual means. And it's also very important on things like policy development that we are able to bring together an understanding and a synthesis of information to help us make better decisions on how we might future predict government. And again, the Australian Commonwealth is a very large employer of people as well. So having contemporary skills and capabilities, including how to make use of artificial intelligence for productivity, is a key thing. So one of the other roles that I have is head of the digital profession inside the Commonwealth, and a very large part of what we're doing within that aspect of my job is thinking about how we build the skills and capabilities for people to know how to use it wisely, and it goes to the DTA's position on creating training packages. If people within the Commonwealth do not know how to leverage AI to improve their outcomes, have to compete with people outside of the Commonwealth who do, then they're going to be at a disadvantage.
Mm-hmm. And what's been the response of the workforce to this work?
I think again there's a mixed response, and I think it goes to the capacity under which you use it. So if you have a relatively low or immature capability in something, then generative AI with its large learning model and its access to a large amount of content is quite good at elevating you to a medium point. If you're an expert in many things, then you'll actually find a lot of flaws in the information that comes through, because you're likely to have a much more specific question or a much more targeted area. And certainly I think it would be true that when we've been looking at how useful people have been making it, administrative, the people that are looking at minutes and summarising, and people that are generating the early versions of content, that's been really useful for them. For really specialist advice, we've found that it hasn't been so much, and I think that's been reflected in a lot of research around the globe as well. But there are very, very important things like cybersecurity, where the number and frequency of attacks and the number of vectors that come through take them beyond human consumption. So you actually have to start relying on those functions, which means that you've got to have good controls about how you select and implement those capabilities, which is, I think, one of the additional learnings. As people have historically had to learn to be good buyers of digital, they are going to have to learn to be very good buyers of artificial intelligence. And I think that's especially so within government.
Yeah. So just, I guess, following on from that, and comments I think you made again in your opening statement around the training element of the staff, and the policy recommending that agencies implement, or strongly recommends implementing AI fundamentals training for all staff, and additional training for staff who use AI in their role. Do you have a preferred program of training, or are you leaving it up to the various agencies to develop their own? And I guess the question around that is consistency in approach taken by different agencies.
Yes, the DTA is going to develop some fundamentals training and present it to all APS through the APSC, through the academy function. So that will be available to everyone. Now, that will be fundamentals training, and that largely goes to the fact that you can you can accept information from large language models, but large language models do not, by their nature, tell the truth. They are probabilistic outcomes. So making sure that people at least understand that when you get a response back, there are obligations on you to check the veracity and use of it, but we will also go to more advanced capabilities as that matures, noting that there's very specialist circumstances. We've got data scientists and people that have got PhDs in machine learning who do not need to know those fundamentals, but there still needs to be some education and guidelines on other areas.
Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your attendance and your submissions. Could I first of all ask the AG's department about Amica? That was originally developed, I think, with a state legal aid agency. Was it through
Legal Services Commission of South Australia?
Yep. And then it's been adopted by, amongst others, the federal AGs and rolled out in the family law space. Is that right?
That's my understanding,
Yeah.
yes.
And don't get me wrong, I think there's a space for these kind of tools to assist couples, or even if they're not couples, individuals resolve either property dispute matters or parenting matters. Is it a Commonwealth entity that holds Amica? Is it owned by the Commonwealth or is it owned by another public agency?
It's operated by the Legal Services Commission of South Australia with funding support from the Commonwealth Government.
Mm-hmm. It's operated by the legal services, but it's been co-developed with an entity called Portable, I think it is, which, you know, publicly touts its ongoing role with the platform. Is it a partnership with Portable? Does Portable have an ongoing corporate role in it? Is there another corporate entity that has a role in it?
I'll need to take that on notice, Senator.
It's unclear from me when I go through the website, the AG's website, where I'm being taken when you go and click on the Amica link. It doesn't say it's an external service. It doesn't give any details about what Amica is. Are you able to shed any light on that?
I'll have to take that on notice and go back and consult my family law colleagues, Senator.
Is the data held in Australia?
I'll have to take that on notice.
You enter a huge amount of personal data on this. You enter details about your family, your children, your date of birth, your properties, your incomes, some of the most incredible amounts of personal data. Is that held by the Commonwealth? Is it shared with a state agency? Is it shared with the state government?
I'll need to take that on notice.
Is it shared with a private entity?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Does anyone here do privacy for the AGs?
I'm responsible for leading work on privacy reform, but I don't have the detailed answer to your question about Amica specifically about where the data's held. We can find out.
Amica's been extended recently to include parenting disputes. Often, tragically, in parenting disputes, issues of family violence arise. How does Amica ensure that concerns about family violence are properly addressed in any proposals it makes about parenting arrangements, pick-ups, drop-offs? How does it do that?
I would say that it's best suited to couples who are still amicable and who wish to work out their arrangements relating to their children, property or finances between themselves. It's not intended for couples who have complex property or financial arrangements or where there's family violence.
But I just went through and had a look at it, and it just took me through a bunch of prompts. And then it basically, at the end of those, I would determine whether or not it's appropriate to invite my partner or former partner or whoever to engage in the process. I didn't see a bunch of prompts about those kinds of issues, and nor would I think having one party to a relationship self-certify about that would be particularly good. Can you shed any light about how those kinds of protections are put in place on Amica?
I don't have any further information available to me, Senator, so I'll have to take questions on notice.
Do you accept that, particularly in parenting disputes, having answers about that before you roll out an AI platform for parenting disputes is kind of critical?
I don't know what consultation or what questions or process may have been undertaken to roll out the Amica. I don't have that information with me, or the officials with the relevant information here, so I'll need to take those questions on notice, Senator.
But this is one of the primary uses of AI that your department refers to. And it's in a space where you would have thought these questions would be front and centre and be able to answer in an exchange like this. Can you explain why that information isn't here? If you're talking about using AI in parenting disputes and property disputes, surely answers like this would be, I would imagine, deeply entrenched and fully responded to and thoroughly considered by the department.
It's not in my division's area of responsibility. We have other colleagues in the department that look after family law, so I can take these questions back to them and respond to them on notice.
Senator, I might be able to add two pieces of information which are helpful to some degree. Just to reiterate, I think what Ms Priestley said, Amica was developed and is operated by the Legal Services Commission of South Australia, so the Attorney General's Department's role is not quite as direct as I think you might assume. And also, we do understand you asked about where the data is stored. I understand that the Amica privacy policy states that information is held in data centres within Australia and managed by Amazon Web Services.
So are people informed about that when they're entering their data on the website, that it's going to an external corporate service to hold that incredibly intimate personal details that I described earlier?
Look, Senator, without having looked closely at the accessibility or details of the privacy policy closely myself, yes, I understand that that information is available transparently to individuals when considering whether to use the service.
Right, perhaps you can provide details of how that is communicated to individuals on notice.
Very happy to do that.
It may be that there is an answer to all of these questions about ensuring particularly that women are protected in family violence matters, ensuring that there is a screening process. It may be there's an answer to all of these things. But I would have thought they should have been able to be provided when you're proffering this kind of AI tool to a committee like this that is obviously going to ask these questions. And all that's done from my side of the record is raise immense anxiety that these questions aren't able to be answered and front and centre of the Attorney General's consideration at moments like this. Can you understand my concerns?
I can understand your concerns, Senator. There might be very clear answers to these questions. We just don't have the officials at the table with the detailed knowledge of the system.
Could I suggest, if there are detailed and comprehensive answers that deal with these concerns, could they be provided as a matter of urgency?
I'll talk to my relevant colleagues back at the department, Senator.
When the DTA, did the DTA work with the department, the AG's department, in assessing the suitability of this tool and considerations for this tool in property disputes and family law matters?
I can take it on notice whether we were ever asked or whether that was ever pro-offered as a use case, Senator, but it's not, from my knowledge, no.
Is that the kind of service that DTA would provide to departments to help them assess this kind of tool?
So absolutely, the assurance framework that we've got would consider the risk associated with those things, and absolutely dimensions within that risk assessment that consider privacy of information, the potential harms, risks in areas where it may or may not actually be appropriate to do so. Things such as where the data has come from, how it's being trained, has it been tested for bias? There's significant components within the framework that will come into play. We're actually just commencing piloting of that framework, Senator, so we really need to have the policy positions in place before we could give that any effect.
So that framework is being developed and it's not yet in place?
So the framework has been developed. We're actually commencing pilot use cases of people bringing forward AI assessments.
All right. So if you're at the testing of pilot use projects, there wasn't a portal or a service that the AGs could have gone to prior to now to test Amica with their DTA, is that right?
So prior to the work that's being done, we had collaborations across the Commonwealth through the AI task force, but it was not specifically set up as an advice function, but it will be now.
But was the DTA providing that advice prior to establishing this framework and the piloting?
So, Senator, a lot of the work that we've been doing has been in developing all of the frameworks and making sure that they're in place. The framework that we have in place now is one that's been consulted from pretty global best practices, but it's largely also had an input from the New South Wales government framework, which has been in place around about 2 years now, and we've taken all of the learnings that they've taken from there. But as I said, Senator, a lot of the things that are coming through are quite more experimental than production ready at the moment.
Well, I might be biased, but my reading of where the New South Wales government has got to in all of these spaces, pretty much all of these spaces, is they're at least 2 or 3 years ahead of the Commonwealth. But am I to understand that I'm just trying to wonder whether or not there should have been an expectation that the Attorney-General's Department would approach your agency to help assess whether or not Amica was appropriate to deploy at the time they did. Can you answer that?
I think the answer would actually depend upon the nature of the engagement between the Attorney-General's Office and Amica.
Well, why don't I do this rather than sort of poke and prod in the blind?
Yeah.
Why don't I ask both agencies to take on notice what, if any, exchange happened in relation to Amica when any approaches were made and responded to, and perhaps this matter only relies in the space of the AGs, the time, if you could give us a timeline for as and when it rolled out Amica. Could I ask both agencies to take that on notice?
Certainly, sir.
Yes, we can take that on notice, Senator, and I would just clarify that Amica is developed and operated by the Legal Services Commission of South Australia with funding support by the Commonwealth Government. So it's not a system that we run ourselves, but we provide funding support.
And can you provide on notice what, if any, role Portable had and or has in it, and if there's any other third party that has an ongoing role in it?
Yeah, we can take that on notice, Senator.
Senator.
And it would be, just to be clear, Ms. Parisi, it would be unfortunate if the answer was, I'm sorry, this is all a matter for South Australia, because I can go straight onto your department's website and they are directing people directly to the Amica website. And I would expect before that happened, there would be a knowledge inside the AG's department of what the entity is that people are being referred to. So it would be incredibly disappointing if the answer came back and says, this is a matter for South Australia. I just want to put that on notice. Sorry, Mr. Fetcher.
I was just going to add that one of the things that has happened over the last 12 months as well is that through the Data and Digital Ministers meeting, there's been agreed between all states and territories a nationally consistent approach for the application of AI across Australian government entities. I would probably call out that there is always a little bit of a boundary condition about who is a government entity and what the context are. So all of our guidance, for instance, goes to non-corporate entities and Commonwealth non-corporate entities. Then the rest of the advice that we provide is only advisory in nature because there aren't the binding instruments.
We see was my assumption Amica was a Commonwealth agency because its website is amica.gov.au.
So if it is actually designated in it with a .gov.au domain, that can only be issued by the Commonwealth.
Yeah, so I'm a bit confused as to how it's a South Australian entity.
So the constructs of website domains, I can take it on notice. It currently sits with the Department of Finance for the domain naming service that sits there, but it would normally be associated with, and if it's actually just .gov.au, it's associated with the Commonwealth entities, not the states or territories.
Ms Precy, perhaps you can answer that riddle on notice.
Yes, I'll take that on notice. Thanks, Senator.
I know Senator Pocock was asking questions about the timing of the privacy reforms. I wasn't sure I got an answer. There was an answer about the timing of the privacy reforms. Did you have an answer, Ms Fitch?
Yeah, Senator, I don't have anything to add to my previous answer, which is that the Attorney-General said he's working to bring privacy reform legislation to the Parliament as soon as possible.
And is that intended to cover all of the elements that the Commonwealth committed to on the privacy review?
I don't think the Attorney-General or the government has made a statement about the content specifically of the or timing of the reforms, other than to say as soon as possible.
That's a very oblique answer to my question, Ms Fitch. The Commonwealth adopted and accepted a number of elements in the report recommending privacy reform. Is it intended that the legislation will cover all of those elements?
We're working on developing all of the or progressing all of the recommendations that the government response indicated it agreed or agreed in principle to do. And so
I'm assuming that's the case, and I'm asking, are they going to find their way into the privacy reforms?
That's a matter for government, Senator. I can't add anything else.
All right. Are you working on a legislative response with Parliamentary Council on each of those recommendations that was accepted by the department, by the government?
We're working on we're working on a range of the reforms. Yes.
A range of is different to each of, and that's what I'm now going to explore with you. You're saying a range of. I'm asking each of.
I'm just saying, Senator, that the Attorney-General hasn't made any statement about his intention about contents of future privacy reform.
But my question is, which of those recommendations you're working on getting drafting for, not what the Attorney's doing. I'm asking what you, as a public servant using public money, are allocating your time to. Are you seeking drafting and responses to each of those recommendations?
We have issued drafting instructions in relation to a range of those proposals that were agreed in principle, yes.
You see, we keep coming back to a range of and each of. This feels like a circular debate, Ms Fitch. So when you say a range of, that's a subset of each of, is that right?
I just can't add anything to my previous answer.
You can't shed any light on that completely murky, foggy response that we've just had?
I'm just not able to say what the Attorney-General might decide in terms of content of forthcoming privacy legislation.
But you see, that was never my question. That's the problem with that answer. That's not an answer to my question. I wasn't asking about the Attorney. The Attorney can do whatever the Attorney likes. I'm asking what you're doing with public money and public resources. Are you seeking drafting to each of the recommendations?
We've got drafting and development of
a range of
instructions on the recommendations that are under various stages of development. I think that's a fair answer.
Well, you might think that. Are
Are we going, Senator Shoebridge?
I'm happy to pass it over for the moment.
We're finishing up, yep. Yep, righto. Well, thank you for your...
Sorry, Chair, but this is a real frustration, even at estimates too, when you're asking public servants questions, and it clearly hasn't been to Cabinet yet, and we get these kind of evasive answers. My understanding is that Senate committees have essentially the same requirements on public servants as Royal Commissions, that you answer truthfully unless you have some sort of public interest immunity or cabinet in confidence claim. And I don't know, it's a frustration when you're actually trying to find out what's happening.
I might just complete this. Thank you, Senator Pocock. I suppose it's a Friday afternoon exhaustion is what I had. If you
how about you? I go back to you, Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you.
To wind it.
Yeah.
To complete it.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you the direct question again, Ms. Fitch, and I'm sure you've read the code and the guidelines for witnesses, which says you have to provide answers if it's in your knowledge. If you wish to take a public interest immunity claim, well then by all means take that. But I'm going to ask you, just in the plainest possible terms, the government has accepted a series of recommendations from the Privacy Review, and I could enumerate them, but that would take too long. Are you currently undertaking seeking drafting responses, legislative responses to each of those recommendations? And if not each of those recommendations, then which ones?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I can say we have not issued drafting instructions in relation to all of the proposals which were agreed in principle, a very large number of them at this stage. And in terms of any other detail, I would like to take the opportunity to discuss with the attorney what information he would like to provide in relation to that question.
Now, the test isn't what information the Attorney General would like to provide. That's absolutely not the test. You're obliged to answer questions to the extent that they're in your knowledge. You can seek to take it on notice in order to consider a public interest immunity claim based upon credible basis, not just the whims of the Attorney General. So I'm going to press again for an answer to the question. If you'd like to take it on notice so you could consider a valid public interest immunity claim rather than just a consultation with the Attorney General, which may be part of that consideration.
Yes.
Is that what I understand you're intending to do?
Yes, Senator, that is. I'll take that on notice.
Thanks.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. If you've taken any questions on notice, which you have, please respond to the Secretary by the 30th of August 2024. And thank you very much. Have a good Friday afternoon. Now welcome representatives from the Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Good, thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names, the capacity in which you'll appear here today?
Thank you, Senator. I'm Helen Wilson. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Science and Technology Group in the Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
Thank you.
Anthony Murfitt, Head of Division for Technology and Digital in the Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
Thank you.
And Daniel Quinn, General Manager of the AI Policy Branch in the Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
Good, thanks very much. Do you have a short opening statement? And then we'll go to the senators.
No, I do not.
Senator Pocock, do you mind if we go to you first?
Sorry?
You right if we go to you first?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time. So later on Friday afternoon, the government released its interim response to the safe and responsible use of AI in Australia over 6 months ago, January this year. When can we expect the final full response to be provided?
Thank you, Senator. Why don't I step out what we've been doing since the government did release its interim response to the Safe and Responsible AI in Australia discussion paper. We've been doing a range of things. I will start by talking about what we've been doing with the temporary AI expert group.
Sure, I'm keen to get to that in a bit.
Yep.
But sure, go for it.
Yep, okay.
I think we've got, how long have I got, Chair?
15 minutes.
Okay.
15 minutes, all right, I'll be very quick. Why don't I jump straight to that?
You haven't got 15 minutes. The Senator's got 15 minutes to ask questions.
Yeah, please don't take 15 minutes.
I did understand that.
Ms. Wilson.
I'm not going to filibuster, I promise. No, so...
I'll just take a bit of fun Friday afternoon. I knew you weren't going to do that.
No, I was not going to do that. We have been working with the temporary AI expert group. As the government has said, it's taking a risk-based approach to AI regulation, and the government's objective is to ensure that the development and deployment of AI systems in Australia in legitimate but high-risk settings is safe and trustworthy, while allowing the use of AI in low-risk settings to continue to thrive within the bounds of existing laws. The government's also looking at building AI capability right across the whole of economy. As you've just heard from my colleague from the DTA, the government's committed to government as an exemplar in the use of AI. We've been engaging internationally, as I think our Microsoft appearance earlier noted. Learning and leveraging from what is happening internationally is very important from the government. So we've been doing a lot to work with other countries. We've also been engaging, because this issue has come up, I will note we've been engaging with all the AI safety institutes, the US AI Safety Institute, the UK AI Safety Institute, and Australia did sign up back in May in Seoul to being a part of the AI safety network that is being established by the US. So why don't I pause there to allow you to ask any other specific questions on any elements of that?
Thanks. Thank you very much. That's great to know. My specific question is, when can we expect a final full response to be provided, given we've got an interim response from the government?
Yeah, the Minister has committed several times to continuing ongoing consultation. He's considering the advice of the expert group. We have been working right across government to bring together comprehensive advice, particularly on this issue of how to regulate the application of AI in high-risk settings, noting all the work already underway within government to strengthen existing laws. So the Minister has committed to ongoing consultation.
Okay. So we're not even in as soon as possible territory, it's just more consultation?
No, we are. So when we say more consultation, my expectation is the government will soon release some more information that goes to exactly the sorts of discussions that the AI expert group have been having around the use of AI in high-risk settings.
Sure. Will there be a final response?
I would call the next phase, as I said, further consultation that goes directly to how would you consider high risk? How would you define high risk?
Sure.
It goes to the question of what would be the mandatory guardrails that we'd be put on place, developers and deployers of AI, as we think about testing transparency and accountability. And it will also go to the question of how would you implement, what are the options to introduce those mandatory guardrails?
Can I ask you about those mandatory guardrails? Because the interim response said that the government was working on, and to quote, mandatory guardrails for our development and deployment in high-risk settings, which you talked about. Are we likely to see legislation this term of Parliament? We're hearing in this committee just how urgent this is, but what I'm kind of seeing is that 6 months on, there's just more consultation. What's the urgency behind the scenes?
There's quite a bit of urgency, but this is an incredibly complex matter. And what I would say is that is a matter for government to decide what it wants to do in relation to regulating the use of AI in high-risk settings. And we do need to sort of come back out to do that step of further consultation around the work that the Expert Advisory Committee has done. But I will also add, there's a lot the government's... Oh, sorry, Senator, you go.
Are we likely to see anything in this term of Parliament?
When it comes to the specific issue of...
Actually putting some guardrails in place around high-risk...
When the government...
high-risk settings.
...chooses to implement any mandatory guardrails, that really is a matter for the government, Senator.
Okay. Have you recommended any to the government for them to consider?
We will put forward to government once we've done this next round of consultation that goes into a lot of detail about not only how would we define high risk, but as I've said, the very specific mandatory guardrail measures that we would put on developers and deployers that go to details such as testing systems, disclosing certain records. So once that consultation has occurred, yes, I expect that together with our colleagues right across government, we would provide advice to government on exactly then what they should do.
Okay. Time frame for that?
So as I said, my expectation, but it is really a matter for government, is that the detail around what I've just been discussing will come out and do another round of consultation because the Minister has committed to that. It's very important to...
You must have an idea around how long this round of consultation will take, though.
Once the sort of information, I'll call it, goes out, our expectation is that it would be around 6 weeks.
6 weeks, okay. The interim response also says that the National AI Centre will work with industry to draw these frameworks together to produce a best practice and up-to-date voluntary AI risk-based safety framework for responsible adoption of AI in Australian businesses. When can we expect to see this framework released?
Soon, but I'm going to pass to my colleague Anthony Murphy on that one because some fantastic work has been done by the National AI Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So the National AI Centre has undertaken comprehensive consultation in the first half of the year to work with developers and deployers on what good would look like in the context of putting guardrails in place. That work has been finalised. It talks through a series of guardrails, touching on some of the areas that Ms Wilson spoke about. How can a company be accountable? How can a company be transparent in its use, and what are the testing requirements? The thing we've heard clearly is we know that trust is a barrier to adoption, and companies are keen to have guidance on what that is. So that's under consideration. We expect that to be released soon.
And what I'd add, Senator, is that voluntary standard has been developed in a really collaborative way with Australian businesses, and the aim is that it will set the expectation for future legislation. It will set the expectation for what future legislation may look like, so companies can start getting up to scratch.
Thank you. You mentioned extensive consultation. On notice, could you maybe just provide the list of who was consulted?
Yeah.
Thank you. The interim response also established the interim artificial intelligence expert group. I note it was only meant to be in place until the 30th of June 2024. I think looking on your website, that was extended until the 30th of September. And it said that they will meet every 6 weeks from the 6th of May 2024. When was the last meeting?
Mr Murphy, we'll just get that up for you. Not long ago.
Not long ago.
I know we've had at least 8 meetings, but we'll get that specific information for you.
Senator, if you like, it'll just take me a moment to get the date.
Sure, no problem. I'll move on then. Happy for you to provide that on notice. What's the plan after the 30th of September? It seems to me that there's a gap. There's a gap here in terms of coordinating whole of government responses.
I wouldn't say there's a gap, Senator. The government has committed to establish a permanent AI advisory body to replace the temporary AI expert group that was set up to do a very targeted bit of work, predominantly around this piece of how would you regulate the use of AI in high-risk settings. The permanent body will have a much broader remit and have different skills on it.
Okay, thank you. I've got a few questions for that. But looking at the consultations on the safe and responsible use of AI, one of the key themes was the need for a permanent regulatory body like the AI Safety Institute in the UK, and you said you've sort of signed up to be part of the group. Looking at budget papers, looks like there was $39.9 million earmarked between now and 2027-28 to quote, supporting safe and responsible AI, and 21.6 million of that was earmarked to establish a reshaped national AI centre and an AI advisory body within DISA. What does $21 million on reshaping look like?
Thank you, Senator. So, as was discussed in one of the former hearings, so the National AI Centre has now joined the Department of Industry from the 1st of July. We've been working closely with them. One of the big activities they've been doing, they've got 3 pillars of activity. The first one is around lifting AI adoption within SMEs, and that supports some of the government's other investments in AI, including the $17 million AI Adopt program. There's a capability component that the National AI Centre is looking at, and a new pillar which is around the safe and responsible use of AI. And the first part of that work has been delivering the voluntary standard, which we've recently spoken about. The second phase of that work will focus on version 2 of the voluntary standard. So what we had to do with the first version is focus on across the economy and look at the expectations for all businesses engaging with artificial intelligence in a safe and responsible way. It's been really clear that we also need to look at the obligations on those developing the tools, not just deploying the tools. So the next version is going to be talking to the developers about, well, what are the expectations for those developing tools? Things such as how do we undertake the right testing? What is the source of data that is being used? What are the right accountability measures so that the obligations are across the AI life cycle as we would describe it? So that's a big pillar of work, and I think that will sort of give a good base for the NAIC over the next 6 months, because it's quite detailed work to get that level of specificity, but importantly consult with industry. And I think that's the real value of the National AI Centre is we've brought them, they've been brought into government so we can have a closer conduit between what we're hearing from industry and to advise government on what those options might look like.
So that 21.6 million to establish a reshaped NAIC, that is being spent on those things, the actual sort of operation and running of it?
That's correct, Senator. So the funding's over approximately 4 years, so around $5 million a year. There's costs allocated to staff within the institute who bring the business acumen and the AI expertise, as well as programs and other activities to deliver on those pillars of work that I spoke about.
Sure. What's the staffing level? Do you have an FTE?
So the approximate staffing level is around nine people.
9 people to do all of this.
And I'd also, I'd say, Senator, as well, in a broader division as well, that's able to leverage a lot of work across government. For example, working closely with the teams that are thinking about the regulatory approaches, the teams that are thinking about what does it mean for Australia with AI capability, but these are experts in their field that are tasked to work with industry.
And this advisory body that you say will be set up after September, what if the budget goes to them? How does that work?
Senator, the department will be looking at how we fund the AI advisory body. What I will say is, as I said, look, the remit of that body, we're working with the Minister, it will be much wider than the temporary group. It is going to be there to not just advise policymakers, but it will be there to support regulators. It will be there to support industry. So we will need a very different skill set on that permanent group. We'll need a multidisciplinary approach. We'll need industry reps. We'll need civil society reps. We'll need some technical experts. We'll still need the lovely lawyers. But it will have a broader remit and a different skill set. So we really bring that multidisciplinary way of thinking about how you not only harness the benefits of AI, but ensure that we're tackling the risks.
And so is that advisory body, are they going to be public servants employed through the department, or?
No, we'll set up those sort of appointment terms of reference arrangements internally, taking advice from our relevant colleagues. They won't be public servants. It will be set up a little bit like the temporary AI group, or there are very similar bodies around the Commonwealth, but they will not be public servants.
Will they be remunerated? Will they be paid?
We're working that out in the department.
Okay. Is there budget for that?
Is there budget for that? That's, as I said, within the department, we will look at how best to ensure.
Sounds like you're asking them to do a fair bit of stuff.
We are asking them to work with us and also with a whole range of other bodies that we work with, whether that's the lovely Data 61 in the CSIRO, whether it's our colleagues across Commonwealth, whether it's leveraging the expertise that we know is there overseas through the safety institutes. So we will work with the body to make sure that they get access to the information that they need, but we are still working out the best way to think about the budget.
Okay, thank you. And then just finally, and I'm running up on time, Chair, last year's consultation identified the need to clarify and strengthen existing laws, and names and a number of them, including the potential new laws to give ACMA powers to combat mis and disinformation, which have been sort of pulled and haven't passed the Parliament, privacy law reforms, which nowhere to be seen yet, but we were told before by the Attorney General's Department that it would be as soon as possible. I'm interested to know if the department or the previous interim task force were consulted on the ACMA powers or the privacy law reforms.
Thanks, Senator. So firstly, just I'll come back to your earlier question. So the temporary advisory group last met on the 4th of July.
Thank you.
So that was when it last met. So with regard to consultation on the range of measures, the Department of Industry leads whole of government coordination on AI for the use of AI across the economy. We work extensively with all our counterparts. So that does mean we engage and consult closely with Attorney Generals, with Department of Communications, etc. Your question on the funding that was allocated, there are 3 specific projects that were nominated in the budget. They related to, for Treasury on consumer law, further work in the Department of Health to understand health regulations, and further support for copyright to progress reforms there.
And you sort of spoke in generalities around coordination and consultation. On the specifics of the misinformation laws and the privacy law reforms, have you been consulted specifically on them?
Yes, we have.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for your submission. Helpful as always. You've probably seen a number of the submissions, and a bunch of the evidence we've had have referenced particularly Canada and the UK. but, sometimes it's Canada, the UK and Europe. Sometimes it's Canada, the UK, Europe and recently Canada as jurisdictions to look to kind of craft a legislative response for safe and responsible AI. Are you going through that process and looking at those comparable jurisdictions, and can you give any indication of where we're headed?
Absolutely. As you can say, I was nodding vigorously. That's exactly what we've been doing. We are learning from what other jurisdictions have been doing. We've done comprehensive analysis of EU, Canada. We're aware of recent statements with the new government in the UK that they will look to announce what they're going to do in terms of regulation. We've looked at California. We've looked, I'm now pointing to my colleague, but we absolutely have done comprehensive analysis of what other jurisdictions are doing, and that has helped inform the work that we've been doing with the temporary expert group.
So, the other thing that is clear is the degree of urgency that pretty much everybody has been communicating, and I don't think we can wait for perfection. I'm assuming that's not your goal, to wait for perfection. Do we agree that's not the goal, to wait for perfection, but to act with as much alacrity as we can?
I think that's borderline asking me for an opinion. What I will say, the government has been really clear. It is going to regulate the application of AI in high-risk settings, and we are working that through, and we are absolutely informed by what is happening in the EU. It's still early days in the EU. In fact, I don't know whether you've been able to see the EU did release a fact sheet yesterday. It's excellent. I'm very happy to provide that to the committee.
That would be helpful, thank you.
Yeah, it's a very complex technology that is fast evolving. We do want to get this right. We want to make sure that in order to get the benefits, that we are taking very seriously the approach to regulation so that the risks are appropriately managed. The government is already looking, as we've discussed, at strengthening existing laws. The voluntary standard, the aim of the voluntary standard, which will come out soon, is to say to organisations, big and small, these are the sorts of things we're expecting you to put in place now in order to help them get ready for legislation.
I agree it's complex, and it's not going to get less complex. It's likely to get more complex. But pretty much every non-government submission has been, we need to get started, and we need to start regulating, and we need to start stacking some of this up. Is there a commitment that you're aware of from the government to start legislating in this parliamentary term? Is there any kind of time frame that you can point to?
I'm not aware of a specific commitment around time frame, Senator.
And I'm not criticising you, Ms Wilson. These things are literally set by government, not by the department, these timeframes, and I fully understand that. Is there a... in terms of looking at the existing regulatory framework to sort of tighten and toughen and tweak, and I was doing that for alliterative purposes, not to minimise what you're doing, is there an expectation that some of that will have a legislative outcome in this parliamentary term?
Again, the time frame by which government chooses to implement options for mandatory guardrails is a matter for government, Senator.
And you're not aware of any commitment?
I'm not aware of any commitment. I'm just getting the people behind me to triple check.
Yeah. Well, if you can shed any light on that on notice, that would be useful. I think you probably know there's been a bunch of questions about deepfakes and the potential impact on the federal election. Is that part of the project you're working on?
We have recently met with the Australian Electoral Commission. We've met with the Comms Department. We're very alive to the risks of AI when it comes to elections.
But we're going to have an election. And I suppose being aware of the risks in an election is good, but my understanding is a constitutional obligation to have one before the 1st of July next year. Therefore, in a even imperfect world, we'd have a comprehensive response to that before that kicks off. Can you shed any light on whether or not that's a priority for the department, knowing we have that constitutional timeframe to tick to?
What I can, again, assure you of, we are working really closely to think about AI regulation in an electoral context. We're working with Department of Finance, the Australian Electoral Commission, with Home Affairs. There are broader government efforts, including the work of the Electoral Integrity Assurance Task Force. There's the Home Affairs, please remind me, Murph.
The Strengthening
Democracy Task Force. So there is definitely work underway within government. And the Home Affairs Task Force, we've been really impressed with the way they've worked with us to think about the 7 dimensions of AI's impacts on democracy. So we've worked with them on all the issues that we think, how AI will, the sorts of risks and harms from AI in an election context.
Well, I mean, I suppose I could start listing the risks of harm in an election contest, and they're real. At the top of that, I would say a stolen election. I suppose what I'm interested in is a kind of government response to that prevents that happening. And maybe you can't shed any light on that, and that's okay, but I'm asking you now to shed any light on that you can.
So, Senator, I might so with the interim government report, I think, response in January this year, it was the government was clear that, and you've heard from the hearings, that there is a need to have a look at how we manage AI in high-risk settings. We've been working on a detailed program across 5 pillars to do that. We've got the 3 projects that we've spoken about in consumer law, health, copyright. We've been working with the expert group to think through, and you recognise that this is a complex issue. When we think through advice to government, what we've had to consider is what is the definition of high risk, and do we take what we see internationally? There's a principles-based approach that you can adopt, which gives you flexibility in the approach that in what we think is high risk, versus a prescriptive approach which would be quite detailed, but then can lock you in and not recognise the future evolution of where the technology might go.
I'm not asking to be locked in for 5 decades. I'm just asking that something be put in place before we have an election that has to be held before the 1st of July 2025.
And Senator, I think...
Just let me finish.
Yes.
And we've had multiple witnesses now talk to us about the South Korean example as an example where they were under serious risk from deepfakes. They rapidly legislated for it. They rapidly stacked up an agency. They staffed the agency. They engaged with the social media platforms. And it appears to have worked. And just today we had both Microsoft and Google say that yes, from their perspective it worked and it was useful. We had the AEC say that laws are needed to make platforms treat these things seriously. We had Google and Microsoft say today that those laws helped and they worked in their experience with South Korea. And when we ask about what's happening, we get told about task forces and pillars and interim discussion papers and further discussion papers and cross-agency working groups and other departments' groups. But I suppose what I'm interested in is ensuring the next election isn't stolen by deepfake. What are we going to do?
The decision for government in terms of how it wishes to think about AI and an election really, I think, is best asked of the ministers and government.
I think I've expired, Chair.
Righto, thank you. Good, thanks. Thanks very much. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you respond to the Secretary by the 30th of August 2024? And for Friday afternoon, have a great weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We don't have anything else to do we?